Welcome back. We are about to start round 5. This is day 1B of Netrunner World Championships 2021. Hopefully you're doing well. Maybe you've been watching since early this morning. Maybe you're just tuning in right now, but we've had a fantastic day of Netrunner so far, and I have no doubt that trend is going to continue forward. We have 3 more rounds before we figure out which players from the 100 and something players today are going to go on to play tomorrow in the finals. My name is Andre. And I'm very excited to be joined by some friends. Firstly, I'm here with Neuropanzer. How's it going, Neuropanzer?
Doing well. Definitely good to have a few minutes off. Hopefully everyone watching the stream took a quick break during that time as well. Stretch your legs, get some water, all of that good stuff. Please stay hydrated, everyone.
Gotta stay hydrated. It's very important. And secondly, I'm very excited to be joined by Ginevra as well. How's it going, Ginevra?
I'm going well. Yeah, enjoying all of the conversations in Discord and everything during the break.
What are people saying? Excited. Yeah, okay.
How they went, who they don't want to face, who they think they're going to face. All of that, like, cool between the games chatter. Yeah.
So we only have 3 rounds. Exciting. We have 3 rounds left here, okay? And this is the point of the tournament where people start worrying about things like 2-for-1ing, intentional drawing. There's a whole structure of things that, again, Nisei does not condone, but they do officially support. And if we look at their standings right now, we have one player who's very easily in the front running. That is 24 points to Rust Rider, if I'm not mistaken. They haven't lost a single game today.
That's correct.
That's amazing.
6 games, 6 wins.
So from this point on, it is, I don't think...
That's wrong. 8 games, 8 wins. I can't do that.
Yeah, we'll get there. So we have a couple players also at the 21-point mark. This is Ghost Meat and Radiant. And then we have a full bunch of 18s. Oh, I scrolled way too fast there. Excuse me. So that goes all the way from the 23rd all the way up to like the 4th place. So I am not an expert at this sort of math. Do all these players, are they going for 2-for-1s at this point? Or they obviously have to play their games out, but do you 2-for-1 on these sort of standings?
I think you have to. I think you have to 2-for-1 here, because if everyone 2-for-1s, then that drops to 1/4 of that number, right? Which is 5. And that is 3 players plus 5. That's 8.
Okay.
So you do not want to be below that 30-point mark.
The 30-point mark is what it took yesterday to get into the day 2. So I think we're going to be aiming for the same sort of results here. We have...
Although...
Sorry?
This is all uncertain. Like, the people yesterday were like, we don't know until we know what happens in 1B. So, like, everyone's still a bit nervous, I reckon.
And it's worth knowing that while it's in theory we're trying to take the top 8 from yesterday and the top 8 from today, actually more than 16 players might be showing up tomorrow, and it has to do with the bubble. So if all the 30-point players will make it into tomorrow, that will be all the 30-point players make it in tomorrow, even if that's more than 8 players. And the idea is that any players that are basically on the 30-point mark but are, 9th, 10th, 11th, anywhere below that 8-person mark will have a chance tomorrow to play off and basically have a round or two to basically have another chance of making it into the top 16. So there's a big chance that we'll be seeing more than 16 contenders tomorrow. It's a bit of an interesting system, and we'll see how it works out throughout the day, but that does make your chance of graduating into the day 2 a bit more generous.
I just noticed something fascinating looking at the standings.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, between yesterday and today, we've seen quite a bit of mini faction. We've seen quite a bit of Adam. Interestingly, though, if we are willing to assume that 18 points is what you need to be on to be in contention right now, you need to be one of these top 23 players, there are 0 Adams. There are 3 Sunnies still in contention.
We talked about this. Like, we're seeing so much controlling the message today and yesterday. And Sunny LeBeau, the identity that has no text on it, but says you have 2 Link to start the game with, is a pretty okay matchup into a controlling the message deck that cares a lot about tracing consistently throughout the game.
If you're keen, we can have a look at who's playing who.
Yeah,
let's do that.
Pairings are up already. Let's do this.
The pairings are up, yeah.
Okay, so Again, these are the points in the day, in the rounds, where players might be calling over judges to discuss publicly whether they want to go for 2-for-1s or whether they want to go for intentional draws. I think Rust Rider right now, as great as things are going for them, they have the awkward situation where nobody's going to be offering them an intentional draw, so they're going to have to play their games out, just like, you know, maybe you would have expected going into a tournament. So Rust Rider versus Radiant is obviously a very important match. I think if Rust Rider takes the split there, that's just good enough for them, and it will basically continue for them to be pushed upwards at about a similar rate to everyone else. But if they get swept, that actually becomes a very interesting story. So
Rust Rider could, in theory, get swept twice and still be able to 2-for-1 in.
you think so? Oh, Rust Rider could. Yeah. No, you're totally right.
Rust Rider could, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. If you can get in
So
on X and 4.
looking at the matchups, there's a lot of interesting ones we have here. Are there any favorites that are popping out to either of you?
I think Table 3 looks interesting. That's the
looks
Lucidit's
fascinating.
Argus, which we did see once before, and Double K we haven't seen on stream so far, playing Asa Group and Kit Peddler. I think that's our top performing shaper right now in the entire tournament by like a pretty sizable margin, all the way down to Table 10 would be the next.
Yeah, the Woo is on the same number of points.
Oh, okay.
As
so yeah, never mind.
As this Kit, I believe. Actually, Man in the Moon is in 5th right now, based on strength of schedule. So that Woo that we saw earlier is actually the top performing Woo of the day so far.
All right. We also haven't seen Gagarin yet. I think Pincel versus Yasenkrin is also a pretty interesting matchup. Gagarin versus Steve is also quite cool. And then we see the Max versus Sports Metal. And big shout outs to both of these players. You might know Pincel being an absolute world-class tier player for a long time now. And Yasenkrin also as well. You might follow up on YouTube. He has been making content this year, and I've been an absolute huge fan of it.
Has had a few very strong years. Obviously, some of these fast agenda scoring decks, some combo decks in the past has done very well on, but clearly doing well on, you know, the sports and this Steve, whatever exactly those plans are today. So I would personally vote Table 11, I think.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Cool.
So this is Pincel and this is Yasenkrin. So they probably, I'm willing to bet, are going to be 2-for-1ing this round, but I can confirm just by looking in the 2-for-1 request channel.
Okay. So in the meantime, behind the scenes, we are going to set up on the tables, make sure everything is good to go. So just give us a couple minutes while that spins up. This round actually might start a bit later because there are a lot of conversations and a lot of judges need to show up to these tables to figure out what these discussions look like. It's also worth knowing, I know there's a lot of people in chat who want us to see a certain table, whether it's their friends or an interesting matchup. And it is worth knowing that some players do specify when they enter the tournament, and this is totally within their rights, that they don't wish to be showing up on stream. And that is something we obviously are excited to respect. So sometimes they're just players that we can't show on stream. So apologies if we don't always go the way that you would like us to. All right. So we have our players in our lobby right now. And again, we are looking at one player undefeated, 2 players just 1 game underneath that, and a whole swath of players right now on the, what is it? 18 points, if I'm not mistaken. And again, if this mimics what it looks like yesterday, you can still go in. If you want to get to 30 points, you can still be on 15, if I'm not mistaken, and win the next, all your next games and still have a chance to make it in. Is that how the math works out? 15 plus 12?
You have to be on 18.
Yeah, you have to be on 18.
Yeah, you have to be on 18.
18 plus 12 will hit 30. So
yeah,
these
so
players
if there are some splits in those 18s, then there could potentially be 27 sneaking in, depending on how many there are, because at that point, there would no longer be a large enough pool of 30s to make up if there are enough splits at yeah. I think it's most likely that people on 18 are all going to 2-for-1, so we will not probably see any 27s make it, but I guess there is the possibility that that could happen.
So see how this lines up. It looks like our players are back in the lobby. We're just waiting for time to be called and the round to start. And again, this is double-sided Swiss. So we will be playing out both sides of this. We have about an hour and 5 minutes to see both sides.
Are we doing math right?
I hope so.
6. There are 3 rounds left?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 3 times 6 points that you can get. So
Oh,
that's
it's
actually
15
18
plus
points
18.
that
No,
people can get.
yeah, you can
Oh,
do
okay.
it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big
So
deal.
there actually are quite a few people in contention in that case.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, so there's 3 rounds left.
Oops.
Each round, if you sweep, it's 6 points. So that's 18 points. But I believe
So actually, people on 18 probably don't need a 2 for 1 yet in that case.
I think we're off to the races. And by off to the races, I mean off to the deep reaches of space. This is Gagarin deep space, an identity that was just added back into the standard ban list. This was legal for this tournament. And Sengren's going to have a pretty strong start with the Citadel Sanctuary. That's good meat damage protection, which, you know, this deck does want to kill you. I think yesterday we saw a lot of these decks trying to sneak out early false leads to make the hard-hitting news quite difficult. And we're off in server 3 and off in server 4 as well.
We have a
Very good
Rashida
plays
Fire.
after Rashida.
Yeah. Very strong start from the Gagarin. Getting that early Rashida is exactly what you want as this horizontal tempo deck.
So it looks like both players kept their hand. And one of the biggest thing in this sort of matchup is this Gagarin deep space deck. It really needs to snowball some assets, needs to get that credit lead just to be able to threaten things like hard-hitting news, economic warfare, that sort of play. We're providing into HQ. The border control is going to eat that bravado, but that's okay for you. You are going to get your 4 credits. And Sengren, I think, really wants to look for what I'm assuming is 2 copies of Miss Bones in the list just to be able to start paying off and being able to trash some of those assets for free.
Yeah, I think it's likely that this Gagarin list is not on a huge amount of ice.
Yeah.
So having these 2 early ice actually could be pretty big.
Yeah, we're probably looking at only 5 to 6 ice. Sometimes you see 3 mouseless, 3 border control. This meta did just lose this year. We lost Tour Guide, which was the ultimate asset spam sentry, specifically in Wayland as well. But I don't think there's any really strong sentries in the list to take that spot anymore. But here, that's the second piece of ice. That stops the boomerang into diversion or just the inside job into HQ accesses. And Pincel's actually going to play something on top of an upgrade in a remote server. And if I'm not mistaken, oh heavens, I don't know the name of the card here, but there's this one card that basically you pay a credit to whenever they trash a card in that server to they gain a tag. Maybe chat can help us out on this one.
That is Overseer Matrix.
That's the one.
And we did see Overseer Matrix out of these NWE Gagarins yesterday. So I would not be shocked at all if this were the Overseer Matrix just to protect things like Rashida.
And you don't see a lot of
very, very punishing to trash.
Upgrades are actually kind of a new idea when it comes to Gagarin because there is some sort of anti-synergy with some upgrades. If you have something like a Mumbad Virtual Tour, you can actually refuse to access it if you think it's a Mumbad Virtual Tour because the additional credit to access a card is an additional cost and you can always refuse to pay additional costs. So that's kind of the beauty with Overseer Matrix. If you want to access it and trash it, you're going to have to pay another Gagarin credit on top, which is quite cool to see.
Certainly many things giving the Gagarin money.
We've seen no pad taps yet, which is exactly what you want to see.
Fires, that's amazing.
Got a daily cast out.
We have a wall-to-wall on the table, which this is a unique asset and gives you the flexibility between a CSR campaign and even just a pad campaign, which is really cool to see. We're bravadoing in here in R&D. This is a nice way to force reses, and we're talking about sentries. That's the truth, the Veritas. 3 good subroutines if you care just about getting that credit lead, and Trace 2 to gain a tag. That can be quite annoying. I wonder if you Sengren boost into that or just will take the money and deal with Citadel Sanctuary after. I feel like it's the latter. Pincel boosting the Trace
Pincel
to 3.
actually paying it. Pincel paying into the Trace.
And Bravado will pay off 5 credits? Sorry, 4 credits?
But not ending the run, so still getting to see the top card of R&D.
We have that Onacom getting down early, which is really good. This is Steve Cambridge, mind you, who is the one runner who can replay the same event 2 or 3 times throughout the same game. So you do get additional value. And it looks like we're tossing an inside job, and we're going to be able to pay 1 credit to clicklessly get rid of the Citadel Sanctuary, unless Pincel really wants to boost into this, which would be actually a pretty interesting play.
Without the credit lead, definitely seems like it would be a very, very bold play to go for sticking the tag here.
But boy, would it be fun. Like, something's definitely afoot if that happens. And we had 3 cards installed on the table. One of them on top of what we believe is an Overseer Matrix, and 2 more out of that. And Pincel actually is boosting, forcing Sengren to pay 4 credits to remove that tag. And that Commercial Bankers Group on top of the Overseer is going to make those credits come back quite soon.
Okay. We see a Bankers res. Yeah, is this so 5 credits about to drip in?
And a spin doctor giving more cards.
So wow, no economic into hard hitting news, which was a potential threat there, but we're putting out more cards into remote servers. We're not scoring, and I think all Pincel needs to do is sneak through a false lead here, but we do have the missed bones. It looks like his Synchron is going to start trashing, and we're going to start there with the commercial bankers group.
It is the Overseer Matrix.
That's the one. These sea mines in space are going to give you a tag after you trash the bankers group. I don't know whether you want to deal with this now. It looks like we are going to, and that will give a tag on itself as well. Oh, no, not on itself. Excuse me.
It does give on its.
Oh, it does.
It does, right?
Yeah, 2 tags.
2 tags.
That is
That's
hard.
trashing any card in that Overseer Matrix server. It does count itself. So Deuce's Wild to get that tag away with tempo. That's very nice.
Yeah, we've seen this card in so many decks, 3 of in some of the max decks, and seeing it we're seeing it being used to remove tags a lot more than we have maybe in the past. And maybe that's just how much controlling the message we see today. We have a pad tag.
Not clearing. Oh, right. Duh. Citadel.
Yeah, Citadel should get rid of that. I don't know whether Pincel can afford to boost here. They have 3 credits coming in, but Ysengram does have 1 coming in after the trace. But we'll see if they boost into here. Pincel is actually still boosting it.
Boosting in.
Making that Citadel so much more awkward than just clicking to remove the tag. And that's another bankers out in server 8.
Oh, the bankers. Yeah, having the extra bankers definitely changes the math there a little bit. And we have an Urban Renewal rezzed. Now, been a bit since I've seen this card. We should probably talk about Urban Renewal.
This is the sort of card that you have seen in Gagarin lists because it's one of the cards that says you need to interact with me. And having a forced interaction lets you do these things like economic warfare into hard-hitting news, which might be happening right now. So this just forks the runner, right? How do you clear the tags? How do you not die to boom or high-profile target? How do you deal with eventually the Urban Renewal? And that's the strength of this sort of card. And Ysengram is going to start on 2 credits after the daily cast.
And that window, obviously, that window of exactly 4 credits is exactly what Pincel was looking for there, because 3 credits honestly would be much better. You can't get Econ Warfare from 3 credits.
Ysengram needs to draw Deuce's Wilder. This is going to be a very short game. I think Pincel can even spend more money to dunk it to the Citadel Sanctuary if necessary, but 3 tags is enough to kill with a high-profile target. You will actually have to clear the Citadel Sanctuary first for a click.
But there's enough money to do that. You have enough money to click, trash the Citadel Sanctuary, and then high profile.
And that's the cool thing about wall to wall. You see it here being used to draw a card, in fact. And it looks like we're trashing that.
Looks like there may have been mistaken math on.
And that's a boom.
Looks like there was a mistaken math on the runner's side. And that is a flat line.
That is a very short game. And you saw Gagarin just pushing on the table, forcing the interaction, having the punishment. That's exactly what you expect from Gagarin. Oh, Pincel asking what happened there. Looks like Ysengram wasn't happy with their play, but realizing that there was a wall-to-wall and a bankers on the table as well. But the HPD came from hand, so can't feel too bad about that.
Apparently there was both a boom and a profile target in hand, so regardless of Ysengram was pointing out, could potentially have trashed some of these money-making assets to keep the boom credits away. But that actually would not have mattered because high profile target would have done it as well.
So that's going to be the first game here.
It's the boom for the style points, I guess.
Yeah, you want to boom if you can boom, I guess. So we're off to our...
It's 1 more damage. That's 1 more damage of value, you know?
We're going to be off to our second matchup. You saw the Overseer Matrix do the work in this. And this is a deck that classically didn't run upgrades. And this is such a good upgrade. Let alone also this card is seeing play as counterattack to Apocalypse lists. It's one of the few ways that this deck can deal with Apocalypse.
We are already off to the races, though. This is a sports metal deck against Max. Sports is already on the red level clearance train. Clicklessly draw 2 cards.
All right, so if you're watching at home too, trying to figure out how many cards is the right amount of cards for a max stack, it looks like Pincel says 46, which honestly is a new number.
I haven't seen that, yeah.
Millimad and I've had worse. So we need to figure out what kind of max list this is. It looks like an imp is an interesting include. You don't see that on all the lists, but that is some good aggression. It lets you imp the Mega Pre-Qualifier.
And used immediately.
That is a really good thing to hit the table at this point. And we have a simul chip. This looks like it's just Virus Max.
Very well could be. I would say it isn't a complete giveaway that this is Hive Mind Max, as we've seen, because these exact two cards were in Limes's consume list, so there is potential for this to be some sort of consume list. But given that Pencil's one of the originators and very frequent players of Hive Mind Max, I would not be shocked for this to just be the classic Hive Mind Max with whatever interesting twists are on it.
And I think Hive Mind Max, with access to things like Imp and eventually infinite Imp encounters with Nobkuri, that's actually that's a better matchup, I'd reckon, than some of the other Max lists. So we're gonna see how the Sports Medal does with it. They did put an upgrade up on HQ. Not sure what that upgrade would be, barring maybe a Cyberdex Virus Suite.
I guess would be CVS, yeah.
And Max drawing hard with a lot of I had worse.
Just trying to dig in again. The Sports Medal can be blazingly quick. Speaking of that, we're going to score Vitruvius just in server 2. No over advancements. Just didn't gain 2 cards off the Sports Medal trigger.
Drawing off of the Sports Medal, a very frequent play you'll see, I think. People often overdraw with sports, even if they're scoring an agenda and low on credits, just because sports is able to do so many things from such low credit totals. Audacity, you only have to have 1 credit to actually score an agenda, and if you have a subliminal in the bin that you're getting back or in your hand, you actually don't need any credits at the start of the turn to score an agenda.
Yeah, it's totally worth saying.
Moshing, getting more draw.
This sort of deck, the Sports Medal deck, was one of the most competitive decks for the entire Continental season. It was just recently targeted by the standard ban list change just last month, losing Project Vacheron, an immensely powerful 5/3 agenda. So there's a question mark here whether what agenda Yasengren plays in that slot, if this deck is very similar to some of those blame changer lists back from the summer.
Mm-hmm.
That's a cookbook, a progenitor, basically screaming Hive Mind is coming, and the daily cast to follow that up with 8 credits coming down the line, let alone Fermenter can be clicked for a lot of money, especially after you add a Hive Mind to the mix. Sengren sprinting.
Zoom in here. Don't need nearly as much space on this matchup.
So we're sprinting in. That's always
it is interesting to see the moshings in this list. So at least the one moshing so far. I think that that's not traditionally a card that was in those Hive Mind Max lists. Might be in there as a nod to thinking that this is a faster meta and needing faster cards. Just needing to be able to draw through the deck quickly. Is this potentially card 46?
Yeah, there were some flex slots. You saw some of the lists running even things like Wildcat Strike. Some of the other ones even ran additional copies of Breakers. So I think there's a lot of flexibility in this list to figure out your matchups. I'm pretty sure this list probably doesn't play any Clots anymore, which used to be a bigger deal, maybe a couple months ago. So I'm interested to see exactly what the subtle changes are.
Clot would certainly be good in this matchup.
Yeah. It's the one you wanted for sure. Nobkuri comes down, and we're going to be planting into server 2, and while it doesn't look like we have breakers on the table, we can't really afford a paperclip here, but you can simul chip in for Botulus and still be able to break both subroutines.
Yeah. That's pretty crucial. Having access to the Botulus there is pretty important because against this deck, you absolutely don't want Hagen to fire and get rid of your progenitor because that is core to your game plan with your Hive Mind.
That's a Rashida Yahim. You can choose to pay 1 or you can choose to use your imp counter. And more has to be said about that expensive console. The Nobkuri gives you a virus counter on any card as soon as you make a successful run, which basically means you're going to have an imp every turn if you need it.
In that particular case, imp was just worth 1 credit.
That's an interesting planogram.
Yeah, that's cool.
Interesting.
That is our burst draw you can have in this deck. Sprint, mind you, doesn't give you immense card advantage, while Predict Planogram does, and a Fenris for Steve Cambridge.
Wow.
That is so cool.
Fenris for Steve. Oh, you've got to love that because honestly, this Virus Max list, one of the only weaknesses it really has is in the very late game, you can run out of steam, especially if you mill the wrong things with Max. This DJ for Steve just protects you against that. You get your simul chips back, you get 5 of them plus however many you labor rights. If you mill all of your labor rights, you can at least get 1 of them back and then you have 2.
Yeah, I love the labor rights idea. that you can get those back if you need to. We're accessing HQ again. It was just a vanilla, no access to Chisel. We haven't seen one of the lists so far. We're going to access HQ first before we touch that upgrade, which might actually purge if we're assuming it's a Cyberdex Virus Suite. We do get to choose 2 cards from Steve Cambridge, and it looks like we're poking around at a Sure Gamble and a Sure Gamble. So the Corp's going to make a tough choice there, and it is a Virus Suite. We trashed a Biotic Labor with an Imp.
Ooh, that's a big hit. Obviously not going to be relevant this exact turn. Sports only on 4 credits, so not able to use Biotic, but that's the sort of thing that wants to use very soon.
Server 3 on the table. We're going to go check it again. We can trash anything for free. We're getting that Knob Curry Imp every turn. And it's a Bass Chiriboga.
It's a Bass. Interesting.
Yeah, there's some cool tricks with this card with red level clearance. You can basically play it like a Biotic Labor number 4 if you have that many.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also something nice. Oh, there's a Chisel.
Oh, we have a Chisel go down on the vanilla. So vanilla is not long for the world.
We can get some good access here.
Having HQ just completely open like this is not a place you want to be against Imp.
Oh, Steve as well, right? Like just so much value here. Like you can bring back 2 Simul Chips. You can still bring back 2 Sure Gambles, 2 Fermenters. Just the pairs are obviously the easiest one to make a choice. You can still just pick 2 good cards and let your opponent think about it.
This has been an incredible start for Pencil.
Yeah.
This is what turn is it? It's turn 6.
Yes.
Sports is on 2 points. And honestly, the game so far looks very firmly in the hands of Pencil. Can't count Sports out. Sports can get comebacks out of nowhere, but at the moment, this looks very clearly like a strong...
Offering a Simul Chip or a Simul Chip.
Yeah.
Take the Simul Chip, thank you. And we'll imp away a Biotic. That's a second Biotic in the bin. And you saw as soon as the Mega Pre-Qualifier hit the table and got imped, I don't know whether Sengri could have imagined Pincel playing the Virus Max. I think it's pretty likely. Pincel's been playing Virus Max since Virus Max was a thing. But that is definitely a huge change where you want that Mega Pre to be active in the score area and also 2 cards or 2 credits. So Sengri needs to struggle to find some ice for HQ. New remotes coming out and a second. Your imp only goes so far, only once per turn.
Still a tough spot to be in with this open HQ, so wondering what Ysengrin's going to be able to do here.
Yeah, the one thing you do have to watch out a bit for Steve, and I don't think it's going to be a long game, is you're actually removing cards from the game that you could, in theory, labor rates. I don't think you need all of the Simul Chips, but that's a Hyperloop extension.
It gets imp. That's exactly what you want.
Yeah.
If you're Max here, is you do not want to steal that. You do not want to give that money to Sports, and you do not want to give that draw to Sports. Just get it off the table. That's the best case.
Yeah, Knob Korean Imp is exactly what you want in this matchup. The interesting thing about this matchup, though, is I'm pretty sure we're not going to see a Stargate. We do see a Conduit. So if Pincel wants to like close the game pretty aggressively.
Oh, there's another Hyperloop, though.
It's 3 credits and 2 cards for the Corp. We're running R&D here. 8 credits. That can res just about anything here. Hold on. Didn't want to run there. Pincel's yelling no HQ. Yeah, we can fix this. We're going to go HQ here.
Sports Metal is hoping for some Spin Doctor soon or something like that.
Must be, yeah. This is already a tough spot to be in, I think, as Sports.
And Ice.
So we got another decision here. It looks like we're picking Moshing and then maybe just an Ivadores. I don't know what exactly we're digging for at this point. We still haven't seen the Hive Mind just yet. We haven't seen any milled either, though.
Yeah, the Hive Mind might be potentially what Pencil's looking for here. So, you know, with the Imp and the Knob Curie, you don't need much to be in firm control of this game.
So, Moshing versus Fermenter was the offer. Oh, GFI got.
So Global Food Initiative is weird for this deck, right? Because it's a 3-point agenda that's actually worth points to the runner. So that's definitely not going to be an advantage to the Sports Metal deck. So we're up 3-2. We got that Fermenter back on the table. And Ysengrin really needs to figure out a way out of this situation. And Eyes on HQ seems necessary, but then starting to score points is pretty difficult. We've lost, again, 1 Bass, 2 Biotic, and there's already 2 points in Archives. So if Pincel can find just one more 2-pointer, he can swing archives, barring that being a spin doctor in server 2 and just ending the game. But hey, we have the third biotic labor
here's
here.
here's a biotic.
I think we need a luminal, right?
Luminal would give 3 clicks. That's potentially installing some ice, potentially purging. I'm not sure.
Just a hyperloop.
The hyperloop.
Hyperloop.
Gain some money back at least. Yeah, gaining 5 off of that. So effectively scoring that for 2 credits.
And we lost the
that
labor
does use a
rates.
biotic.
Yeah. Which again, those biotics are not going to stay long in HQ with that imp pressure. Especially if you're not putting anything on the table.
All 3 biotics are in the bin now too. So it is just Audacity in terms of ways to very quickly score from hand.
So we have the Hive Mind on the table. Pincel respecting a CVS res in server 2. Looks like that's not going to happen. And it's important to note, this is one of the linchpin cards in this deck. This card says the virus counters on it are considered to be on every other card. That means you can use these for imp. That means that you can have more credits in your fermenter when you pop it for a lot of money. That means that Jeeves is going down. We're going to continue to run HQ. And now we're going to only put Nopkari counters on the Hive Mind.
Notably, that did cost real money to get rid of that Jeeves, but that's fine because Fermenter just gained like 10 credits.
Yeah, I don't think Pincel's going to need a lot more money. A lot of times you're trying not to use your breakers. Maybe we'll see an Amakua come down eventually, which will benefit from the Hive Mind counters. Otherwise, Botulists can go pretty far.
It'll be interesting to see if there is Amakua, because oftentimes Amakua is the 15th influence, and we do have the DJ, which is a new include compared to what we've seen in a lot of these lists. So I'm wondering if there is an Amakua.
Pincel getting the moshing between the moshing and I've had worse and accessing a sprint from HQ and going to go ahead and use one of Hive Mind counters to imp that sprint. Sengren's still in 5 cards here. 20 cards left in R&D. Jamming behind a Hagen that can be broken for free. Install Advance straight into Audacity.
And then Audacity.
And there's
That's
the Luminal.
2 points.
2
Giving
points.
a bit of breathing space.
Draw 2 cards. Draw 3 more cards with Predicted Planogram. Luminal, a hell of a card. And now Sengren's actually on game point.
Hey, that's the crazy thing about this sports
and
list.
Getting an ice back.
Yeah.
Card in server 2. We're hoping it's a spin doctor. We really need to get those agendas back into the deck, let alone the biotic labors. And we did just trash 4. If any of those are agendas, again, it could just be game in archives. There's already 2 points in there. Pincel needs to figure this out. Simon Chip.
This game is crazy. This is showing why this sports deck is so powerful, because despite how ahead Pincel looked for so long and was for so long, it is just 1 Audacity and 1 3-pointer away from a win for sports.
That's a spin, so taking things out of archives, I'd say.
It's important to see whether Sengren's going to return agendas or return the fast advance pieces. Because if Sengren just like top decks on Audacity and has like, a Vitruvius in hand, this could be the last turn of the game. While there's a Simon Chip on the table, like Pincel hasn't shown a clot yet. Like this, they might actually be
Audacity and an Unseen.
Okay, so
leaving 2 points in archives.
Yeah.
Running HQ. Sengren 5 credits. It's going to be a drafter. You're going to have to botchless that. I think we have access to a breaker.
You probably... Okay, there's an MK. You can just MK through it.
We're going to go through. Big access here. Again, we do have a rolling imp to use this turn. Pincel making the decision here, but out of the Fenris, we have 2 sure gambles if you want to make that a non-choice. Also 2 botulists is not too bad either. And I wonder if we're getting to the point where you bring back the conduit, but you can't choose conduit because the opponent won't let you choose that. And it's a Vitruvius.
Oh,
that's game.
Vitruvius.
Pincel's 1 more click left to go archives.
Run archives.
Oh no.
Wow.
So not shuffling back those agendas, really coming back to bite Sengren here.
That is probably the single 3-2 in hand, waiting with an Audacity. Sengren just hoping that goes through. But those 2 points in archives for a couple turns, that is going to take it. But that actually was much closer than it looked at a point in time.
Yeah. That was
potentially
really
even drawn off of that spin doctor. Potentially not even in hand at the start of the turn.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Oh. So, Pincel ends up winning, getting the sweep there. Certainly on the inside track to the top 16 after those wins.
Yeah, that sweep is really
Still have plenty
important
of time in the round.
at that position. Yeah, good game to both players.
Yeah, good game.
We can duck to another table at this point. Let's see what's on the bottom of the list, because that means it started relatively recently. What do we have? We have what looks good. I think we could do either table 9 with this Roosfus versus Mendax. We have table 7 with Sanjay versus Osklit.
We also have table 5, Solomir versus Vale.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, actually, we haven't seen either of those players. Let's do that.
It looks like that is a...
Whoop.
Hold on one second. My button is not working. Let me just refresh my way through this problem.
It's a Steve versus Precision Design matchup. Let me jump into that game.
Oh, I'm in.
Ask if we can spectate it.
We'll just have to ask, yeah.
Okay.
Looks like I need to refresh too.
Yeah, something's going on. Vale just typed test, I believe. I'm not confident that there might be some problems going on right now in the lines of JNet.
Oh yeah, I'm not seeing a game list when I refresh.
You're in the match
Not
somehow,
right.
though.
And?
Yep.
Oops.
Interesting. That's news to me.
All right. So
Oh, we're just getting something, a message saying not to spam refresh if we can, because it seems to make things worse, and maybe waiting for a moment is the best idea.
that sounds fair. We'll keep that in mind going forward.
Chill
Apologies.
for a moment. Let me look at the stream to see what the current game state is.
I mean, yeah. You are in the stream. Oh, Vale. Ah, dear. Yep, Vale often struggles with connections.
Yeah, so I need to just wait at this point.
Understood.
Unfortunately,
I think we might actually be best not this game.
yeah, I'm not sure whether leaving is the right thing to do, because is that I'm just gonna hit the button. Yeah, we're okay. Okay. All right.
Suggestion that most, like last time, I'm sorry, you guys might know more about that than I do. Most games should be fine in a few minutes.
Okay, perfect. I think we might just want to hang out for like a minute, maybe. Yeah, it looks like we're having some reports that some games are frozen right now. It keeps throwing me into this lobby for some reason.
Yeah.
Okay. We're just gonna hold on for for a couple minutes. Things look a bit rough right now, but it's okay. We'll get through this for sure. I've no doubt both the JNet devs are on this, let alone the Nisei OP. So we'll be able to get some more time in the round when necessary. I don't know what's going on here. I don't want to refresh. I'm worried about that. So if we can see maybe some of the pairings or some of the standings if they've been reported on the pairings so far. I have opened Cobra. I don't think we have a lot of things being reported just yet. It's pretty early on in the round. I think we only have a couple sweeps between tables 17 and 22, but that's mostly it for right now.
Yeah. Everyone, I guess, having to do a little pause and wait for a moment.
Yeah.
And I guess this is the high stress stakes time for JNet devs.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I really feel for them at the moment.
The one time of the year where everyone's definitely watching, everyone's like hanging out and trying to play some games. But of course, the load can be a bit difficult. On that note, too, if you do want to donate, the JNet devs definitely do take donations to help pay for. I believe it's only for like server space and that sort of thing. And if you do donate on JNet, you do get access to the ability to change cards to make alt arts appear, and you can flag your favorite versions of certain cards. So do get involved in that if you'd like to. I've no doubt it's greatly appreciated. But we'll be back up soon. I'm just waiting until we get some confirmation of whether we should be watching games right now or just holding on for a bit. Because I don't want to refresh. I feel like I need to refresh, but I know that's like the worst thing you can do.
Yeah.
All right, we'll just hold on for a bit.
I like the idea of a technical difficulties graphic with a quantum kitty chewing on the wire or something. That would be very cute.
So we're just sorting out what to do because I believe I need to do a hard refresh and clear my cache, but I'm not sure I want to refresh right now.
Still assessing. Please hold, everyone. Is the latest
Cool.
update.
Someone says I gotta stop letting y'all stream my games. I'm so sorry, man. It's good games. They were fun to watch.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, Sangren, you gotta put your name on the do not stream list, man. That's very respected if you were worried about that. ICD asks commentators, what's the biggest surprise deck you've seen so far in these 2 days? Oh man, I don't want to spoil too much, but what we saw Pants first rounds this tournament, we saw some pretty impressive, like wild stuff. I think we saw like some Neurospike PD decks running like 2-pointers, which was like a legitimate threat.
Gosh.
I think I'm surprised, maybe more abstractly, because I think it does make sense. And we were talking about how this is a thing, but like Adam performing so well is just kind of really awesome to see. I don't think it's the sort of thing if you said like 2 years ago, people would look at you a bit strange, but I think that's absolutely fantastic.
Not nearly as well today. Adam having a bit of a struggle in day 1B, whereas Sunny is the mini faction that's what surprised me is 3 Sunnies very much in contention for top, for the top cut.
Yeah, and that placement for best Sunny is now going to be like the most competitive it might have been in a long time. We have a lot of players really vying for it, which is really exciting to see.
With a solid finish yesterday as well.
I don't think we have any Apex between
no
either
Apex.
days.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
No one gets the deck box for
Oh yeah, that's the thing, right?
just playing Apex.
Yeah, just showing up with Apex is good enough to win some prize support.
Yes, there is a kit currently on 18 points as well, which I definitely find that surprising.
Yeah, Kit's great. Kit's doing well. It's just the influence that's the issue with Kit, but I feel like the idea ability is always going to be relevant.
Always, yeah. Even against these isolate decks, the fact that get to basically blank the one ice that they install is pretty huge.
I think one of the big differences between also yesterday and today is we're seeing a lot more Wayland, if I'm not mistaken. Like while we saw a lot more Gagarin, yesterday, there's a lot more outfit. But currently at the top tables, I don't think Wayland is performing, barring we've seen one Gagarin, one Argus, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it's a couple Gagarin. Oh, maybe I'm underselling Gagarin.
There's one Argus doing well, 2 Gagarin doing well, the one Jemison as well that's currently 4th, I think. Yeah, currently 5th on strength of schedule, so we've got some Gagarins. It looks like a number of people from Snare Bears are on Gagarin. Got Analyze Chris and Big Unit both on it.
Yeah, I think it's the outfit that looks currently like it's underperforming. I still think there's 1 or 2 players that are in contention to make day 2. But in terms of like having that high of a representation, the conversion rate right now looks a bit underwhelming.
Yeah, not performing nearly as well.
And it's hard, right?
The other Wayland decks.
Like a lot of those Wayland decks are running 3-point agendas and installing them face up. And again, going into this Worlds, if you ask me, it's okay, how do we play Mad Dash well? And how do we not lose to Mad Dash? And that is an easy way to find yourself on the wrong side of that fence. So we'll see how that goes. I think the amount of controlling the message is probably a bit higher than maybe we might have thought a week ago. It still makes a lot of sense. It's always going to be a good identity. And I feel like a lot of the things that were good against it aren't being played as consistently or have rotated. So I don't know. Controlling the message is never won Worlds, huh?
Historically a pretty underpowered idea, I would say.
That's what we've heard. Matias never won a World, so 1 year, right? All right, so we still have reports of game issues, so we're just going to hold for a bit. We'll see how it goes. Again, that's really awkward, of course, for all the players, who have a Worlds title potentially on the line, that have their games, maybe unfortunately interrupted. So I'm hoping more for them that everything gets sorted out than for us on this stream. We're quite okay sitting and hanging out with y'all.
Notably, we're getting indication that the clock is in fact paused. People are not going to have to worry about this taking time away from their round. So,
yeah, no stress about that.
Everyone just gets to take a minute, take a breath.
Yeah.
Drink some water. Stay hydrated.
The Nice AOP team It has everything under control. As soon as we have reports that everything's under control, we are going to enter the lobbies, but we're going to wait for everybody else to make sure that things are going smoothly. So we're going to be probably the last people in, but don't worry.
So if we aren't on table 5, what table should we jump to? I guess is the next question.
I think if table 3 is still going on, we have that kit that we could watch.
It looks like the kit game is over. It is now Sunny versus Asa.
That's cool too.
Table 3.
Which is also interesting.
I see one of those Sunnies that are still in contention. We have seen Lucidit specifically, if that matters to us.
But we also could look at, we have Hawkler versus ATC. I don't believe we've seen either of them on
I don't
stream.
think we've seen either of them. Yeah. That's a high table as well.
Yeah.
That would be Valencia versus Egg Infusion or NBN
Valencia
versus Hoshiko.
Yeah, those are pretty fun.
Yeah.
The Anarch who wants to trash things versus the CTM message, the CTM matchup, excuse me, is generally quite fun to watch. We'll be back up soon. If you aren't, also, by the way, well, excuse me, let me try that again. If you aren't entering the raffles, there's a lot of raffles going on. The prize support for this event and just for participating and being in the chat is fantastic. So give an exclamation mark raffle in the chat. It looks like we're getting in a foil rebirth. I love the fact that Nisei has started to produce foil cards. That's so cool. Just hold on for a couple more minutes.
Yeah.
We got some raffles in the chat. Obviously, on top of that, if you are watching this, you are watching this on Twitch. Maybe if you want to give a follow or even subscribe, maybe you have Amazon Prime hanging out and you want to give some money, it helps support the Nisei team. There's a lot of effort that goes into obviously not only organizing events like this and supporting it internationally, but of course, all the other great stuff that Nisei does.
Including making Netrunner.
Yeah, just in general, Netrunner.
It looks like they might have to restart some games.
Oh, that's a bummer. Okay.
Keith, is it? Saying just talk to Noah to see if we need to reboot the server or just start new games. Time will, of course, be accounted for.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get ourselves.
Some people reporting their game is fine. So saying to keep going if the game is fine, and some people reporting that like only one person is able to take actions the other person isn't. Saying if it's still broken, please start new matches.
Okay.
People still just working through, can they rejoin? Is their game fine or do they need to make a new one?
All right. This will be sorted out in just a bit. Ginevra, how did it go yesterday? Would you be comfortable talking a bit about your experience? Because you played on day 1A.
I played. I'm a newer player. I started playing about this time last year.
Wow.
So
okay.
I'm not very good.
Oh, no.
But it was a very fun experience. And we sort of talked locally about what we wanted to achieve. I wanted to win 4 games. And I succeeded in doing that. So I was very happy. That's nice. Not the performance of probably most people are wanting to win more, but I was very happy with that for myself.
Heck yeah, I was just going to ask about that. I think like regardless how you feel about, your play, going into an event like this and having those, those goals to aim at is super important. I'm glad you nailed that too.
Yeah.
What were you playing yesterday?
I was playing medium-sized max, 60 cards, and PD.
Perfect.
Because I've been playing PD since Gateway came out, and I thought, yeah, just keep going.
Anything spicy or just the Anoetic Skunk Void type PD?
Nope, just very normal.
Oh, that's good.
Very plain.
How's the time zones? Because you're in, I take it Australia, or?
I'm in Australia, so the time zones were quite difficult this year, I think.
Okay.
For me, it was starting 9 p.m. and then going to about 6 a.m. in the morning.
Wow.
A lot of people chose 1B today, which means for a lot of people that was a 3 a.m. start. And I really respect them for that.
Yeah.
So they've been playing since 3 a.m. It's about 10 a.m.
That's so wild.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so they're probably reasonably tired as well.
Yeah, I have no doubt that it's only going to get more difficult as the day goes through.
Yeah.
But that's sort of the reality, unfortunately, with an international event. Like the 2 time
Yeah.
slots already is a huge help for so many people. But yeah, it's always going to be a bit awkward for someone.
Yeah. So just saying that re-logging in seems to help, but do it one person at a time if they're both in a game. If you can continue the game, please do. But if you can't, create a new table and call a judge if you've got any specific concerns.
Okay.
It's the latest update.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to go over and I'm going to do a hard refresh. Maybe I'll wait a couple seconds before the players can do that first before we get back onto a table. Are y'all back in on tables right now, or?
I haven't touched it actually since then.
Cool.
I just managed to actually leave the table 5 game, so I appear to be okay, assuming that I'm actually able to join.
Okay.
Which I have not tried yet.
I'm looking at it and thinking that I'm maybe going to log out and log in again and just start again.
I had to log out and log in to get to this point.
Okay, so for those watching, we're just going to show the standings for a bit while we get this sorted out. So excuse us while we log back in, but we just want to make sure again that everything is going well underway before we get ourselves back and situated as spectators.
Yeah, I'm going to look for, it was table 4 that we were discussing. I'm going to look for table 4 and see if we're good to join that potentially.
Okay.
It does look like that would be the Valencia versus NBN.
Valencia
or it looks like a
style?
Hoshiko versus controlling the message.
Oh, sorry. Whoops. And
Still should be a
just
good
to note,
matchup.
the round is extended 15 minutes for everyone.
Fantastic. Okay.
Yeah.
What's the table number on that one you said?
4.
Table 4. Thank you. Are they playing already, or are they just in the lobby?
The game is well developed at this point.
All right.
It's quite far in.
They're all okay to stream?
Perfect. I think
yes, both of them said it is okay to stream.
Cool.
All right, welcome back, y'all. We just missed you, but we are back right in. We have a game going. It looks like these players are able to retain their board state, which is obviously awesome to hear. And we have Hulkor here on controlling the message. That's going to be, again, tags are going to protect your trashables. And on top of that, we have 3 cards installed behind a ping and server 2. And right now we're looking at what I'm assuming is, was this a Hoshiko deck or was this a max deck proper? It looks like a Hoshiko deck. Yeah, it definitely is a Hoshiko deck. We have no rebirth in sight. Right now it's 4 points to 2 points. We're fully set up. We're at the end of our stack though, so the Dream Net's not going to get additional card draw, just going to get you that credit. And we have our Ngolo, a nice tap where I'm clicking away there, and a Paperclip 2 to deal with the barriers.
So we're going a Mad Dash. It looks like this is Mad Dash plus Seeing 5 because of Turning Wheel.
Yeah, this is huge here, and you have the credits for a Bologna. A single Bologna will do it, but even any 2-pointer will do it. So if we find a Beal or tomorrow's headline, this easily could be it. That's a Turnpike. We're going to fire all and broken, so you do have to watch out. It's Trace 5 for a tag. ATC might just float it and hope there's no Quantum Predictive models in this list.
Oh yeah, there's one link for this side of Hoshiko, so you can actually get through the trace if you want to, but choosing not to.
So here we go, Turning Wheel. We're going to see, I think, 3 or 4 cards. First card off top of R&D. Again, this is Mad Dash. Second, nothing yet. Third card as well. And fourth card. That's the headline.
That's tomorrow's headline. That is game.
Mad Dash going to do it as the 7th agenda point again. One of the strongest cards to be back in Netrunner here.
Wow.
3 agenda points is all you need. You don't need that Bologna.
Well, we've been talking about the strength of Mad Dash. It's finally nice to see it actually in action. We haven't seen it much on stream today.
Yeah,
winning a game.
We haven't. I think we've seen more of the threat of it than we've seen it actually closing a game off. But you know the idea of you can't leave agendas here. Falsified's a problem. Don't put 3-pointers on the table. But it looks like both players had quite a good game there.
Yeah. Congrats winning on the Mad Dash there. Always a good feeling to win off of Mad Dash, I have to think.
Especially when it's the blind one, right? The turning wheel one where you're just hoping, not the one that you've exposed. It's always really exciting, especially when it's the final card.
And we could clearly see some of the motivation there was ATC 123 calling out specifically worried about Sansan City Grid into Tamar's headline in that remote.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, if that is the case, if it actually is Sansan into Tamar's headline, that could be just trash the turning wheel. So trying to get the value off of that turning wheel the very last turn. Potentially the very last turn that it's in play.
Would we like to consider joining their game again?
I think was that game 1 for them?
Yeah, that's
absolutely. I would love to.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is Valencia versus Ag Infusion. That sounds like a very cool matchup to me.
So we're off to an interesting start already. That's a sprint off of click 1, turn 1. We do have the bad publicity, of course. Valencia starts with 50 cards, but does get a bad publicity, which is a credit per run, which is actually a fair bit better than some of the credit per turn type values in the game, as long as you're running consistently. But this is Ag Infusion. And Ag Infusion can make it quite difficult to run every turn once they're set up, and they have a big, mean piece of ice res on the outermost part of a server.
Yeah. And that bad publicity, obviously, you can immediately see the value of it anytime that you're against a horizontal ID where it's, oh, well, this is fine. It's just an extra credit to trash whatever gets installed onto the board. But also clearly very good against Ag Infusion where you have to pay money to break ice a lot. Yeah. Every single time you're running through. After Ag Infusion bounces you to a new server, you have that bad pub to use. Here's a very aggressive play, though. Install, advance.
You've access to no breakers so far, just 2 I've had worse in the bin. You're going to need to get a breaker down, maybe you have a boomerang, maybe a botulus, but you're still going to have to get through a single piece of ice. And you can't run last click because they can always just trash this ice and make you run on archives. So we'll see what we can get here.
Laundry.
Dirty Laundry hitting the top of R&D. You do have the 1 bad publicity that helps you trash cards. That's a mining accident. So this is interesting too, because you could pay the 5 credits and still score out an agenda. Now, if they run server 1 and you don't have enough money to res, you're going to have to use your Ag Infusion ability to reroute them to archives, costing you the ice. But do you want to be playing with 2 bad publicity is the question here. And it looks like we are.
The bad publicity.
So 2 bad publicity.
Does that signal to you that this is an 8 cost ice on server 1 potentially?
Oh no!
Here's a second mining accident.
Oh goodness!
I don't know. It could be an 8 cost ice, but I think you also just want to keep money to score the agenda. And this one, ATC says it's your last click, so I can score out and it'll be okay. I don't have to res the ice here. So maybe ATC will score out here. We're hoping for something to give money. Oh,
it's an NGO. It's an NGO. It's not an agenda at all.
Oh wow! They could have actually reacted.
Just give the money.
Yeah. They could have reacted between the mining accidents, like taking the first one, popped it, but then it's a bit messy. We're gonna get an ice on R&D and hopefully we'll see how far Hawkler can milk this 2 bad publicity.
I'd say Rizeki coming down for free. The green orb paid for completely by Paladin.
And he saw a lot of draws that last turn, and that's going to be a big difference between this Val deck and something like Max or Hoshiko. You don't have that built-in card draw, and Val has 50 cards. So she's going to have to spend the effort to draw through her deck to get her breakers into her heap. Hopefully we'll find something like a 0 sometime soon, because you have to deal with the table quickly. And speak about quickly, ATC, install advance with an upgrade behind a single piece of ice in server 1.
Obviously not threatening a void here. If this is a void, then it's just easy to trash if you can get into the server, but I would not be shocked if this was something like a code replicator of Ag Infusion.
There's a lot of defensive upgrades you can play. Easily La Costa, you're right, code replicator. Sometimes even you see some, what's it called, Mumbad City Grid or what have you, but you need more ice for that. But I think ATC looks like they just want to go very fast. I'd be pretty happy if that's a La Costa, I think.
Yeah, La Costa would also make a lot of sense. It's get it ticking now. You can also jam something into server 1 if it is the La Costa to threaten it being another La Costa, another never advanced 4-2 the next turn.
And Val just having to take a turn really drawing.
Yeah. Notably does have the MK Ultra, which is probably the most important ice to have. Rather, the most important breaker to have, I think.
It's definitely really important. I just don't see Hawkler anytime soon being excited to pay, 11 credits to deal with an Anansi. we haven't seen a lot of like the mid-range sentries. We don't see a lot of things like Saiz and Tan or Karuna. So like if you're going to use your MK Ultra, you really are going to use it. So I wonder if Hockler is just excited to like tank through some of these. With 2 I've had worse in the bin, maybe you're less excited. But ATC just following up with a second advancement in that remote server and it's just clicking for credits. So slow rolling something in there.
Very much trying to entice a run, is it?
Yeah.
Feels like it, yeah. We're seeing something in chat, which I think could be true. Is this a ganked? Is that why they're trying to entice a run here? Is that why 8 credits matters here?
Well, every deck is a ganked deck, right? You just gotta put it in there, and then I honestly think it could be a real thing. And ganked into Anansi, ganked into Chiashi is less usually, lethal because they have to get through the Chiashi in the first place. But ganked is an upgrade that says encounter an ice on the server, which if this deck has big scary ice, that can be quite the issue for you. Fueno coming down. Additional credits during runs, similar in some ways to bad publicity, a bit more conditional how you can use them. And we have a frantic coding hitting the bin. But hey, triple advance, that's a send a message. Let's get
that's a Chiashi.
Gosh.
And now the game takes a radical turn. Because as long as ATC has the Chiashi as the outermost ice on a server, Hulkor can't face check. Hockler will have to, basically will be rerouted and ice will be trashed, but you're going to hit the Chiashi, take 4 net damage. So Hockler needs to figure out how to deal with this, whether it's a hippo, whether it's just getting your paperclip down and having the 7 credits to break.
Earthrise definitely a plan to help with both of those. It helps you find either that hippo or that anything you need, really. Because hippo actually is very interesting counterplay to this Ag Infusion plan of get 1 nasty ice rezzed and then throw you into it, because it has to be the outermost ice to actually do that. If it's the outermost ice, you can just hippo it.
And hey, there's an Angolo.
Angolo, that's a nice answer to ice.
That lets you deal with the Chiashi. It's still a bit expensive. You have to paint and you have to boost twice, if I'm not mistaken, and break up to 3 subroutines. But if you want to charge the remote server, you could consider doing it now. It's still quite difficult. I'm pretty sure that Fueno is going to see itself out before it gets any use.
Definitely seems like that's probably the case.
But hey, Spooned is such a great strat here.
Spooned! There we go.
That
who needs a hippo? Just throw a spoon at the ice.
Rude. That too bad publicity basically getting you the free kick. You just have to break, but that Spoon is going to eat that Chiashi that was rezzed for free, and that totally changes the board state. Because now you don't have to respect Ag Infusion as much.
Exactly.
Second Chiashi here in HQ. The 1 card in hand.
You have to respect the Ag Infusion ability to drain a click from you. It's no longer nearly as threatening what could be in this remote.
Dirty Laundry.
And wow, a free,
just hitting
server just to play Dirty Laundry. Got to get that money, because it can be tough to get the Dirty Laundry money against Ag Infusion.
Double advance, ATC stalling out here. Looks like it might be another 5-3. Whether this list is running exclusively 5-3s and things like Punitive, it's hard to tell. In terms of influence, we've only seen Sprint and Government Subsidy, which actually do both line up to that sort of game plan. But maybe we're going to wait out until we see things like Data Loop and Friends.
This is some of the power of that send the message agenda, though, that, that was a lot of money that just got spent by Val to get rid of a Chiashi. 0 credits paid for that Chiashi, unless you count the money spent getting 3 points as well.
I think
it's a hippo.
We saw someone send a message and Rez a Hydra, and confidently I said, that's the most expensive ice in the format. And now, just a couple rounds later, that's fantastic use to send a message. Hippo is coming down. We're charging the remote server 1 upgrade, 2 ice. Hippo, mind you, only threatens the outermost. So if you don't want to res the outermost and res the innermost, it does make it awkward because you're not going to be able to use the Ag Infusion ability that easily. But you will probably save your ice from getting kicked through clean with Angolo and Hippo.
Hippo's such a threatening card against Ag Infusion.
Yes, it's exactly fights their game plan in a very direct way.
And no res on the outermost. Res of Anansi on the innermost, so that's a lot of money.
So this being the not the first ice that was, or sorry, the outermost ice means that Hippo won't be able to destroy it. The Angolo still paints for 2, boosts for 2, breaks for 3. With the 2 bad publicity, it's honestly breaking this for 5 credits is not too bad. Now you can only do it once a turn. So we'll see what that upgrade is here. Oh, it might actually be a ganked.
Notably, there is the Fencer, if this is not a ganked, to trash whatever's in the root here without paying much real money.
I think you can use the Fencer during ganked.
To send a message, we could see that's a second Anansi on server 1.
So the ganked is going to fire. We can't break the Anansi. Funny enough, yeah, the Fencer Funnel credits I think you can use during a ganked encounter because the run is already successful. But
I think you're right.
It looks like with the MK Ultra, wait, you could do it. You're short 1 credit.
2 subs, right?
Oh no, you could do it.
2 subs.
You could use Fencer Fueno and Paladin Puemo to install the MK Ultra and then break everything.
Oh right, the credit off of Paladin.
I just don't know if that line
is
going to work or whether Fueno is going to let you use those credits. That's 4 credits you're not using otherwise.
And stealing the agenda first is actually huge because you get the credit from Paladin and from Fencer.
I can use Fencer to break this? Yes, you can. Now, it's interesting, Ngolo only changes the code gate for that encounter, not for the run. Regardless, ATC can pick any of these Anansis, but the idea is here that you need to get your MK Ultra down.
Interesting. Is this the outermost Anansi currently getting countered, or is it the innermost?
I don't think it matters. Oh, actually, it does matter. Yeah, because of the Hippo.
It actually does matter because of Hippo.
Because Hippo says the first time you break all subroutines on the outermost piece of ice, so I'm pretty sure those are one conditional clause, not the first time you break all subroutines and it's the outermost, right? You know what I mean?
Okay.
So I think you're right. If it's the outermost, that's a problem.
Regardless, I think you have to choose the innermost here on ganked, right? Okay, the red highlight. Yeah, the red highlight's on the inner, so that makes sense. Just making sure.
1 credit short for all. I don't think that's the case, right? Because you're working with 11 credits, and it's exactly 11 credits to do everything.
The Paladin. Yeah, making the same mistake I did there with the Paladin buck not getting taken into account.
Still don't know whether it's worth spending all that money. It feels a shame. At least at a minimum, you would use your Fencer Fueno to install the MK Ultra. Anyone play with ganked on Jaina? No, I don't think this interaction has ever happened in the history of Jinteki.net. And that is kind of the curse of Fencer Fueno. Nobody knows what it can and can't do because nobody plays with her.
Oh my.
We might need a judge in here. Oh no, it fired. That's not good.
Oh yeah, it fired. Oh, that's unfortunately some hidden information got revealed there.
Oh yeah, you definitely should have called the judge there. Dang it, Jaina. It's okay. We'll sort this out. Well, that's not good.
Because it actually does matter quite a bit, I think, to Ag Infusion, knowing that the turning wheel is in hand and that the mining accident is in hand.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to show your hand to your opponent. That is definitely unfortunate for Hockler. I'll try not to look at the log. Respect. That's quite difficult, let me tell you.
Yeah. I'm just going to manually install the MK Ultra, it looks like. Then going to take all of the credits off of Paladin and Fencer and the credit pool.
Yeah, you should just reset yourself to 0 here, and I think you're good to go.
Yeah.
So it's not to break completely, so all my credits on Fencer on Paladin, right? Yes. So it looks like ATC missed that too. So they should be on 0. Again, yeah, Grodkopf, you're saying I know streamers don't want to interfere, but I think if they don't call a judge, you should suggest. I'm not sure what the standard is. I know that we are not meant to hold them to a different standard because they're being streamed. So I'm just going to try not to interfere. Yeah, we need to understand better, I think, what the proper protocol is. But I think if they're on stream, they should be treated the same way as if they weren't on stream.
This is just another reminder, though. We'll judges more often.
Oh,
if you have a question about how things work on JNet, please call a judge.
Don't hesitate.
You're not saying anything bad about your opponent or about yourself. You're just making sure that the game plays out the way that it's supposed to play out.
Yeah, no, for sure. And sometimes it's just tricky with things like this where JNet just doesn't have this exact weird functionality working in it. But, we've gotten through a whole day and JNet's been absolutely fantastic. It's nothing wrong about JNet. JNet's great.
There's fun coming out from Ag Infusion here. So getting money to try to res some more gross ice. Probably wants to throw down some more ice on HQ. Probably don't want that just hanging out there.
So this
instead throwing ice onto the remote.
Yeah, it turns off the Ag Infusion ability, but it protects from the Hippo.
The Hippo's got to be the warning here. Especially, I know trying to play without, as if haven't seen the log, but you do know that the overclock is in hand, so it is going to be much easier to get to the point where you can hippo
Yeah.
at Anansi than it might otherwise look.
So ATC here again, this deck is probably only running 7 agendas, so you might have to dig a bit. We have seen cards like Sprint to try and find your agendas and get something into server 1. And all that effort that went into the gank, at the end of the day, it was just an economic drain of a card. It wasn't a lethal, it wasn't anything too particularly flashy. I guess Fueno was actually the most flashy part.
Yeah.
Slamming.
Getting to show off the power of Fencer Fueno, which is a sentence I did not expect to say at the World Championships, looking at table 4 in round 5.
Turning wheels coming down, running HQ twice, going to get some accesses off of a DNA tracker. That could be the same card access twice, but powering up that turning wheel is definitely pretty strong. Now, the interesting thing is turning wheel, you can use that obviously right before the run is successful. So Ag and Fusion, if they're worried about the turning wheel, has to trash the ice sooner in the run.
And getting
It's
a pad
coming
tap
down. Yeah. Not currently any targets for it. This is not Polana. This is not Restoring Humanity, so there isn't one built into the ID, but it does say if you want to throw anything like a regolith into server 1 here, I'm gonna make money off of it too. You got to give me my cut.
Yeah, Pad Tap is just such an easy to play card. Even if it triggers once or twice, you don't feel that bad about it. It has a 0 install cost that allows the corp to spend 3 credits if they want to. But ATC did just draw up 2 cards with Spin Doctor. Again, a lot of their ice, we haven't seen ice that costs less than 8 credits, right? So their money might be stretched thin even on 8 credits here. And we've seen also cards like Government Subsidy. So sometimes they don't want to go low until they go really high.
I wonder whether they'll pop the spin here to get back the ganked, or that part of their plan is just they're leaving it for a while.
Ganked is so nice if you're relying on Ngolo to deal with things like Anansi, so we'll see. But it looks like just ice up on HQ makes a lot of sense. I don't think we've seen any Kakugos yet, but that's kind of the worst case scenario, I think, for central servers. If you're trying to deal with Turning Wheel, it doesn't do that much.
Ganked fires from HQ, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, totally. Anytime, even from
never played against this card, so yeah. I'm learning new things about Ganked as we play here.
Yeah, it only doesn't fire from archives. It doesn't say specifically on the card, but because you need to trash
it if it's there.
Exactly, yeah. I wonder even if we'll see something like an Ansel 1.0 to get those, the dreaded infinite ganked loops, which have been brought into the game since the 1.5 rules update. I'm a big fan.
Oh, no.
I know I'm alone with that, but whatever.
It's the infinite loops out of Jinteki, that's certainly not a new thing. We've seen that in the past with the Psy Ice and Marcus Batty, with a sub that reinstalls a card. So Jinteki's certainly no stranger to weird shenanigans that just force you to encounter an ice over and over and over and over again.
Here we're running HQ. We only have 7 credits with the bad publicity. The 0 did just hit the table, which is something you definitely want to see. You still have half your stack left. And single access on HQ is a Chiashi. And of course, you're going to gain that power counter on the turning wheel. And we're turning right back. It's a sprint.
Sprint. Now that is 4 counters on turning wheel there. There are already 3 points on the Valencia side. As we saw recently, put up to a few more counters, and you could potentially try to just YOLO a win off of R&D or HQ.
Ganked and Government Subsidy going back into R&D with the Spin Doctor.
Followed up by a second Spin Doctor immediately, and that was fired before Mandatory Draw, if I'm not mistaken. And from this point, I think, Panther, you're right on the money. If we're going to see a Mad Dash in this list, you can win off 2 agendas. You just need to get enough turning wheel counters to, hopefully find something off of R&D.
But the ice is going on HQ, not R&D.
Server 1 as well. Yeah, I reckon the HQ ice is just to stop the bleeding of the turning wheel counters, or is something nice and juicy to res on the outermost. Even if a hippo eats it, you'll be happy that there's something there, like to force out a face check. Or maybe this protects the innermost, who knows?
The thimble rig, okay.
That is only 1 credit to break.
Yeah.
But
you can bounce off this, though, is the thing.
Yeah, that is going to potentially be an issue. If you do break this, though, that is your only chance to use Hippo this turn. So I don't know if you're going to Hippo with Thimble Rig. That just sounds wrong in this matchup. We'll see, though.
Yeah, if you break this and continue, then you give Egg Infusion the ability to swap the Anansi over to HQ for the remainder of the turn without you being able to hippo the Anansi.
Yeah,
Mm.
and as long as you swap it back, that's okay. But we do have an upgrade again in server 1 on top of the Spin Doctor. Could still be an Anoetic, like this doesn't have to be a ganked. We might be setting up for a score next turn. So Thimblerig's just coming in here.
Yep.
Again, this is free run with 2 bad publicity, so we're going to get an Axis and a Turning Wheel counter. You really want to use those Fencer Fueno credits this turn before she shows herself out.
Jiashi, seen from HQ, so still there.
Thimblerig on the remote server deeper in. So we have an Anansi now in HQ, which is going to help that server.
Yeah.
We're running R&D, just trying to find a way to put Fencer Fueno to use. Single Axis off the top. We'll see if we're going to use Turning Wheel tokens here. Man, it'd be so painful if you had a Mad Dash in hand and you use Turning Wheel and you steal an agenda. I guess you can hope it's no Bakata and you refuse, right? All right, we're seeing 3 cards.
Choosing to see 3.
Spin Doctor getting shuffled
And,
preemptively to put in 2 hedge funds, 2 non-agenda cards.
Lowering that density. Oh. It looks like saw a card before using Spin Doctor to shuffle. That's
weird. Yeah, I think we might have missed the timing there. So I don't know how that's going to impact the top of the deck or not, whether it gets shuffled before or after.
Yeah.
I reckon you need to undo this click. But again,
yeah,
we're not judges.
This is another case where I think definitely call a judge here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the idea is that you wanted to shuffle.
It really is not our place to tell them to call a judge, to be clear. Like, streamers are not supposed to step in. That is the policy.
Yep. So Hawkler, I think, gets away with getting a bit of additional information here. So they access the top card of R&D, but then it sort of gets shuffled away potentially. I'm not actually sure how JNet orders cards. If you see a card on R&D and the deck is shuffled, does it still go back on the top, or does that card get shuffled in? There's a big question mark there.
I have no clue. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how they sort this out. All right.
I'm sadly not seeing a judge call. I hope they do think of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm hoping that a judge may be watching this. We'll get some confirmation after this, whether it's on casters as well to contact a judge. For now, we were told that's not the case. So apologies if this looks awkward.
We've been told that it's not
our part. All right, we're going back in. So hedge fund shuffled. There's a chance Hawkler's going to see a new card here, but the shuffle is going to go through anyways. So here we go. Unseen card off the top again. We're seeing 2 cards with the turning wheel. Or sorry, 3 cards, and one's an Obokata.
Oh, wow.
Losing 4 cards from hand. This snare here could be lethal, but we do not have a Mad Dash.
And getting rid of the Anoetic.
And a Regolith down, so it looks like we're going to have to steal another agenda point in this matchup. Only a little salty. It's okay.
Yeah, that went from that's about as painful as a turning wheel run can be there without actually winning the game.
Yeah. Keeping 1 card in hand. So now we have to find that last agenda for sure. Now, if ATC is on a punitive list, the window has closed dramatically. As long as, Hawkler can draw 2 cards here and then be largely safe. 15 minutes left in the round, Hawkler says. And they're just drawing up to 3, which is a really big deal here, because now you have to land 2 punitive counter strikes, which is very difficult when you're 6 to 7 credits. ATC going ahead and putting the Thimblerig in front of the Anansi, protecting this from Hippo, giving you some flexibility, and we're opening with that sprint to draw deeper into the deck. This also shuffles the deck, of course. So while the next 1 card on top of the deck was known from Hawkler, it's now entirely shuffled up. So if Hawkler wants to go back in and eventually dump some turning wheel tokens, we're going to see fresh cards. This is also not a grind deck, right? Like, we have 1 Obokata scored. We haven't seen Kakugos. We haven't seen just, grinder damage. So Hockler's feeling pretty good with still 22 cards left to work with if they need to steal another Obokata.
A tough spot to be in for Ag Infusion here, I think, because as much as you want to find an agenda and jam into server 1, I don't know if you have enough money to actually protect it. Just over installing ice on R&D, trying to shore up that server.
That's the double ice there. So that's just so much respect you're seeing for the Hippo. But on 5 credits, I'm not even sure what ATC can res. Again, I think it's all we've seen is Thimble Rig and then some really, really, really big ice.
Could be an envelope, maybe?
Yeah,
Or
do you
a
play
Kakuga?
Envelope in the Kakugo world? Yeah, exactly, right?
You potentially do because you can't bounce off of it.
That's true. Yeah, that's true if you care about the turning wheel. Hockler installing that daily cast. They do have a good drip engine. Mind you, Keiko on top of Paladin or Fencer is 2 credits of value a turn. That 0 has been just nicely purring through their stack. And they have the Rozeki and Golo, a very good way to deal with some of this bigger ice. ATC is still going to have to jam into remote server. And this is the problem is if your defensive upgrade, quote unquote defensive, in server 1 is a ganked, if they access the agenda first and win, the gank doesn't do anything. You don't have to respect it. Talking about
And notably, no ice on archives here. So 2 ice onto R&D, but no ice protecting from the rebirth.
Yeah, and that's a good point. You're
Yeah.
expecting a rebirth in every single Valencia deck. The bigger difference is when and if she'll draw it in the matchup, considering the card draw is lesser and the deck is a bit bigger, at least bigger than some max decks. So we'll see if that shows up. But you're right, that is an eventuality that can be quite a swing. And ATC just installing in server 1, clicking for 2 credits. Man, Techie.net spoils us that it does all those beginning of turn triggers just for you.
I have to mess with 3 or 4 separate dice.
Yeah. Get the poker chips. And we're just bouncing gear, running HQ. If you're not going to res that almost piece of ice, I'm just going to end the run between the 2 ice and build those turning wheel counters. And I think that's a pretty reasonable way to get some counters here. ATC just saying that they're not going to res, so go ahead and use the shortcut built into the turning wheel functionality. And with 7 credits, actually, that is just 1 short to res things like a Nancy or DNA tracker. So an R&D run actually might be pretty possible right now, barring the Ag Infusion ability.
But they chose instead to build up their counters.
Longevity Serum comes out. So that puts Ag Infusion on game point, potentially.
Both of them.
So my guess is that this list is on 6 3-pointers, oboes, and send a message, and then 1 longevity serum. That's usually what happens if you really care about 5 threes. Which is good because now Hockler only has to respect cards that are advanced in the remote server as opposed to like getting to 6 points and having to respect every face down card as being a longevity serum potentially.
So. Yeah, notably 1 NGO in the bin already, so there are at least likely to be 2 cards that can be install advanced to bluff being agenda.
Now that longevity serum does have text on it. This is, I think, the 3-2 agenda that sees the least play since System Gateways come out, but allows you to shuffle cards from HQ back into R&D. And we just shuffled 3 cards: Hedge Fund, Anoetic Void, and 1 unknown card. So that's just good stuff back into the deck. And we're just bouncing off the HQ ice. That's a Thimble Rig, just ends the run. And ATC's down on 4 credits. I feel like the R&D run was pretty easy, potentially right there. And Fencer Fueno shows herself out there. Take that, Fencer, a riposte. Friends, break your walls. It's okay. She did good. ATC now has 4 credits, which is not a lot. You're right. Install Advanced Events. At this point, Install Advanced Events is really awkward if it is like an NGO front because you're threatening with only 2 credits, which means if it's a 5-3, they're not scoring it out.
So what would be a sick play? Runner says, oh, you can't score that. Seamless advance.
Yeah. That's a Spin Doctor, the last of its kind. And we're getting an upgrade on R&D again. Ganked is the threat here. I don't know what else you're worried about, but with 4 credits, what are you getting ganked into?
Yeah.
I guess we've seen 1 Anoetic, so there's an outside chance that's an Anoetic instead.
That's true. I feel like if ATC
But
is,
they haven't got a lot of
yeah, exactly.
cards
Well,
to lose.
It does make some sense. Force Hockler to spend the turning wheel counters, and then you have the window to void after they've been spent. But
I think you just
really the way
clear the
that you get
void
around
first.
that, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
The way that you get out is just run into R&D, clear the void, and then go back in a different click.
Yeah.
And like, there's not much ice that can get res to make that expensive enough that that's really going to be dissuading.
Yeah, maybe like, I don't know. The thimble rig is what you can res here. Maybe we'll see something like an Ike, which is admittedly taxing enough for a 1 credit ice against Ngolo. But we're pre-resing a ganked and a void.
Oh gosh, dressing.
Vert
Everything.
power.
Whoa. Okay. So there's
Resing or resing a Chiyashi
All right. So
for a 0.
we've seen divert powers in some Ag
Okay.
Infusion decks. This actually, I think a deck list of the week many moons ago did this. And the idea is that you have a bunch of 0-cost cards that you can de-res to res something that's a bit more interesting for you. Now, the problem here is this is just one hippo away, and then ATC has very little going for them. We do know it's an Anoetic at R&D, which they can trigger once. So I do think as flashy as this combo is, then Golo is going to just kick straight through it before this is a problem.
Yeah.
But oh my god, does that feel good when you res this for like, what is it, -6? How much do we save on this?
For 2 credits.
Oh,
yeah,
no,
you res it for 2 credits.
Yeah. You also do get the
The-
Spin Doctor. Again, you can re-res that, which is also quite nice if you want the card draw, which does help with Anoetic here, but the credits are going to be the issue
Oh
sooner.
man,
Yep, there's the
Chiyashi not
hippo
long for this
taking it
world.
out.
Ooh, it's a vanilla. That honestly is taxing with Anoetic. You have to get your paperclip on the table because you can't break that twice, and we have no access to paperclip here.
but there's no paperclip. Lancia
No
problems.
paper clips.
The mighty flavor of the vanilla.
Ow.
The strongest ice in the Ag Infusion deck. Guarding R&D against 10 turning wheel counters. But have we found it? We've discarded the Keiko and an Ngolo. So you really need an ice here and
Doesn't
hopefully a
look like
barrier. Oh man, that is so unfortunate. That's the sort of thing that happens when you play a 50 card deck and you don't have as reliable draw as Max sometimes. You just maybe don't find the breaker you need. Now we're probably coming on time somewhere nearish, and we're 5 to 6 agenda points, so it's up on ATC to do something, which might be a struggle when they're only on 3 credits. These companions are greedy. Yeah, Paladin's also demanding
They've
an
got
offering.
about 6 minutes left.
Okay. I think we're going to have an ending in 6 minutes. I'm pretty sure that 10 counter turning wheel demands an ending.
Is this the second vanilla on R&D?
It's unbreakable, man.
So sick.
Until Val finds.
I think that's it. That has to be. Yeah, there you go. Paperclip from hand.
It's the paperclip. Okay.
Yeah.
Finally, the jig is up.
Paladin
The clip is installed.
is coming in. We're going to go in here again. You actually can keep the runner out of the server. You could if you really needed to. Anoetic once, Ag Infusion once. But that doesn't really do much for your board state. It just stops you from eating all the turning wheel counters.
It's still not enough. No way to win with that before.
Yeah. That's not a winning strat. That's a how not to lose this turn strat. Which, if that's your strat, you take that strat. So we're running in here again. This is the first time we haven't seen Ag Infusion's ability fired once. Now you can throw this player, you can throw Hockler, into the Anansi, which they can still deal with relatively well with Ngolo. They're not going to hippo it. And at that point, they actually might even consider continuing in for an HQ access, when in Rome. And otherwise, you can return to R&D. This is a good think again. The Ag Infusion ability doesn't fire every turn, but just its existence affects how your the runner plays the game.
Very powerful ability, obviously. Traditionally, we've seen it paired with things like Nisei Mark II, but no Nisei Mark IIs in this list, just nasty ice and ganked.
Yeah, I think there's like a couple ways to think about it, right? Like some decks will run Nisei Mark II. Oh, sorry. Some decks will choose not to run Nisei Mark II because they feel like they have that ability built in, and then we'll spend more, agenda slots on things like Cyberdeck Sandbox and Off-World Office. But obviously we're in a 3-point
no res
territory.
here, though.
Vanilla? Just one bad publicity to get through that.
This is a very, very tough spot.
Anoetic, I think, needs to be rezzed
Infusion.
already. So it looks like we might just dump in the turning wheel counters
so.
here. Can you react to this? I don't think you can react to it.
I don't think you can res to react. The problem.
I think you have to have this res before you pass the vanilla, but I'm not entirely sure about the timing. I think regardless, if they're not resing, like you can just trash this and
Getting
come
to
back
4 minutes left.
if you're worried about the timing.
The res window's passed here.
We got a standoff. Both players are trying to figure out the timing here, but I do think that it needs to be resed when you pass the ice. Oh no, we're getting more judge calls. We can't do it. We're not allowed to. There we go. It's up.
Can't tell him to call the judge.
ATC is not confident about the timing, so we'll see if this fires. But in theory, I think this has to be res before Hawkler can use the counters.
Yeah. This is one of the lowest stakes cases for that. It does cost 0 to res.
Yeah.
It was already revealed because of divert power, so at least in this case, there's less of a... it doesn't impact the board state in the same way.
So we're going to go back right now. It looks like that was just taken down for free. Mind you, you can res Anoetic for free. They opted not to use them. We can go back here. And going back here is the interesting thing because at this point, excuse me, you can use the Ag Infusion ability. You are going to lose the ice on R&D. You're going to throw them into HQ, and I think Hawkler is just going to keep going here.
Yeah. Probably not going to spend turning wheel counters here, I would guess. I'm thinking probably... if there were an agenda in HQ, it might be in server 1.
Well, they spin Doctor twice, right? Like they drew a bunch of cards that weren't in their control. You might just want to flush this out, right? If you fail, you get a counter back, and you're waiting on time, right? You might as well stop them from having it. And
winning on time, and certainly not in danger of not in danger of having this game slip away. I think within the next few turns.
Because you have time to build up this turning wheel again. Yeah, the top of the deck, right? So I don't think any real stress here. We accessed a hedge fund and Anoetic getting trashed for bad publicity, or in fact, we spent the bad publicity and a government subsidy, a DNA tracker, card and remote server. And I don't think Hawkler needs to run this, considering we're assuming it's more just 5/3s from now on, but we could be very rudely upset by a Project Yagyuda.
That would be amazing.
But Hawkler has
a
straight shot
Isn't
here. It? Yeah, it's on top of a ganked. Yeah, totally.
Still sitting there.
So you could run R&D. Yeah, that turning wheel.
Oh,
you could actually...
Time is very close. It's less than 2 minutes until time ends.
So we're just building up turning wheel counters, and I think we're just going to be running R&D to see 5 cards, keeping 5 cards in hand to deal with an Obakata if you do come across it. But this is going to be a big dig here. R&D using...
Is this game?
5 cards, if I'm not mistaken. Right off the top.
It's the Obakata right off the top.
Top card, lol, after you spend all the turning wheel tokens, and it's... Oh, I guess I win. Good games to both players. Exciting matchup for sure.
Good games.
Yeah. Very exciting.
All right. So yeah, right now I'm just checking right now. We're talking to some people in our chat, but for now, streamers, we're meant to be hands off all the way off. So we're not going to be intervening at all with rules when it comes to calling judges. Apologies if you don't agree with that, but that is the OP policy as of now. Whether judges want to specifically watch the stream and come in and make calls when they can, that's another issue for sure. All right. How much time? We don't have a lot of time in the round, so I think we're just going to jump over to the standings, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's 1 minute left in the round or something like that. So
perfect. Yeah. So we're going to see who has reported their standings just yet. We're going to see how many players 2-for-1'd or I intentionally drew. I don't think the 2-for-1s are clearly marked on the Copra AI, right? Like that's not a thing.
No,
it says.
I don't believe so.
Okay. So looking at this, we see a bunch of splits at the top tables, all corpse splits, which isn't like we're seeing a lot of that today, just corpse splits on the top tables, which is, I think, maybe a bit surprising. If you scroll down a bit further at table 10, Chris was swept by Man in the Moon with that Jemison and Cabanessa Wu. We did tune into that matchup a couple rounds ago and did not see the spark that clearly is going on here, which is super exciting.
Every round that we watched this Jemison.
Yeah, streamer's curse or whatever. Sorry also to Yasenkrin for that reason, I suppose. Hey, Aaron, she took 2 wins off Chenchling, Janktivist also sweeping through Cowboy Tenta, and Rob through Site Zero as well. So those players are definitely going strictly and quickly upwards, which is definitely going to help. And I think the Rust Rider versus Radiant matchup also is very important. A split would be fine for Rust Rider. A sweep just kind of really cements him in that day 2.
Oh, and it is a sweep by Rust Rider.
Oh my. Hasn't lost a
Okay.
game yet.
Undefeated after 5 rounds at Worlds.
Wait, okay.
Incredible
That's an
performance by
amazing
Rust
effort.
Rider.
So Rust Rider's already at 30 points, which is what it took yesterday to make it to tomorrow? Is that the math?
Yeah. That's correct.
That
yeah.
is so impressive.
People believing. Yeah.
Really well
Incredible.
done. And that's actually one of the few Asmari ad techs. We don't see that much Asmari today, right? We see another one at table 5 right now. Solomir is playing Asmari, but really good stuff.
So that is now a 6-point difference. That is a full match's worth of wins between Rust Rider and the next best players. Because Ghost Meat split this round.
Yeah.
So the highest prestige outside of Rust Rider is 24.
That's phenomenal. Now, Rust Rider won't, unfortunately, get the ability to rest. A lot of times, if you do this well so soon into a tournament, you're allowed to intentional draw to this point. I wonder if there's going to be some intimidation factors where some players who are matched up with Rust Rider might go for the ID, but I feel like everyone needs a 2-for-1 they can get. That's incredibly strong. I would do anything to avoid it playing against Rusties as an Arco. Yeah, Rust Rider's on a tear for sure. But huge shout outs to a lot of these players. We are going to see the standings. Our round is going to be wrapping in about 5 minutes. I think we're just going to put up a bit of a thing and take a 5-minute break if that's all right, just to stretch the legs and get some drinks in us. But we should be back in just a bit. So don't go anywhere. We have round 6, only 2 rounds left here in day 1B before we'll be figuring out which players are going to go on tomorrow for the finals. We'll see y'all in a bit. Welcome back. We are just about to start round 6 of the Nisei World Championship 2021. This is day 1B, the time zone that made a bit more sense, I reckon, for players from North America. But that doesn't mean we're just looking at North American players here. My name is Andre, and of course, I'm joined by Neuropanther. How's it going, Pants?
Doing pretty well.
And we got Ginevra all the
Some
way.
fascinating Netrunner over the last few days.
Oh, it's been so fun right now. And of course, we're also joined by Ginevra, who is all the way off in Sunday at this point. So day 2 has already started for her. How's it going?
It's going well, yeah. Still admiring everyone from my part of the world who got up at 3 a.m. or something to play.
Yeah, the real grinders. They're real committing there, and that's so cool to see.
Yeah, no kidding.
So we're on our penultimate round that's just about to start. We have our final standings after round 5. You see them on the screen right now. We have Rust Rider clearly ahead of everyone on 30 points, undefeated. And we now have 5 players on 24 points. So starting at the bottom, we have Brandon being oracled by Black Cherries, Ghost Meat, Pincel, Shoeflower, and Man in the Moon still with that Jemison and Cabanesawu, which is really, really exciting. And this is the point of the night where players start doing more 2-for-1s, and I don't even know if you can consider intentional drawing if you're on the 24 slot. I'm not very good at this sort of math.
If you can guarantee that you get 2, you might consider it to make sure that you make it to day 2. But you also might consider trying to get 2 wins in one of those rounds to try to get a better position in day 2, because ideally you don't want to be at the bottom of the bracket.
Yes, it's important to know that while we're looking for a top 16 tomorrow, more than 8 players or more than 16 players altogether will make it to day 2 as long as they're on the bubble. So if we say that the 24s or all the players who get like say 30 score, 33 score, all of them will make it tomorrow, even if there's more than 8 players as on that bubble, if that makes sense. So we'll have a small play in tomorrow before the double elimination top 16 starts. So
we need to make a choice on who's on what round we're going to. It looks like we have about 2 minutes before the round starts.
So I am worried.
Looking at the pairings.
Yeah, if we do Pincel versus Man of the Moon, we'll see the Gagarin versus the Jemison. So the 2 Space Wayland matchup, which I think is something we haven't seen so far. We've seen Man of the Moon once, but we haven't seen the Jemison shine. I'm worried whether there's a bit of a curse going on, but obviously that deck has been doing quite well to this point. Do y'all feel strongly about one of these?
All of the top ones look good.
Yeah.
All the top ones look great. Honestly, I'm also interested in seeing Table 10, Twisty B versus Big Unit. So Big Unit's Gagarin, we don't know exactly what's going on there.
I think Twisty, that one might be not a possible for us.
Oh, you're right.
Okay.
Yep, that's a do not stream. Correct.
Otherwise, I don't think we've seen Oscillate versus Veil Netrunner on Table 6. It's 2 PD matchups versus 2 Punk Rocks. I don't know whether that's exciting for everyone, but that's also us.
May it be nice to Veil and say they were having trouble with their internet earlier.
Oh,
we
tried.
may just tip them over, and that's not nice.
Totally true. Okay, for the sake of time, then, do you want to jump into either Table 1 or Table 2 if you all want to make a choice? Actually, we haven't seen Aaron yet, personally. And Aaron is on Acme.
We haven't seen Shoeflower.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
Is Table 1 playing? Let's find out.
Yeah, let's find out.
Yep, I am seeing Table 1 up.
Okay, give me 1 second while I pull this up behind the scenes, and it looks like it is up, but I can't join, so I'm going to have to do, unfortunately, a refresh. JNet, hold on. Give us 1 second. We'll be spun up.
Oh, hold on.
Sorry,
Table 1 is IDing.
Okay. Let's try and find Table 2 then, if we can.
Table 2, Pincel versus Man in the Moon, directly below Table 1.
Yeah.
Stream Redemption?
Yeah, Stream Redemption. Man in the Moon is in. They're ready to bring it on camera, which is absolutely fantastic. So we will be showing the games in just a second. Apologies while it just takes a bit of time to spin up. Again, a lot of these players are talking with the Nisei OP team, whether discussing things like 2-for-1s or IDs, and that has to be done in front of a judge. But it looks like we should be off. Let's transition over to our game, and this is a really big game here. I'm not sure if we've agreed to a 2-for-1, but we're definitely going to start here, and that's Gagarin Deep Space, a new identity back off the ban list. It's going to be rotating relatively soon, but that does make the remote servers a bit harder to deal with. On the other side, we've seen this is a 55 card Cabanesawu deck. How do shapers deal with assets?
Are there any Parishas in this 55 card list?
I don't know.
That's certainly a way.
I feel like you could find space for it. We do see misdirection and other like classic shaper tech cards. Parisha has never really caught on as a way for shapers to deal with things. I feel like a lot of times they'd rather just, play economy, get Rozekis down, maybe get the pawn shop spinning up. But you're totally right.
It could just be pawn shop economy and misdirection as the way to answer what Gagarin's going to do.
Yeah. And both players did take a mulligan, and it's sometimes an ugly enough start when you open with Spin Doctor, but it looks like Pincel found 2 other cards to jam out into deep space. And again, if you want to access these, you're going to pay an additional credit, which does add up. That in some ways increases the trash cost of all your cards by 1.
Gagarin, a card that I've always loved the flavor of. Of course you have to pay an extra credit. You have to go all the way to space.
It turns out there's a lot of space out there, and we're going to be running server 3. We did get down a Harbinger and Respect work that for 3 credits and 2 cards. And Samamba Temple, it's going to free res an Overseer Matrix.
Overseer.
So you're paying 1 to access, and I don't know if you want to take this down immediately. If you do, it's 2 credits and a tag. You already did pay 1 though. So sunk cost fallacy sometimes sticks pretty hard, but Man of the Moon's going to take it and a single tag. And Deuce is wild.
Deuces
there.
to clear that
off
tag
Deuces.
and keep up the money.
That's pretty good. I wonder if you can even float a single tag at this point, right? You're just worried about predictive planogram. That's the worst case scenario. But an economic warfare.
Economic warfare.
Oop.
Value econ warfare, no hard hitting following it.
I love these sort of plays. The sort of players who know that this is worth doing just to, maintain dominance on the board. You don't need to keep this for that, like that 2-card economic warfare into hard hitting news combo. And Pincel still on the table.
Yeah.
And
Is Econ Warfare potentially a card that you want to shuffle back with Spin Doctor because you might already want to get that Overseer Matrix back?
yeah, that's true. Gives you options. That's actually quite nice. But I don't know if Man of the Moon's going to contest this Spin Doctor anytime soon. They really need
Probably
to sort
not.
out their economy.
I would guess.
And I have no idea.
Seeing in the chat, Econ War purely out of spite.
That's how
I
you
love
do it. No yogurt for anyone. So Man of the Moon has to figure out the game plan here. I think we saw on this list before, a Conduit is their multi-axis of choice, so you can always slam that down, run R&D. This deck is not running a lot of agendas. It's probably on a lot of 5-3 point agendas, and some of them are SDS drone deployment, which is, again, going to require a sacrifice. On top of that, there's some big threats if you're not running. I'm pretty sure, and we haven't seen it, but we did see the list from yesterday running a lot of false leads. And if a false lead sticks on the table and you score it out, it becomes a lot harder to duck the hard-hitting news. While the shapers will have access to misdirection, you still need to get it immediately, because as soon as you start paying a click to get the misdirection down, and hey, talk about getting the misdirection down, straight out of hand.
And a Harbinger there for spec work or for Aesop's if that gets found soon.
And there you go.
So daily business show ticking away. That's got to be nice.
That was drawn. Spin Doctor draws on top of that. I believe that was on the corpse turn, and we have a hard-hitting news immediately.
Ooh.
Wow. Okay. So you're right. Economic warfare was shuffled back. We might have drawn a new one, but now we're at 0 credits to 1 credits and 4 tags. Pincel, if they have in hand a high-profile target, they just need to click for 2 credits and play the high-profile target. And Man of the Moon is probably not going to be able to clear 2 of these tags. Well, actually, you can click. No, you can clear these tags.
It can clear 3 of them. Can't clear 4, but you can clear 3 of them.
That's huge. Misdirection again. If you have multiple tags, it's much more efficient than clearing the tags. So Man of the Moon economy still really few and far between, but Pincel does have a board state here. Commercial Bankers Group going to give you 3 credits a turn, and we're going much deeper into space here.
We are seeing a question in the chat. What is the selling point of a 2-for-1? In which situation would 2 players agree to it? So basically the idea is at certain points in the tournament, 1 win won't help you. If you need 30 points, or in this case 10 wins and 4 losses is the worst record you can have and really realistically try to make day 2. If you're already on 4 losses, you and your opponent both gain nothing from 1 win. So it's better for 1 player to get 2 wins and the other player to get 0. That's the selling point.
Pincel and Remote Server did have the Rashida stick, and that's a second daily business show, so these are very valuable draws, incredibly filtered. Man of the Moon is still struggling to spin up their economy, and again, we've talked about this 55 card list. You're going to be pretty far between some of your Aesop's pawn shops, maybe your creative commissions. You're kind of at the whim of the deck when you play that many programs, but you're not using Cabanessa Wu's ability every turn.
And not finding the pawn shop definitely seems like it hurts here.
For sure.
Yeah.
Diesel is a good start. You only have 3 clicks left, but 2 credits is probably the more limiting factor here. If you get that pawn shop down, you also do have to commit to clearing the tag, which again is going to be another click and 2 credits, but Pincel has the board state. This is the point where you score out a false lead. This is where you start sticking an urban renewal that, Man of the Moon really has to consider dealing with. And you can honestly start scoring out agendas on the table as long as you have that hard-hitting news in hand. There's a commission.
This banker's taking away square. Oh, and here's the urban renewal, just like you were saying. Also Rashida. Yes. Rashida going to filter, draw 3 cards out of 4. Sorry, double DBS. So look at 5, keep the 3 best of them.
Yo, apologies. I know there is a way to stack servers on JNet. I don't have that active right now, and I have to go into my settings. So we'll try and do it between games if we can. Remind me if I do forget.
Not worth leaving the game because I believe you actually have to refresh your browser to get the stacking.
All right, second server up. That is a drudge work. It has 3 charges on it, and you can use those to shuffle agendas away and get paid for them. So that's going to be a CityWorks project, a 5/3 public agenda, just getting shuffled back into the deck. We have no intention of scoring that anytime soon, and we now need to see if Man of the Moon is going to deal with the urban renewal or is going to tank the damage. Because if they interact on this board state, Pincel has a huge credit lead and probably a hard-hitting use in hand.
Tough state for Wu, for sure. Seeing some of the struggles that Shaper historically has with asset spam decks, just not quite, without a great economic start, not able to contest the board here. And Pincel has 18 credits, Commercial Bankers Group taking away a must-interact asset in Urban Renewal. A thing to keep in mind, Urban Renewal does 4 meat damage. And if there's potentially an SIU to land 1 tag, a single high-profile target with a single tag does kill after that urban renewal.
Amalia getting res, gonna blank the Aesop spot shop on the way out.
No!
And we're scoring a false lead. You can spend that to rob 2 clicks from the runner. Now, they have to have the 2 clicks, so largely you still want to do this to stop them from clearing tags. It's a bit of a different calculation when they have misdirection, but Amalia is definitely going to slow things down. Man of the Moon is now forced to interact, whether it's because Aesop has been kidnapped or whether it's because the apartment building is soon going to be absolutely demolished. This is a hard thing to sit through and just let everything happen.
Yeah.
Also, real quick, if you're watching, if you're not familiar with this, we did end up stacking the servers. That's why you see 2 daily business shows in the same server. They're actually in distinct servers. It's just an easier way to show more things on the screen. So hopefully that is a bit easier to watch. If it's not, let us know and we'll separate them again.
Very cool that you can do it from the chat log window. I did not realize that was a feature on JNet. So once again, amazing work by JNet devs.
Yeah, JNet
giving us features that make it so much easier to watch this on stream and online.
So Man of the Moon really has to think here. Again, that Ace of Spawn Shop represents a lot of value, but not when it's on Malia's shoulder. So has to figure out how to generate economy. Again, when so much of your economy is tied up to a single resource, these Malia lists can really put the pressure on you. And we have 4 meat damage coming in with Urban Renewal, which again isn't going to be lethal. Man of the Moon would really have to beef it down to 3 cards this turn for that to be a problem. Man of the Moon drawing up once more.
A long think to
consider all the options. Yeah.
A Simulchip comes down, gets access to nothing exactly right now. We already do have a paperclip in the bin, but you don't need to Simulchip that out. And this is an issue with the deck so far, is so many of the pieces in this deck are dealing with ice really well. Things like Flameout, right? Like all this stuff, pulling Cabanessa breakers, it all has to do with breaking ice. And this is the one matchup that says, what ice? Do you see ice? There's no ice in space. And so Man of the Moon is going to struggle to get value from this pretty cool deck that they built.
So with the Urban Renewal, they lost Polop. Is
Yeah.
it the Viarcation
Mhm.
autograph? And
And notably, Paul up a way
Terrible.
to get around that Gagarin tax,
Yeah,
but
Yeah.
not anymore.
sadly gone.
Yeah, Pincel.
Drudgework gets its CityWorks project out of hand again.
And so now Pincel is going to have to figure out how to close the game out. I'm not sure that they want to just jam a CityWorks project on the table, but you see that some of these Gagarin decks have different ways to close the game out. Whether it's just stringing along urban renewals over and over again, some of the decks will even run
Out of
things
archive.
like Mumbad Construction Company and build that up and then score out face-up agendas from hand. You need a way to close the game if the runner isn't running. Again, it could just be score behind a single piece of ice, and if they run, hard-hitting news, but Misdirection actually does make that line a bit awkward.
Wonder if it's I mean, we saw CityWorks project. Are there dedication ceremonies?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd be surprised, right? Like the deck is already 26 assets or some number like that. You have to play agendas. So it's hard to play operations outside of economic warfare, hard hitting news, and sometimes even you always have meat damage, but sometimes on top of that, preemptive if you need even more recursion.
So the false lead makes it really, really tough. Pencil.
Yes.
Rather, really, really tough for Men in the Moon because with a single false lead, you have to start the turn with 4 credits, or rather with 3 credits, to be able to use misdirection to get below 2 tags, so you don't instantly die to boom. Because if you take any clicks, false lead will get you below the threshold of clicks that you need to use misdirection.
Yeah, 3 credits is exactly the right number you need to dodge economic warfare while still powering misdirection. We're running that. That's a false lead. That is a huge hit.
Ooh.
Because if that gets through, you have no choice. If you run, you are going to get hard-hitting news. Man in the Moon yelling for action here, mind you. You could immediately just false lead on the spot. Oh, Man in the Moon asking for action, excuse me.
Asking if there's an action.
I don't think you want to use the false lead here. I do think you need to keep this so it's hard to clear the tags. So no action going to be used here. But if Man in the Moon's exactly on 3 credits, as you said, if the hard-hitting news goes through, they can still clear 3 of them and not get boomed. And it's so important to know that economic warfare says lose 4 credits if able, which means if you have 3 credits, you're going to keep all those 3 credits.
It's somewhat fascinating that every single number above 3 credits is worse than 3 credits until you get to 7.
Yeah, there's some weird situations where you'll even boost your breakers on the corpse turn before they go. I think you have a window there just to get down to 3 credits. Like you can do some ridiculous skateboard tricks. Pincel just drawing up.
Of course, there's the awesome counterplay to that counterplay of click 1 hard hitting news.
Yeah. And there's a hard hitting news. So
here's a hard hitting.
We're not gonna have to boost this. That's going to leave 4 tags. Now, again, I don't think you're going to use the false lead because it doesn't really matter, but Man in the Moon can just spend their 2 clicks and 3 credits to clear 3 tags. And why we're focusing on clearing 3 tags is because if you float 2 tags, the card Boom as an operation for 2 clicks, as long as the runner has 2 tags, does 7 meat damage, which is going to be massively lethal. Now, if they do clear just 3 tags and keep 1 tag and the false lead is used, Pincel can still get lethal through double high profile target.
Yeah. Still not safe.
Yeah, still not entirely safe. So see if they use it immediately here. Because as soon as 1 click is used for Men of the Moon, they can no longer misdirection. They have to lead with the misdirection, even if they don't start with the false lead. This is interesting.
Asking for action here looks like no action so far from Pincel.
So misdirection is the start. So now you could use the false lead. Whether Pincel has even 2 high profile target in the list is another question. Because if he does, this is lethal here. And it's not like Pincel to miss this window. So I'm guessing that Pincel does not have 2 high profile target in hand or maybe even in deck. Man of the Moon's getting through the false lead, not being forfeit. They're going to have 1 click left. They can't clear the last tag. Floating a single tag, I don't think is going to be relevant. And finishing
it's going to Viarcation. Try to draw through it. Notably on 1 tag, no longer high profile target, or 2 high profile targets don't do it now. If for some reason Pincel draws into a second.
Yep. Yeah, Pincel's going to need 3 high-profile targets. I don't think the list supports that, let alone 23 cards left in R&D. Pincel still needs to figure out how to close the game out.
So there are currently 2 hard hittings in archives, but notably there is already a Spin Doctor on the board. So the number of hard hittings that can be played in a single game is quite high.
Is CU still a legal card? I'm pretty sure it is. I don't think it changes anything on this board state, but it's another one of those cards that Gagarin loved to play, the SIU.
Yes, yes, SIU is still a legal card. Yeah, it was unbanned at the same time that Judge was banned.
That tracks. And here we go. Pincel's probably going for a remote server. That's the preemptive action to shuffle 3 cards back. It's going to be 2 hard-hitting news and an urban renewal, and we might start trying to score out agendas behind server 15. If that's the second false lead, that means Man of the Moon can basically not run ever again, which sounds like a problem in a game called Netrunner.
There's a small amount of, it's a slight problem, yeah. Takes away a lot of the counterplay that you have. You have to try to win in a single turn.
Yeah.
At that point, somehow go from 1 point to 7 points. With the false leads, yeah, it's just a mess. It's just an absolute mess.
And Man of the Moon's gonna figure a way out of here. It's only Rashida Yahim and the remote server drawing deeper into Pincel's deck. Again, Agenda Flood can be counteracted with Drudge Work, but the fear here is just running in general. On 4 credits, and Economic Warfare is going to take everything away. So again, you do need to end your turn on 3 credits if you can, but we're going even farther into the reaches of space.
Zooming out once again. Makes sense. Get the telescope out.
Server 18. Oh, I hope you're not watching this mobily, y'all, because that is kind of hard to parse at this point. Flat screens or bust. Man of the Moon starting with 4 clicks of 4 credits. 3 new servers came down.
So there's no longer an urban renewal in archives. I'm wondering, is one of the potential win conditions here just res 2 urban renewals?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know if urban renewal is unique. I would be kind of surprised if it was, but I do think that's a strategy for sure. It does force a run, and you can just keep recurring those urban renewals and forcing awkward situations. Admittedly, the deck is 55 cards, so your hit points are a fair bit more than some other
decks. If you have 2 in the same turn?
Yeah, you need to sync them up.
And yeah.
People in the chat pointing out that it's now probably about 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah. That's Pincel definitely. It's a late night or a Sunday morning, more accurately, and there's still probably more to play tomorrow if either of these players can make it through.
Mm-hmm. So I did confirm urban renewal is not unique, so you can res 2 in the same turn.
Okay.
Have them tick down together. So that would at some point force a run.
Yeah, I don't know if we're counting influence. I feel like we have too much influence to even do things like bioethics, another kind of force a run type card, but I feel like we're spending a lot on yellow cards. I'm not sure we're going to see something like that.
We've got DPS, we've got Spin Doctor, that's probably 6 influence. We've got Malia, that's 7 so far.
Yeah, you're looking at a full set of hard hitting, which is another 6, and that kind of seals it, doesn't it?
Yeah, probably. It's not a guarantee, but probably. Bioethics are 2 a pop, so would really be leaning hard on having only 1 or 2 of them.
Sure, Gamble's played up. That is the most money Man of the Moon has had in many, many turns.
Yeah.
See if they want to run with this again. A single tag, not too much to stress out about on a single tag. Exchange of information is not a thing right now. They can, in theory, win in 2 agenda swings if they just hit centrals at the right time. But again, we're looking at double daily business show. So one of their best strats is actually just to wait out, where R&D becomes entirely agendas. You can even sometimes count, when those agendas come back up. You do have to watch out for shuffle effects, but we're slugging it out. Is that a second stroke gamble? 13 credits?
Wow, 13 credits. That's amazing.
And we're running.
And here's a run.
Server 18, Gagarin going to pay. That's an urban renewal. Definitely no diamond on that. Renewal. That's 3 credits to trash. Man of the Moon now pretty comfortable. Even if you economic warfare twice, they're going to be able to recover on 12 credits. It's a bit different if they trash this, mind you, but I feel like I guess he trashed this? Otherwise, you're gonna have to deal with it. We're not trashing it.
Not trashing. Too worried about double econ warfare, I think, is exactly the problem there. Because double econ warfare, if you trash, puts you on 1 credit, and now you're done. You can't clear 2 tags a turn.
We're stacking those commercial bankers groups. It's 6 credits at the beginning of every turn. We have servers 17 and 18. Let's see if we free res that urban renewal, or whether we wait until we get perhaps a second copy to make sure that.
Yeah, my guess is you wait until you have 2 of them synced up.
Yeah, I think that might be right.
Here's
high profile target for value.
target.
Wait, do you just not have enough cards in hand? How many cards they have in hand? And they're shuffling a high profile target and consulting visit for the same high profile target. Oh no, 3 cards in hand is not enough if you have 1 tag, and I feel like that might have been missed. I definitely think we did not catch that.
No, consulting visit. Of course, consulting visit.
Oh, that is so sick.
Gosh.
So high profile target immediately hitting the archives, doing 2 damage, and then using the spin doctor to shuffle the singleton back into the deck so that consulting visit for clicks 2 and 3 can replay it for the lethal 2 damage. So cards in hand was the problem there, and Pincel honestly might have been struggling to close the game out. Clearing that 1 tag actually made a huge difference, but Man of the Moon is going to have to take this back, playing Jemison against, I don't know what I think Pincel was playing a Hive Mind Max, right?
Yes, I think we saw that just earlier.
All right, I'm excited to see the backside of this. Good game to both players. Again, that's just such an unfortunate matchup when your Cabanessa Wu has no legs against this matchup if they can't set up an Aesop's pawn shop. And hey, Malia is always there waiting for 1 influence deep in space. So give us just a second. We'll find the match. I don't think it's spun up just yet, but we should have a lot of time
I'm not
around.
seeing it quite yet.
Yeah, Gagarin coming back. It is something I know a lot of players dismissed in testing pretty quick on, just the way that it felt poor. It did not feel very strong when lined up against some of the regular Anarch, regular criminal stuff that has missed bones and ways to deal with assets, but it is doing quite well in this field and yesterday. In fact, it is the top placing corp yesterday. So excited to see how that lines up tomorrow as well. I don't think we have did they 2 for 1? There's a chance that's a 2 for 1, right? And there's not going to be another table?
Oh, yes.
There is a chance. I'm scrolling up. No, I don't think I see them here.
Yeah, I think there's a fair chance that's a 2 for 1. We're going to get confirmation probably in a bit. I think for now we'll just jump to a different table. At least that means we can likely zoom in, which sounds like a treat. Oh no, it's there. It's there.
It's down at the bottom.
Yeah, perfect. All right, we're off. Welcome again. This is this back half of round 6 of 7 for day 1B. Welcome to the World Netrunner Championship 2021. And we have Man of the Moon facing off with the Jemison. The stream's bad luck. Oh no. They've been winning every single game we haven't watched, and it's not a good feel, let me tell you. But this is Jemison Astronautics, a really fascinating identity. Pants, do you want to ask if they want us out? Because we'd definitely respect that. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it's just that gets into your head. So it can be difficult. So we'll see how this goes.
Okay, please stream.
Oh,
okay, cool.
Please stream. That's okay.
Okay, cool. Respect. I feel a bit better about that, I guess. So this is Jemison Astronautics. Whenever you forfeit an agenda, you get a free advancement token on a card, plus 1 additional token for each agenda point that agenda was worth. So that means, and we've seen a bit of this before on stream. The idea is that if you fast advance something out like a hostile takeover from hand, if you end up forfeiting that using some of the various forfeit tricks that Jemison has access to, you can start scoring fast advanced bigger agendas and then bigger and bigger agendas. I don't think we got to see enough whether Man of the Moon was running any sort of tricks and traps, which Jemison is very capable of fueling, especially with on-access sudden advancement counters. So we'll see how this matchup lines up. Man of the Moon icing up HQ, which I think it's the right call a lot of the times if you're worried about the imps coming in from Virus, Hive Mind, Max. And if you couldn't read the matchup, an early cookbook into Fermenter will make it pretty obvious that Pincel is playing the good old stuff he's been playing all year.
Cookbook, obviously one of those that you want very early in this matchup, in any matchup as Virus Max, but great, just this Fermenter coming in with an extra 2 credits on it. That's lovely.
Man of the Moon, putting in server 1. It is a Spin Doctor. Now we're going to get that down last click. So we can discard 2 cards here to shuffle them back into archives. We got to make sure that we're watching the mills here for Max. Again, Max does trash 2 cards at the top of her stack every turn before drawing.
This time it's a Botulus and a Fermenter. But they've already
An
got
interesting note. Interesting note, this bad publicity definitely playing a bit of a different role than it does in many matchups. Less relevant for spending money to break subroutines on ice, probably more relevant for mid-run tricks like using a Simul chip to get a Botulus out.
Yeah, a lot of times I'd hope you're doing that stuff for free, but you're totally right. With things like that you can do mid-run, you do get a lot of value. I don't think these sort of lists don't run Gachapon or any other tricks, but I think also a big thing of that just helps you trash stuff too.
It is, yeah. Right, those Urbirth protocols only costing 1 real credit to get rid of, that's always nice. Excited to see what this Jemison's up to, though. Right now, just installing some ice over R&D.
And it looks like a big credit lead here, but that Fermenter you can crack for 8 credits at the beginning of turn, which, you know, does do a lot to bring parity between our 2 players here. We lost our Rebirth into the bin. No breakers besides a paperclip, in the bin. And we're going to get down to Hive Mind and immediately crack the Fermenter for 4 more credits.
Hive Mind is down. Progenitor Hive Mind has entered the chat.
So this is the linchpin card in this matchup. Again, the virus counters on this card are considered to be on every other virus you install. And that gives you so much value, whether it's an imp that lasts forever, whether it is a Fermenter that gets additional credits when you trash it. There's a lot you can do. And it looks like we're fast advancing.
Hold on a second.
Reconstruction Contract going to get dedicated. That's 3 advancement counters you can move at instant speed to a card. Let's see an above the law here. Just an Atlas, 3/2, no text, but you need to get your agenda scored to have a relevant ID ability, and Man of the Moon is on the way.
Yep, so that is an early dedication and reconstruction. Those are pretty juicy targets for Spin Doctor, I have to think, because that combination of cards, you can get 2 of those dedications, and you can also get a red level clearance, which we know is in this Jemison deck from the last time we saw it on stream. There's an Atlas with 3 counters if you manage to get all of those together. It's a Magnet, though. Magnet already with the Botulus on it.
Whoa.
Huge tech here. This 1 influence, pretty unexciting code gate end the run is actually huge in this specific interaction. That Botulus is going to break through this thing a couple times for free. It's going to get stopped right in its tracks. And that DJ Fenris, you're going to force out an answer here. You basically need to find either a Chisel or your Black Orchestra, which I think is only a 1 of in the list.
Chisel doesn't work on Magnet, right?
Oh, that's totally true. Yeah, you can't Chisel this.
Chisel doesn't work on Magnet.
Sick.
Yep.
Yeah, this thing.
You need to actually break this for real.
Yeah, that is
going to make it challenging for Steve and Max.
Yeah, this Steve include has been absolutely so charming, and we've seen this in a game before. Just get an absurd amount of value, especially when you're running cheaply or for free if you have ice destruction or things like Botulus. But obviously this Magnet is probably the best piece of ice you can ask for this situation.
Yeah. It's funny to think that this is arguably one of the biggest targets for ice destruction in this entire deck.
Yeah, for sure.
You can, at least. You'd want to. This is one of the most annoying ice that can possibly be rezzed against this deck, and it only costs 3 and one influence for this.
Now, we talked about the difference between this deck and what deck Pincel was playing maybe a couple months ago, and we haven't seen the whole list just yet. But the question is whether or not this list is running Clot is actually really relevant. Ooh. Because we do want to do a fair bit of fast events. Oh, we have access to all our 3 breakers.
3. Crucially, the Black Orchestra is now out. Active. HQ is open.
We're running HQ here.
Spin
We're
Doctor getting pops.
Gonna go ahead and pop the Spin Doctor preemptively. I'm not sure whether that's to respect a political operative specifically.
That's my thought, yeah. Yeah, given that it's shuffling 2 unseens, definitely
Yeah.
smells like don't want to give the Polop window 2 agendas.
And another Spin Doctor. That's the final Spin Doctor trash from HQ. There's a chance the Man in the Moon has
Ooh.
no more recursion available in their list. And we're running HQ for only 2 credits with the bad publicity to get a Steve Cambridge trigger, which, that's generally worth 2 credits on top of an access.
Absolutely. So Steve got an I've had worse out of I've had worse and I've had worse. So Pencil continuing to value draw pretty heavily right here, given all of the other targets in the bin.
And when you see the runner opting for draw, a lot of times that gives you a read on what they have at hand. There's a chance that maybe Pencil hasn't found their final labor rates, so they're looking to draw into it. Now, admittedly, when you have 2 labor rates in the bin with Steve Cambridge, you can always get one of them back, but double ice on HQ, that's a lot of money.
Whoa.
I wonder if we're going to see an Archer res to forfeit of Atlas. Doesn't seem like a great trade, but definitely something hard to deal with. I've had worse to dig deeper. 7 cards left in the stack. Still haven't found our last labor rates.
That's an imp with 3 counters going into R&D.
You
and
iced
this is
HQ.
a must break ice.
And this is Ballista. Have you ever res Ballista in startup and got it eaten by a botulus? Feels so bad, but it looks like we're actually going to break this proper with MK Ultra. It is 6 credits to break.
6 all day.
Real awkward.
So
again, MK Ultra
a little bit, yeah.
boosts by
Despite
2s.
Despite the way that oftentimes we see this deck juggle Botulus to break things without having to actually pay any money for it, most of the breaking that we've seen so far has been through real money, real credits, real icebreakers. Good old-fashioned Netrunner TM.
Pinsel's paying in. We're probably going to see an imp counter used here. That's a border control hitting the bin.
Border control. That's a good hit. That's a really good hit.
Paladin Puemo. She comes in to help fund your cards. We're going to get a purge there, which purges through almost everything. But mind you, the progenitor not only makes the MU cost of the hive mind 0, it prevents the last virus counter from ever being cleanly purged, which can be a pretty big deal because now you always have an access to an imp, I suppose. But you're looking for that Knob Curie for sure.
Right, the Knob Curie at the moment, Pencil going to have to make some money and then still go very low to install that Knob Curie. And without that Knob Curie, that hive mind can't charge up in any other way.
Yep. Yeah, this is tricky. Pencil doesn't have the credits right now. You could always pop in a fermenter off of trashing the botulus using your simul chip, and that will get you somewhere. But Pencil does have limited resources. Again, we have 4 cards left in the stack. I'm assuming if they're not power drawing, they have their labor rights left. But this is the point where you transition, going from this free card draw into a toolbox deck of sorts. We have seen the Rebirth hit the bin really early, so that's the sort of card that you do generally labor rights back on the first pass. But daily cast is coming down. That Otter making it a bit cheaper.
Making money. Just a money-making turn, trying to get that drip coming in. The moment Jemison only on 2 points, probably doesn't have a way to get to 7 in enough turns for those daily casts not to be worth the install. Been wrong before, though.
And Man in the Moon still has a lot of work to do, and Pincel understands and buckled down for the mid to late game. Those daily casts don't pay out too quickly. So you're basically saying, hey, look, I know we're going to still be here in 4 turns. And Man in the Moon glaciers up so heavily. 2 ice,
hurtling up.
1 in R&D, 1 in archives, followed by another 2 big to fail. That's 2 bad publicity, which means you are getting through the magnet for only a single credit with the Black Orchestra. Again, when you have limited resources like a max deck, that bad publicity can go pretty far, especially after you rebirth.
So labor rates check, we have 2 in the bin, so 1 has to be in hand now.
Yeah, 1 in hand.
Assuming the full 3, which I would be shocked if there weren't the full 3.
And I'm not sure what the console count is, but we all have 1 Knob Curie in the bin so far. We're looking at all 3 cookbook accounted for, all 3 short gambles, all 3 fermenters. Botulus, we might have 1 in hand if I'm not mistaken.
So I'm currently seeing Rebirth hovered, labor rates hovered, and deciding on the 3rd card.
So this is labor rates, which removes itself from the game. And there you have the Rebirth drawn. It's really important to get that Rebirth actually pretty soon. If it's the last card that you shuffled back in, it's pretty awkward because you're going to end up milling something because of the max ability still to be on. And we have that Ice on Archives installed to respect that Omer coming in. A Tranquilizer also just hit the bin there. That was a card in hand. It is a 3 influence card, but it basically says Man of the Moon. Don't res an archer. You're gonna regret resing an archer.
Right, because that tranquilizer comes in with 1 virus counter from itself, 1 virus counter from Cookbook. And look at that. Hivemind has a counter, so it has third.
Yeah.
And that will instantly de-res anything once it pops into play off of a Simmel chip.
And Man and Moon really has to think here. They have the beginning of the turn now. We'd love to see some spicy tech here, whether it's something like a Salem's Hospitality, whether it's something like an Arc Lockdown, whether Man of the Moon came prepared for the max meta. That can have potentially a huge impact, but that's the big question. What is the spice? We haven't seen the spice.
Spice has to flow.
We've seen the fast advance. We've seen, like, Rococo. That's a standard thing you can do in just about any list.
Okay, here's an install and an advance.
Pause for effect. It looks like it's a hostile takeover.
Spice so far is the basic action card.
That's an upgrade.
Knob comes down.
So that was the second one in hand. And we're going to put a
Botulus on archives.
And we are Omar again. So this is going to probably be an HQ run. That imp will get some value this turn. So. That's a big owl for sure. Oh no, that's a big owl.
It was an owl for the runner.
That's fine. You break it for free now with 3 bad publicity. So it's definitely okay, but the 3 bad publicity here is just going to be such a problem when you're dealing with a 1 magnet per run. Checking archives, that's going to be converted to an HQ run. Mind you, we have become Omar, getting a virus counter from the Knobkery onto the Hivemind, which we can use as if it was on any virus program.
So if you need to imp something, you can in fact spend it. Otherwise, you just have it on Hivemind to charge everything else up. That's a GFI.
And these are the sort of agendas that the deck has no good way to score generally unless you get the fast advance pieces in a line, because you're not install advancing in a remote server a lot of times. But that
certainly not a single iced one against a deck with this many Botulus and a symbol chip already on the table.
Pincel down to 3 credits. Man of the Moon on 15 with 2 cards in hand. Technically up on credits. We're going to use that Simul chip just to get a Fermenter down. Going to install that for free, trashing a Botulus that was on the Archives ice. And that is 8 credits, respecting hard-hitting news if they need to.
Still haven't seen the Jemison Spice.
Man of the Moon is drawing up.
There's an extra ice on Archives, making that not a free Omar run.
Simul chip from hand. So there's only 3 cards left in hand. One of them is the Labor Rights. We're running into Naket here, which has 2 subroutines. The Paperclip could come down here. You break this for 2, and then the next for 3. So you're only spending 2 credits on this run.
Yep. As you're predicting, okay, Paperclip down.
So we're going through here. I reckon we're swinging HQ. Those cards have been... They drew a fair bit last turn. So if there's agendas in there, they're not going anywhere. We're going to swing HQ. We're going to get our Knobkery. We're going to access a single card here. Have an opportunity to imp it if choosing to. It's an Audacity.
Steve getting back a Simmel chip out of Simmel chip and Simmel chip. Trashing an Audacity, that's a huge one.
I've been forgetting how big
Audacity,
of a deal.
One of those.
Sorry?
If there's any agendas in HQ, they were hoping to use Audacity.
Yeah, and that's a threat there. Like, if the Audacity stays and you can Audacity out an Atlas, you're technically on game point, and you probably are guessing this deck has multiple Audacities, but this is the end game that the Virus Max wants to build up. That is a conduit coming down, and while it only has 1 virus counter on it, it does count the virus counters on Hivemind. So as soon as you run an R&D, you're seeing 4 extra cards. And Purging doesn't get you that much when the virus counters come in easily and cheaply, and with the Knobkery. So Man of the Moon really is forked here. We don't know what the ice is in front of R&D. The Botulus will deal easily with the Ballista if they need to be. We'll see if the Man of the Moon has any tricks here. Again, fast advance. This deck doesn't seem to deal with it. It looks like we've cut all our clots for this meta. Otherwise, a card you're pretty happy to keep in your heap just to hold at bay any fast advance tricks. I think Man of the Moon is diving into a tank. I think out of like most of the decks that you see modernly, one of my favorite things about Virus Max is how potent of a way it has to close the game. Like a lot of other decks will, spin up a turning wheel and then slowly close the game in 4 to 5 turns. And this one just says, I have a conduit now. You got to turn.
Yeah. But I mean, Jemison, is it usually a reasonably explosive ending when it's got all its cards?
Yeah.
So
I'm wondering if the audacity mattered. Is there some math going on in Jemison's head that's, if I had the audacity, I could do this. Here's just an install in advance. And in advance, that's a hostile.
Okay. Now the question is, what can you forfeit these hostiles into?
That is the question.
Because you're going to need to score still 2 agendas. I don't know how able you're going to be able to fast advance, a 5-3 out of hand, specifically when this imp is
Chisel
coming
going
in.
down onto this ballista. This ballista is not long for this world.
It's a border control on the
Conduit
outside.
running in.
That is only too bad publicity to get through. I don't think Man of the Moon is going to be popping that yet, but admittedly with the bad publicity, it's not a real tax for these runs. Now the Chisel does give the ice -1 strength if it's when you encounter it. If the strength is 0, it gets trashed. Not if you encounter it and then the strength is lowered. So you're gonna have to run this one more time if I'm not mistaken.
Still not super long for this world potentially because with all this bad publicity, it is not that expensive to run back in if you don't have to worry about the ballista.
So this is gonna be trashed through. 3 credits, mind you, the strength of the ballista is lowered. So we're going to see, I believe, 4 cards here with the conduit. Or is it 4 extra cards? Excuse me.
4 extra
4
cards.
extra cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be bad. Yeah, that
This
might
is
be an
gonna be
understatement.
bad. Well, nothing in 3 so far. Unless this is an SDS that a decision's being made about. No, it's a global food.
That's a global food. And
so there's
nothing in 3 is actually really scary, which means that Man of the Moon won't be getting to winning agendas anytime soon unless they have them in HQ. So this is a problem regardless, no matter which way you cut it. But we're on game point. We haven't seen any real 3-pointers in this deck. Pincel probably needs to actually steal 2 more. But we're going back in. That Ballista now at negative strength, but still surviving.
Not for long, though.
Yeah.
This encounter, it goes away. Makes it even scarier, the conduit run back in. It's one of, with Knob Curie, you gain so many extra accesses from conduit because you get the conduit counter, you get the Knob Curie counter onto Hive Mind. The amount of accesses that you get on R&D growing in leaps and bounds there.
Pincel's going to see 2 new cards. This Ballista is going to go. The question is whether you pop the border control, but I don't think it's a real question. It buys you a click, but not much more. Maybe that is considered to be worth it. There you go. It's popped just because it's not taxing the runner that much more. So we're still going to go back. Chisel's going to eat the Ballista. We're going to see 2 more cards here. And I still think we have an imp counter if we want to use it as well. That's a reconstruction contract trashed for 4. That's bad publicity getting put to good use. And we're imp to Project Atlas, not opting to steal it. Playing around perhaps the punitive Counter-Strike, a really conservative play, and it's not necessary to steal this.
I think what it is, there's a mad dash in the bin, there's a labor rights in hand.
Yeah.
Oh, that seems so much more legit, yeah. Yeah, totally. I don't think you have to respect the... I guess it does both, but yeah, the labor rates is such a big deal. I think regardless, though, like with the conduit encounters, you're probably going to win off of R&D anyways. But
right,
yeah,
probably, but
it's a really cute play there to get the mad dash into archives.
You've got the imp anyway. Why steal 2 agendas when you can just steal 1? Wow. It happens to play around punitive too.
Yeah.
Well played. I see what you've done
played?
here.
Oh?
Yeah, Man in the Moon's realizing...
It's really challenging for Man in the Moon.
There's no more Spin Doctors. That Atlas is staying in archives. The question is, does Pincel draw the Mad Dash this turn or next turn? And Pincel is asking if there's an out here, but again, there's no way you're going to keep Pincel out of archives permanently, and there are no more spin doctors. 2 of them have been removed from game. 1 was trashed off of an HQ run, if I'm not mistaken.
Just a purge here.
Pincel now back down to 1 virus counter. The labor rates is going to be a good start, and these are just ice you can break with credits. You don't need a botulus. You don't need any tricks. I've had worse drawing in 2. Oh man, that's awesome. Double I've had worse.
And
And
the
sure
mad
as you get
dash.
it.
Here we go.
And 4 bad publicity. Pincel is going to sweep through round 6. Man of the Moon, unfortunately, suffering a bit of the streamer's curse. We have not seen the spice, but the spice is here. Man of the Moon is at the high tables. Maybe
The spice has to be there.
a bit of an unfortunate matchup, but Pincel is going to figure it out. Only stealing 3 agenda points, mind you. Mad Dash, such a strong card. Good game to both players.
Really
Agreed.
good game.
Good round.
All right, I'm not sure. What do we have in time in the round left?
Let's see.
Because
We have about 20 minutes left.
do you want to jump into? Let me just check if this is a thing.
That's quite possible.
Table 9 is
That could be another
Gronkov
game.
versus Sebastianak that just started their game.
Sounds great to me.
It might be Sebastian
nine.
K. I'm gonna go for Sebastianak. All right, and we are here. It's Gronkov rocking the classic CTM you know he loves, and Sebastian K playing on Az McCaffrey. Whoa, so cool. Az has a bit of the engine spun up. You're looking at the prognostic Q loop, which does let you get those free installs, and again lets you install on the corpse turn, which is quite nice. Mind you, Az does get that credit reduction every turn. Corpse turn counts as a turn. On top of that, we do have a Reaver, so we're going to be trashing things, whether it's because we have Tech Trader and so many of our cards have trash costs on them. We're looking at you technical writers, or whether it's because we have an Aesop's Pawn Shop coming down, but it looks like Spy Camera. We have just built ourselves a Geist list.
You have Geist at home.
This is the lucky charm. We need those credits, but 8 credits on the technical writer. Malia hasn't shown up just yet. And the Sports Hopper also going to be linked in this matchup, but we're opting just to draw 4 cards from it. Getting
Wow.
down the 3rd technical
Oh,
writer.
another. That Sports Hopper could go because they've just got another.
Do you ever remember playing?
Notably, there is Amani on the board. Amani bouncing a technical writer with 10 credits. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Pop those 10 credits. Get him now.
We're not going to let that happen. And it's worth knowing we do have 2 Link here with the Sports Hopper and Az's natural Link inherited from his mother. So it might be a bit hard to trace, but did you ever play Geist versus CTM back in the days? Where like if you set up, things were okay, but if they could rush out before that, and it looks like Sebastian might be turning that corner.
Definitely looking like that's a potential option here because CTM, I'm not seeing immediate threats on the board. You know, there's no bankers ticking away. There's just a Marilyn and a Regolith. There's no ice. There's no servers with ice scoring anything out of. Now, that said, there is an AR enhanced that makes it difficult for Az to actually go trash everything on the CTM side because you take extra incidental tags to do it.
And we're just piling in
Even though you have 2 Link.
all the cards we can find with trash cans on them to build our own Geist. So we have the Simul Chips and the Sports Hoppers. And while there is definitely an upgrade on R&D, the interesting thing here is that we probably have, we have access to a Clot. That is fascinating. But on top of that, we probably have like a full suite of spy cameras, which means if we can just figure out when there's an agenda on the top of the deck, we can mad dash with, as long as there's not a spin doctor on the table, with pretty good confidence.
And here's a masterwork.
Yeah, this is a crucial card to this sort of build. It comes down for only 1 credit and ensures every time or first time a turn, Prognostic Q Loop is listening to the corpse turn, you can draw a card. And that is fantastic. It also lets you clicklessly install hardware during runs. If you're looking at things like, generally it's boomerangs, which will still matter if Gronkov is going to try and score out behind a single piece of ice. We're checking server 7
And notably,
here.
Masterwork also gives you value to install clicklessly the spy cams while you're running, like we see here.
That's a Regolith out in server 7. I don't think Sebastian's going to trash that. We have the spy camera coming down. If you check server 6, you know whether or not there'll be a spin doctor. But you can also hold off and keep these spy cameras as a way to like clicklessly gain 2 credits off Tech Trader. I'm forgetting we don't draw cards. Once that Geist gets into your blood, you feel like spy camera always draws cards.
Not anymore. Sad day, right? Though it does with Reaver, right? At least once
Oh
in a
yeah,
tournament. It does.
yeah. And there's a spy camera as the third tech trader, and interestingly enough, for 2 influence, a fermenter, which has a trash can on it. So if you want to pop this
does.
immediately, you'd gain 5 credits and you draw a card off Reaver as long as it's your first trash turn. This is so cool.
So you can also let it cook. Who's going to purge here?
Yep. And it looks like
There is a bankers though. That's quite a bit more threatening from CTM because the amount of money that can now tick in with bankers is quite large.
Sebastian, though, admittedly has like 300 credits, right? Like there's 12 credits on technical writer, 10 on the other technical writer. The spy cameras are with 6 together. Like it's going to be hard to out money Sebastian. The thing is that it's a limited amount of resources. We haven't seen the back hit the table yet. I don't know whether games are going long enough that you feel like that's a necessary include into your deck.
Well, here's a fun thing. So Reaver does trigger on both turns.
Yeah.
So you can pop spy cam on the corpse turn to get an extra Reaver draw, and also the extra, in the same way that you get the extra as trigger off of prognostic Q loop.
We also have flip switches. We might actually see all 3 of them in this list, but while this doesn't help you avoid tags, you just clicklessly clear the CTM tag as long as it's your turn, gain 3 credits, and potentially draw a card. It might be a struggle.
I don't think there are any traces that you would flip switch, but
yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah. So obviously, the problem, as it were, with flip switch is that trace for hard hitting news and such does happen on the corpse turn, so you can't flip switch those.
Yep, you just wait for your turn, right? You clear some, you flip switch 1, and you're basically good to go. Sebastian is set up for the siege that is going to hit the CTM here. CTM can't fast advance out here. They have to deal with Clot. CTM has to build a remote server unless Sebastian has to start checking things.
Yeah. Currently no ways to actually break ice that we're seeing. There are no breakers in the bin. That's actually a good probably question. Not far away, right?
Yeah, there's always
all of this draw from Reaver.
Boomerangs in hand that come down clicklessly from Masterwork. I think that's going to be a really big deal. But yeah, that's a good point to see if there are actually permanent breakers or whether we're just boomerangs for days. They always come back, huh?
Honestly, though, against CTM, boomerang's enough, right?
It might.
I don't think there's a single ice that boomerang doesn't get you through that CTM usually runs.
Sebastian might consider running here. Let's see if we pop that technical writer for 17 credits. We're charging server 8 here. Now, if it's an agenda, you might have an unfortunate Amani Sanai trace. Gronkov can actually trace out and beat and return a technical writer to hand, if I'm not mistaken. You cannot pop your paid abilities during the trace, so you have to commit now. Looks like it's just Amani Sanai in server 8.
Oh, for some reason, I didn't have card stacking on, but I just had to zoom out because of hardware, which is a sentence that I have not had to say before.
Yeah, you missed those old bizarre decks, huh?
Yeah.
The ads is certainly very set up.
This is so cool. This is not criminal. This is Shaper, right?
It is. This is clearly a Shaper deck.
Sebastian, 3 clicks left, 7 credits. That's a Mockler. That's technically a breaker, not a great breaker, but it does break barriers. Sebastian's going to click for a credit here. Down on 3 credits means hard-hitting news is not too difficult, but again, they could click for 19. Instead, we're running HQ here. There's a clickless boomerang
down.
Sebastian is flirting with potentially a huge upset here. If they steal an agenda, the Mani Sanai will pretty easily return a technical writer to hand, losing 20 credits. Oh no. Ping. It's okay. It's okay. You have flip switches, right?
You do have the flip, right? You have the slip. Yeah. Never mind. Ping doesn't matter.
But you're right. That's potentially an issue. I think you want to flip switch here before you access, but then you have to deal with Mumbed Virtual. Exchange of information.
I don't think you exactly. The Mumbed Virtual tour, I don't think you want to.
Now Sebastian here needs to flip switch up on 6 credits. Gronkov can throw the harding news if they want to. They're going to have to contest with a single tag. A single link on top of that. And then Sebastian has to spend the whole turn clearing tags, which...
And Sebastian can make it more expensive by popping a spy cam after the draw as well. That's something that Sebastian wants to do, but opting not to at the moment. Gronkov giving a courtesy linger between clicks 2 and 3.
Yeah. In case you want to pop that spy camera for 3 credits. In fact, you could waste all 3 of them to make 9 credits. But here we go.
There's the hard hitting.
Trace 4, you have to boost that up to at least 8. So you're going to spend 4 more credits on top of that. Again, Grunkov doesn't have much of a board state, but if they have one thing, it's money. And we're just going to be able to leverage that.
Said these not a huge deal to clear these tags. You could quickly clear one with flip switch.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to take you most of your turn, which is an issue. Maybe Grunkov did put an agenda on the table, just snuck out a Beal there. That would kind of be nice for you. But Sebastian at this point, it's another bankroll. That comes in clicklessly off the prognostic Q loop, getting even more money off the technical writers. But you definitely want to clear all the tags, or you do threaten to lose some of your resources.
Casually going to gain 18 off of that technical writer, plus 3 from tech traders.
Ending their turn on 22 credits, and there you are. That's just a 15 minutes. I can start the Mani Sanai trace now. This is 2. I don't think anyone's going to be boosting too much here, because it's
not after not after all of that money just got made on the as side. Potentially last turn, but probably not this turn.
Now Sebastian just needs to find agendas off the top of the deck. We are seeing spy cameras being popped on the corpse turn to ensure you get the Reaver on their turn as well. You have even more money sitting on the Fermenter. R&D is only a single piece of ice and an upgrade, but we know there's no Spin Doctor on the table. There's 2 Amani Sanais, 1 in server 3, 1 in server 8. So if you do find a nice agenda, whether you want to mad dash or just run straight. We're charging HQ. We are going to have to deal with the Mumbet Virtual Tour, which is going to be potentially 2 tags. And there's that boomerang kickflip coming in from hand with the masterwork. Lets you install for a credit extra a piece of hardware when a run starts. On top of that, we are seeing prognostic Q loop every run. That's 2 cards at the top of the deck.
Once passed, we'll see 2. We have a psychographics and an exchange of information. That virtual tour has to get trashed here. It is an AR enhanced tag. I would guess probably not a CTM tag because that's only 2 to duck. Or 3, sorry, the extra link is not on the table because the sports hopper did get used.
And you see Rob is just hoarding all these sort of the pieces, the exchange of information, the psychographics, all of the pressure that you need. Or
the back comes down.
And that is just in time, mind you. It's so easy to get triggers off this. As long as you're running, because of prognostic Q loop, you will always get a trigger on this. You do not need to stress yourself out about finding boomerangs or using spy cameras. And this will allow you to shuffle twice as many cards as power counters back into your deck. Looks like we have an MU
that is
issue.
Over MU.
Yeah, I think you just want to go ahead and pop probably the Fermenter. Oh, trashing the Reaver.
Makes sense, I guess.
I don't know. That's the card draw on the deck. Now we're going to actually have to click to draw.
Yeah.
They've only got 3 left. Stack,
but there's only 3.
Sure, but you assume the back is going to add like 10 more cards eventually, right?
Yeah.
I'm surprised. Because hey, the bankroll just left anyways. It's coming back in. I'm going to use a simul chip to bring that back in. That is a Spin Doctor used in server 10. A political operative also is something you're likely expecting in this list. It does have a trash cost on it, so that's something you do have to pay in mind if you're keeping a Spin Doctor on the table.
So what can CTM do to win here?
Tags. I'm not entirely sure. I think you do need to build like a 2 ice remote server and then see if there's a struggle here. We're starting to see breakers, right? Like we don't have a decoder yet, but we do have boomerangs and 2 breakers. We're charging archives. That is going to get you a back counter. I'm not sure whether it's automated, so the player will have to remember to click on that because it's a hard thing to automate, and it looks like they did not remember.
Yeah.
Spy camera going to get used after the Spin Doctor to ensure what's on top of the R&D stays there. But yeah, this is definitely uphill for Grunkov. I think you're going to need them to hit a Mumbet Virtual Tour. You're going to have to somehow wear down. They're like, again, they're still sitting on like an extra 14 plus like 9 credits or even more, excuse me. The Fermenter is 15 credits. So I don't know. I think the most important thing is Sebastian needs to remember to use the back, because if they don't, they're going to run out of spy cameras, and then it's just all about single axes or double axes with the Docklands Pass, which, you know, will probably be good enough, but you could ask for better.
We're seeing some questions in the chat on, are Az's resources really infinite? I think close enough to infinite.
With the back, yes, they are.
Here's a mad dash, though.
It looks like
I wonder if the spy cam revealed something interesting.
Yeah, I'm guessing. That's what it looks like here. We're going to deal the Mumbet Virtual Tour, which shouldn't be an issue with 2 clicks left. A single piece of ice on R&D. That's going to get boomeranged on top of. You do have to wait for your opponent to do all their stuff before you get to the res. And no res.
No res there. Not giving the pop off of the boomerang.
And no res is actually okay. It's a Bologna.
It's a Bologna. That's 4 points. After the run ends.
Amani Sanai, 26-16. You could boost all your money to get rid of the technical writer.
Does it even do enough at this point, though?
Probably not.
Yeah.
But you could.
You can quickly get rid of, or you can quickly click back up. Click back up. Whatever. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
There's a lot of money sitting on the table.
Sebastian down to 7 credits. Taking the tag from the AR hand security. Probably going to trace through the controlling the message trace.
I guess so.
We'll see what they're doing here. This one Rob can actually boost as well. We don't have any flip switches on the table. So you can force 2 tags to be cleared, which will put down Sebastian to still a fair bit of credits. We're on 1 tag, 2 clicks left, 4 credits to our name, but the tech trader's going to get popped immediately for 23.
Still had all that, yeah. So 25 credits here, 6 agenda points. A single agenda of any kind instantly wins the game now for Az. With 1
and
remaining
the time
spy
is
cam
also
to try
run
to
down.
find it.
4 or
This
5
is-
minutes
yeah.
left.
Yeah.
The trashing, stranding this boomerang.
Yeah, which is, I think, a totally fair play. Those want to be in circulation at the end of the deck to get just like infinite value off of the Masterwork combo, which technically is the card draw the deck needs. So maybe that's why we don't need the Reaper. We're charging server 11.
The back definitely should have at least 1 counter, possibly 2.
Yeah, 2 now at this point, but it's the clause on the back is using a hardware during a run, which is something that's inherently very difficult for Jinteki to understand on its own. So yeah, as you see there,
absolutely.
you have to manually place a power counter.
One.
We got a security chip installed off of the Masterwork. Now this will give you +1 strength to all your icebreakers, 2 if you get down a hopper, but it is just a trash cost. It's Rashida Yahim. I'm not even sure if you need to trash that, honestly.
Don't know if you need to. I deal with the tag.
I'm going to leave that on the table. 25 cards left in R&D. Rob has a lot of work to do, and time is coming in. Do we know how much time is left in the run? Do we know?
I think it was 5 minutes a bit ago, so maybe 4.
Okay.
Something like that.
So Rob's going to have to
It looks
pay
like
fast.
about 2 minutes. There was a 5-minute call 3 minutes ago.
Okay, so Rob has a lot of work to do.
Really running down here. I mean, with CTM on 2 points, this game feels very over. I'm not sure that CTM can score 4 points from this board state, actually get to a tie, much less a win. Since all that Az needs to do is just check these, make sure they aren't agendas. That's it.
Yep, and checking does not cost a lot. In fact, sometimes it's credit positive when you have boomerangs coming off the Masterwork, drawing cards, 3 credits with the tech trader. Like, it's really hard to make something that is honestly taxing. The best you can hope for is the back. We're getting to get the back counters, but at that point, that's not a 2-minute strategy.
Yeah.
Sebastian can opt to use here again if they just find something off the top of the deck with the spy camera. You do have to watch out about the spin doctors. We've only seen 1 so far. That's an Abigail. It does have a trash can on it if you'd like to use it that way to bypass.
I'm doing that click, realizing that would put over MU, I think.
Yeah, so there you go. That's a fermenter for 16 credits plus 3 more.
Wow.
47.
Seeing some very large numbers here.
They've both got large numbers. 43, 35.
Yeah, at this point,
it's a lot of money.
Sebastian's just playing like a Euro engine building board game on that side of the table. I don't know if the interaction's going to matter in the last 2 minutes. You just want to see how effective you can make your engine. Server 13, that's a Rashida as well. Bankroll getting 2 credits on the successful run. I don't know if you need to deal with that. Again, still so much money left on the bankrolls, and those are clickless triggers. Flip switch also hitting the table.
And remembering the back.
Yeah, it's always
that might be backfilling for a previous. Oh no, sorry, there was a masterwork there. Yeah.
Yeah, even if you just run because you have prognostic, I guess you need cards in your deck for that to trigger, but that's a Spin Doctor, which Sebastian is sniffing out before they want to commit to using their spy cameras. Just because if they see the top of R&D right now, they can probably run and close the game. But no clicks left. Rob is going to res that Rashida, get 3 more cards, 3 more credits here.
I mean, honestly, at this point in this board state, Rashida feels like it helps the runner more because Corpse is going to deck faster.
Yeah, at this point.
Looks like we have time in the round.
So we'll see once Anise OP shows up in this room and call time. If Rob wants another turn, he has to act pretty quickly, but I think Macintosh here is going to lay down the law.
Macintosh about to call time, I believe.
So Rob has 3 clicks left here. I don't think he's going to be scoring 4 agenda points in one turn.
Feels very, very over.
Difficult.
So that's just an unfortunate matchup. We didn't see the first round, but again, if this Az deck can get sped up and can deal with an early, maybe Amalia could be a problem, but at least an early Amani, and then can get past that point, you see the power of this engine. Everything feeds into everything else as long as you remember all your ridiculous triggers, which I think JNet does a lot to help you with. So really well played for Sebastian to get to this board state, but even with 44 credits, it's difficult to close the game out.
Yeah, time is up. They need to know time's up.
So Essex
round finish.
just called it. I'm not sure on whose turn that technically is, so we might see 1 or 2 turns left. I don't think it's going to have a big impact. We do have a card in server 13. Even if that is a 3-point agenda, that is not going to do it for Gronkov. So
yeah,
that should be it.
No way to score it. Plus, that wouldn't even do enough. I believe Az could just click for credits here, and that is indeed what's happening here.
No, I don't think you click for credits there. At that point, you pop all your bankrolls to just make like a world's record to see like who has the most credits during a world's game.
You still have time. You have the corpse turn.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You just you probably don't BM and start installing things.
Oh no, yeah. The mistake there was you can't use flip switch on the corp turn, so you don't get to pop the flip switch for that value.
Yeah, so Sebastian's going to confidently click for 3. Rob actually is eclipsing him on credits of 50 to 46, but unfortunately that's not the name of the competition. That'll be a full win for Sebastian K on the Az list, making Kate a bit blushing a bit with the amount of installs we got in there. All right. So that should be about...
It's great to see an Az.
Yeah, for sure.
Doing well. Yeah.
That should be it for round 6. We only have 1 final round coming up. There's some really interesting standings we are waiting on, so we'll see how this goes. How many players 2 for 1? How many players ID'd? It looks like for sure we have at least 2 identities here. Sorry, not identities, IDs, which was between Rust Rider and Shoeflower. Took that even split, and Ghost Meat and the King also ended up splitting on table 3. And by splitting, I mean, intentional draw. But we saw Pincel sweep Man in the Moon, establishing Pincel as a pretty clear contender to make tomorrow. Rusfus did knock down Valkyries, taking the sweep as well. Janktivist sweeping through Solomir. And we have a couple splits also at table 5, 6, and 8. Waiting on a couple more results until we're entirely understand the landscape. Unit and Scry also both on Gagmax.
All of these sweeps that we are seeing down to, let's see, it takes all the way down to round table 20 before these sweeps stop being relevant.
And you see all the way down to table 20. Like if you're wondering why are there no splits here? It's because these players, that was not an option. Both of these players understand that if they do 2 for 1 and win both matches, they still have a chance. I don't know how slim the chance is, but they have a chance of making it tomorrow. So all of these players are, I wouldn't say excited, but they understand it's a necessity if they are playing for that top finish.
Yeah, all the way down on table 20, looking at these standings. So that was Ysengrin on 12 or on 18 points, so stays in contention with that sweep. That was table 19. Table 20, RC Amato, also on 18 points, so those 6 points staying in contention there. 1 more 2 for 1. You are in that bubble group. At least that's what we are theorizing.
Yeah. So right before we enter our final round, mind you, round 7, while we wait for the last standings to come in and for the pairings to go out, we're just going to throw to a bit of a break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, so do stretch your legs because this is the final round tonight before we understand who is going to be showing up tomorrow in just a bit less than 12 hours to finish this fight for good. So we'll be back in a bit. Don't go anywhere. welcome back. We have our final round. That's round 7 today, just about to start. Netrunner World Championship 2021. This is day 1B. We have 106 players, I'm guessing, that have participated today. We had about 86-ish yesterday, vying for the top 16 spot that will be on tomorrow in a double elimination Swiss rounds. Hopefully you're doing well. Glad that you can tune in. We just had the final round about to start. My name is Andre, and I am joined with Neuropanzer and Ginevra. How's it going, y'all?
Doing great.
Well, thank you. Excited for the last round.
Yeah, we got there. It's been a really exciting day. And you know how, sometimes people just say that, oh, it's been good games all day. It's been good games all day.
It genuinely has. Yeah.
It has been absolutely stunning. So if we look at the standings right now, we do have 2 players that are going to be facing off against each other. Rust Rider versus Pinsel. I'm pretty sure they're going to intentionally draw. I don't think they have a real good reason to play. And all these 27s are going to probably have to play it out. And all those 24s are going to be 2 for 1-ing. So there's still a lot of people that are in contention to get to tomorrow.
Do the 27s have to?
Do they have to 2 for 1?
Do they have to play? Because if they ID, they're on 30.
I feel like it's a prisoner's dilemma, right? Like if some people play and you ID and some people 2 for 1, like that could be the thing that cost you.
So I still don't understand exactly how. I still don't understand how these play-in rounds work, because in theory there could be an extremely large pool of players who end up on 30 or more.
Yep.
If we look at it, there are 28 players currently on 24 points or better. It could be 14 players on 30 points.
And I think that's the case. That is going to be what's going to be decided tomorrow. Like, I think that is the reality of it. That has happened at like FFG Worlds in person, that we can have a lot of players tomorrow that will do a very aggressive play-in. So we'll see.
That's the case, though. These 27s would actually be safe to ID.
I think it's strength of schedule dependent, right? Like if you're the last 27, I think you do need to play, let alone maybe even 2 for 1. I'm not entirely sure. But regardless, we have some pairings already, so we're going to figure out what table we want to go to. Again, some of these players will be IDing, some of these players will be 2 for 1-ing. They will have to meet with the judges to get to that spot. Is there a table you would like to call us to see?
There is certainly a lot of IDs going on at the moment.
Okay.
Like all different tables.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the high tables.
The highest tables, but like a lot of activity there.
So I think one suggestion we're getting is Mendax versus Scry. That would be a Sunny LeBeau versus Gagarin, and that is the highest.
I think there's a reason why that one is not.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, my bad. Of course. Otherwise,
can we? Is table 2?
Janktivist versus the King. We could definitely do it. We haven't seen an Acme today, and the King has been.
Haven't seen either of them in action either.
Yeah, let's see if they're playing. I don't know if do you have your ears in the ID lounges to see what
I do? I'm seeing table 2 and ID was just offered.
Okay.
Not sure if it's going to be taken.
For those who are watching, what is an ID? That stands for an intentional draw. The idea is that under supervision of the organized play, the 2 players can just agree to not play the games and get 1 win each, as if they split a runner win, or what have you. And that's the thing you can do to ensure that you don't have to play and risk getting swept and getting knocked out of the top cut. Now, again, it's not always guaranteed that if you ID, you'll make it in. If a lot of players 2 for 1 and suddenly your score is not as competitive as you thought it was, that is what an ID stands for, an intentional draw.
Ooh, so Janktivist is replying, wants to talk with Brandon because it's that they might actually need to 2 for 1 on table 2.
Oh, okay.
So we'll see here.
Otherwise, any of these tables are contenders. We do have some IDs already locked in. Table 11 has gone straight for it between Sen and Radiant. But again, it's also worth noting that at this last round too, because the way the Nisei does prize support, even for some of the lower tables, you might see players intentionally drawing, but still just playing out their games anyways for fun, just because there is certain prize support that's locked behind a certain amount of wins. So if both of you and your opponent just need 1 more win to get that next cool card, the next cool promo, you might just go for the intentional draw and then just have fun and play anyways. Not that playing isn't fun in the first place, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, have a low stress sort of game where you're not really worried about the outcome.
You've already hit your goals of coming home with some cool shiny prizes, and now you can just kick back and enjoy one late night Netrunner, or I guess early morning Netrunner for some players.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I'm just going to go ahead and refresh here. I don't know if we have the rooms up. Again, the last round is the one that's most political in terms of like people trying to figure out what's the right play. So it's going to take us just a minute or two to spin up some games and see what lobbies are actually materializing. Right now, if we're looking at the top though, we do see 3 Gagarin players at the top tables. That looks like it's, a deck that a lot of people thought was really, really not good going into this, but it just has been just consistently performing across both days. So that is going to have a big definition on tomorrow's meta.
It is the start time, but I'm guessing there will be a couple 2 for 1 just getting worked out.
Are Rust Rider and Pinsel playing? Because they look to be actually sat
it
down.
Looks like that.
Wow, okay.
No, they confirmed an ID.
Okay.
They confirmed an ID on table 1. It looks like table 4 is IDing, so the Big Unit 3000 and Ghost Meat are going to ID on table 4.
Okay, so we're looking at table 2, I think, is the next one that we wanted to really watch.
Still waiting on that. I believe they're still discussing it.
Okay. Otherwise, table 7 is Gronkov versus Encoder. That's going to be a good match for sure. Both really strong American players across the country. Otherwise, Shooflower versus Roosfuss.
Yeah, Shooflower versus Roosfuss. I would love to see that. Just did not actually get to see Shooflower in action earlier on Acme.
Yeah, no, we never saw the Acme. I don't think we haven't seen an Acme today, period.
I think there was some offers of gotten a day or 2 for Shoe.
Oh, never mind. Roosfuss and Shooflower did just ID.
They ID'd.
All right. That's another one down. So we're still waiting on Objectives and Black Cherries. And we have Rob and Cody there on Grown Calf and Encoder. Otherwise, of course, there's a lot of matches. We'll find something.
Still waiting to see exactly who ends up not IDing, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. They think the 2 for 1 are basically finished.
So do we know what the Objectivist is going to be playing against the King?
Just searching through all of the messages.
They have a table spun up. Are you in their pants right now?
I am, but they are not.
Okay.
I think they are still discussing, but I don't. They should be playing. I believe time in the round has been called.
Okay.
Rather, start of round has been called. So
let's see if we can.
They should be.
We can pile in there.
But they are not.
Yeah. Okay. We'll be getting there in a second. So if you look down at like table 12 to 14, right? Like these players, do they have, if they 2 for 1, is there a chance that they can make it in? I think.
Figuring out ID 2 for 1 stuff, might want to move on to someone else for now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, let's jump at a table. How about we want to do, so we could do Gronkov versus Cody on table 7?
Cool.
Sure. What are they playing this round?
I'm not sure. It looks like it's Steve versus HB Sports Metal.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, we've seen Gronkov on CTM a few times, but this is a different matchup.
All right, so we are in. And our game is underway. We're only 1 or 2 turns in here. Oh, wow, turn 4. Okay, we've been in the lobby for a bit. And it looks like Gronkov has an early Mega Pre-qualifier, an agenda that you don't mind the runner stealing, and makes your other Mega Pre's into 3-2s, which is fantastic. We have the Maryland campaign ticking away, and Steve Cambridge has been stopped by a magnet on HQ. So at this point, we're looking for boomerangs. We're looking for a decoder. I'm not actually sure what the de facto decoder is for the criminals right now. Maybe just a Unity. Not too heavy. It looks like it's also a 2 for 1 game, so it's going to be a lot of pressure on these players to get through here. Server 3 installed. We have something iced up again. This is Sports Metal, and we need to see in this list what they've done for that Vacheron agenda that has been banned out of the format. Falsified credentials getting acid. It is a Rashida Yahim behind server 3.
It is a Rashida.
Cody's going to snap res that.
Prevent any future falsifieds on the same target. Don't want to
Yeah.
make that as easy as possible, but
Yeah, that snap,
due to certainly what sports wants right now, I have to think.
snap res is like such a habit. I don't know if you're ever going to see double falsified on a card when you're at 15 credits, but it just still feels like the right thing to do. Like you might as well, right?
Yeah.
Gronkov drawing in. There we have that Rashida firing. So that's 4 cards at the start of turn. A lot for Cody to work with on 16 credits as well. And this is sports metal. You're playing against Criminal. You can fast advance just about anything from hand. I don't think you want an Audacity when you have 8 cards in there, but the idea is that if you have the Biotics, if you have Bass Chiraboga and red level clearance, you can get anything done here. And there's a Biotic
Yep,
Labor.
there's a biotic.
That's the Luminal.
That is Luminal.
The Light of Tomorrow, the 1 of per deck. It's going to give you an entire turn after this just to continue on the board state. You can't score any more agendas here, but you can definitely still install the 2 more cards that you drew off your sports metal ability.
So much draw this turn.
Yeah.
If an install on server 2, looks like that was a misclick on the server.
Yeah, not a
An
lot
install
of
on server 3.
not a lot of upgrades in this deck. So yeah, definitely a misclick there. We have something behind a piece of ice. I don't know if we've seen any of these pieces of ice yet. Sorry, exposed what they are. We're assuming there's Deuces Wilds in the list, but we haven't seen any just yet. And a 4th server coming down, discarding 2 into archives. And Gronkov is going to have to find some pressure. That's inside job going on to HQ. Going to get an access. A lot of cards were drawn last turn. In fact, we drew 6 cards. The chance of it colliding with an agenda is quite high. You also have cards like 2 sure gambles to give the runner a choice, or to give the corporate choice, excuse me. And a
Interesting. So Spin Doctor drawing up, trying to lower the density potentially.
Yeah, that might mean there's a lot of agendas in there.
HQ run allows a Steve trigger.
This could be a lot of damage here. Yeah.
Accessing,
what is Steve? Okay, so Steve offering sure gambles, getting back sure gamble, finding the Audacity.
A dirty laundry here on R&D. Going to access the top card. Adds a Global Food Initiative, allowing Cody to draw 2 or gain 2. But you're now on 3 agenda points. And again, if you do have mad dashes in the list, you might be able to end with a... Well, you're going to need 2 more agendas regardless.
Political operative. You have to look at the sheer number of cards that can get immediately tossed into the trash. The Audacity.
Yeah.
It's inspiring, I think, in a way.
And that's sometimes when they steal your Global Food Initiative and you feel like, oh, okay, I don't feel that bad Audacity now. But again, without being able to keep a Spin Doctor on the table for a long time, it can be a bit trickier. Red level clearance.
There's an RLC, though.
Yeah, we can install something here. We can't Bass Chiraboga with the Political Operative. So if you do res it, the Political Operative can interrupt your plans. We're going to get the click back, so we still have 3 clicks here. This easily could be a Bass.
Is it? Could potentially, given that we know that there is the Audacity in hand. Oh.
Just gaining clickless credits, getting that out of hand. I wonder if we're going to see an Audacity here. We just want to get cards out of hand. There you go, Audacity.
Yes.
Install Advance. That's if it's Trivius. No counters. You can draw 2 if you'd really like to. Otherwise, you can get 2 credits. Having some cards in hand seems like a good strat. But that might actually just be a Spin Doctor in server 2. I wouldn't be too surprised.
Sure enough. Draw 2 cards.
Yeah, there you go.
Up to 4.
4 cards and immediately popping that so the Political Operative cannot trash it.
Ooh.
I don't think Rob can interact with that.
Yeah, you don't have a window there, right?
There's no window there. If you res it and pop it immediately at the same paid ability without giving priority, you can do as many basically paid abilities before giving priority back to your opponent. So you could res the Spin Doctor and use the Spin Doctor. So yeah, it should be all good here.
That's exactly. Gronkov caught himself there. And yes, this is actually going to be resed and popped in the same window. So,
yeah.
No Political Operative window there.
So Cody can continue on to shovel in Audacity and 1 unseen card. So there's 2 still face down in archives. And Cody needs to figure out how to score either 2 more agendas out here or 1 5-3. And the 5-3 is technically possible. I feel like if you do the 5-3, you need some sort of wild Jeeves or you need some sort of wild reconstruction contract combos. And both of those are entirely turned off by just a Political Operative on the other side of the table.
Much trickier to do that, though. You could do it with 2 Biotics and an Audacity.
Yep. It's asking for a lot. You still need a full hand. You need all those pieces, but you're totally right.
So 2 Biotics, Audacity, and the 5-3, and you have to have 3 cards. So 2 more cards. You need a Spin Doctor to actually pull that off.
Checking the top of R&D there. Not getting anything tasty to trash or steal. Cody. 5 cards in their hand now after again. You'd audacity to turn before and you're already back on 5 cards, showing you the strength of both, Sports Metal and Spin Doctor. We have a card buried in server 2 behind 2 pieces of ice. R&D also going to be short off.
We're solidly in the middle to late game here. Turn 7, the sports deck.
And drawing into, we haven't seen a boomerang. We've seen 1 inside job so far, no breakers. And Rob does have the money to support the breakers now, even if to play an Amina. But just a Bagalter.
There's Bagalter.
Lets you deal with only the drafter. It's probably the only sentry in the list. It's a Rashida in the remote.
Now there is a window here if Grunkov wants to. Thinking about, could get rid of this Rashida. Is that a worthwhile use of political operative? Could be.
It honestly could be.
3 cards honestly might matter more than 3 credits.
There's not that much more going on here, right? Like, I don't think, maybe you have to respect Bastion Boga. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
No respect whatsoever for Bastion Boga.
Yeah, Bass is the one thing that could sneak through. I think we've seen 2 red level clearances already, so it's a bit less of a threat. We've also seen 2 spin doctors out, and the third is also in the archive, so the amount of assets you're worried about does decrease. And Bass sometimes can be a niche card. Not every list runs more than 1 if 1. Rob's
once again jamming in server 2, threatening something good out of here.
Rob's
and sealing off HQ.
Still
another ice.
Still drawing up here. Has 17 credits after Sure Gamble. Only access to a killer, but that has changed.
The Amina though.
Amina coming down. That is 7 credits to install. It's going to deal with the Gatekeeper relatively well. Well, you're going to have to pay 6 this turn. But that is a Hagen.
4 this turn, right?
Oh.
It's 2 for 3 strength.
Yes, 2 for 3 strength.
Amina actually interacts very well with the ice in this deck because Magnet is also only 2.
Whoa, what? Oh, wow.
Maryland and New Maryland.
I just got knocked out of the game and I'm watching Brandon's game.
Yes.
Did y'all get that?
I need to. That happened to me as well. Let me get back to the correct game.
Yeah, excuse me if you're watching on stream what happened there. I don't know what happened. That has never happened before. Give us 1 second while we get back into the game. Yeah, sorry. We'll get back.
JNet has been pulling me back into games, and really it's not JNet's fault. There's so much strain on JNet right now.
Forced connection.
Due to a diversion of funds coming out here, though.
I can't. Hold on. I can join the game. 1 second. Okay, we're back in. Okay. Huge recovery.
Diversion of funds run.
So diversion of funds, a boomerang was used to get through this Hagen, it looks like. And I'm getting through Magnet. So 6 credits will go away from sports total from this run. And that is a diversion.
So Cody's down 2 credits.
Sports down to 2. 2 is enough with Audacity.
Difficult if they had a biotic plan or anything like that.
Yeah. Shuts off biotic at least for a couple turns, but
the Audacity is a real threat here.
Yeah.
Audacity is a real threat here.
Cody just clicking up for credits, and this can be a scary line because there's more diversions still coming. We still have 28 cards left in the stack, but 2 diversions means that 2 HQ runs. The first one will return a diversion to hand. The second one will deliver the diversion.
So notably, no way to get through the Hagen without boomerangs, so you may be safe for 1 turn, and 1 turn may be all you need.
Yeah, it's just the Hagen that's holding it off, but there's the boomerang. Only 1
click
left,
there's the boomerang, though.
It's only going to be a run with a Dirty Laundry, but that will return the diversion to hand. But the boomerang deals with the Hagen perfectly. You're going to pay 4 credits for the Magnet. Sorry, only 2 credits for the Magnet, dropping Cody down to 6 credits. The Mina does take your money away on the first time you break all of the Code Gate subroutines.
So dropping,
access here.
Notably, Maryland does mean that Cody will still be on biotic money at the start of turn.
Yeah, and hopefully close out with an Audacity from there. So it's a diversion of funds and diversion funds. We'll take the diversion funds, and we know there's an Audacity in hand. 8 credits not necessary here. Hopefully we have a biotic out, and from that point, we do have the Audacity. Cody might have it here. That's a biotic.
It's a biotic.
Triple advance.
And
we are
a Vitruvius
on game point, and it's so hard here. Gronkov
1 point away.
Might actually consider, you'd have to divert the 3 credits and on top of that, trash the Maryland. Otherwise, Cody can Audacity if they have the agenda in hand. But it looks like Rob is going to let the money go through and hopefully lock R&D. Hope there's nothing in HQ here. And just put down the Cloud Stack. Cody could have it. They just need to have an agenda in hand. There's so many 3-1s in the list. We know he has the audacity.
Maryland's shuffling.
That's it.
That's installed. That's an audacity.
It was in hand.
That is the win from Cody.
Just did not have the stuff to get into HQ. That Hagen holding off such a fast matchup. And again, these criminal decks that struggle with sometimes the multi-axis, struggle with the disruption, you just need to get lucky. And you see that when you're slamming R&Ds, but good games to both. Fast games as well.
A good game.
Yes.
That does mean, so Cody is likely in A2. Let me look at their records. They were on,
because if I'm not mistaken, that was a 2-for-1 game.
24 points.
So Cody's going to take
2-for-1.
Take both sides.
Cody's going to go to 30. Cody's going to go to 30 points, which we are theorizing is the amount that is needed for tomorrow.
So we still have a lot of time left in the round. If we jump over to the tournament section, JNet is convinced I'm watching this game for some reason.
JNet's convinced on my end too.
We can actually watch that. Table 2 says 5 spectators. That can't.
I believe they asked not to be streamed.
Okay.
In like the second that I was back in.
No problem.
Might want to leave Man in the Moon alone. Don't want to caster curse the third time.
No.
I have some issues. Can we do? Hold on, just checking to make sure everything's cool here. We could consider doing Hawkler versus Vale, but I'm not sure Vale has picked a runner identity yet. Are we missing something here?
I think he mentioned before the difficulty with internet.
Oh, Vale, yeah, of course. Excuse me. Yeah, huge shout outs. All right. Table 13 is Lucidit, who is playing an interesting whale, and it's Argus versus Movable Object on Adam.
Sounds quite interesting.
Yeah, I'm into that.
Okay, I got in.
Sorry, this is which table?
Table 13, I think.
I believe.
13, okay. Awesome.
All right, and we are off. This is Adam. Starts with multi-access, starts with the ability to see the top of the deck, and Find the Truth is seeing something here. Just floating 6 tags?
Actually.
Wait, what? 6 agenda points? We're going back in for another agenda? Is this it? Breaches R&D, acts as an unseen card. Pause for effect.
Gosh.
Is this the slow roll? Is this the most epic slow roll?
What did we see from it? We saw a high profile target from hand, so that is it. The game is over.
Well, just in time to see a Bioroid.
14
shot
damage.
down. 14 damage.
High profile target, but movable object there. Lucid had probably felt pretty secure there, but when 14 damage comes through, when you lose, I think they lost 3 agendas in that turn. Absolutely, almost a stunning reversal. All right.
How's the consulting for the second high-profile target for 14 more damage?
That's cool.
I love it.
I feel like we rolled up at the right time.
Yes, we did.
Right.
Casually 28 damage.
All right, that'll do another 14. Okay, now we're just showing off.
All right,
it's fine.
All right. We saw both 14s. We can go now.
Let's find another table. All right, let's see what we have. Again, my JNet lobby is a bit goofed up. No amount of refreshing. We have Sebastian K against Double K. Sebastian K we just saw is playing that pretty flush as list. Do we want to maybe check that out? On table 9, this looks like win it.
Just trying to find where
Table
we're
9. Yeah, they are still very much in the hunt. So
perfect. So we have this as list. We saw this just at the end of last round, and it is basically, hey, we got Geist at home. We're looking at 2 tech traders. We're looking at the technical writer with 11 credits on top of it. We haven't seen the Reaver yet, which does mimic that card draw, but it's 4 to 5 agenda points. Asa group with a Sison Tan, looking for that cheeky flatline to the unexpected player. Did this even connect? This, I think, connected. Resolves 3 unbroken subroutines. Well, how close did we get to death here? If we scroll up in the chat log, Sison was encountered. We hit hardware. We trashed spy camera, lucky charm, the back, and simulchip and technical writer. There was a small chance that was actually going to be lethal. I think there's actually a significant chance that the Sison was going to be lethal.
Listen, Taunton, that is so spicy. That's 3 influence in this ASO list.
Yeah. And is this the brainstorm list we saw earlier?
I think I've seen mention of Brainstorm in the log.
Signal jamming being cracked in the remote server.
There's a brainstorm in HQ. Yeah.
Okay, this might be the same list that we saw before. Apologies if we don't remember the exact name of the player, but we're treated to an amazing game. Signal jamming being used to prevent cards from being installed until the end of the run. Now, this hates out self-modifying code, simulchip, and most anarchs, the way that they use their breakers. So this gatekeeper is going to collide. I don't think you really need a signal jam here. Nothing was going to come down. But Lucky Charm is going to get through the end of the run. Double K still has 8 credits to hold them out of this remote server.
Wow.
Are they keeping going?
Let's keep going. No cards in hand, no breakers. You're 1 credit short of a brainstorm. Feeling safe. You do also have the flip switch, mind you. So if something big does get res, you can always panic and run away.
Very true. Crash to jack out is a wonderful ability.
That is
another gatekeeper. You can't get through this.
The second gatekeeper. Yeah, this one, if you don't want it to fire when they only have 1 card in hand, that's going to gain them a lot of tempo. But again, this easily could be the winning agenda in the remote server. Install advance will be potentially 2 more points. We're going to just fire all here.
Well, notably, gatekeeper, the gatekeeper on the outside declined draw. And we're seeing that here again. Drew 0 cards.
That is the advancement.
That is the end.
Cyberdeck Sandbox Double K is going to get it with the spiky Oscillist, looking at brainstorms, looking at 2 signal jammings in the archives, and that'll get you through 28 to 30 credits. I feel like this as was just spinning up, and Double K forced the issue into this remote server.
And Double K is now on 30 points as well. I believe that was a 2 for 1.
Oh, that.
That seemed huge. So we only have a couple tables left. I think at this point, a lot of the top tables are no longer playing because either 2 for 1 or intentional draw. So we're just going to kind of stream whatever we kind of want to as we relax through the last part of the round. Do you guys?
So let's scroll through and see if there are any IDs that we really want to see.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to do it.
Actually, hold on. Is table 12 RC Amato versus Osclet? Did we see if they?
I think we saw that a bit earlier. RC Amato Osclet is still ongoing. Do you want to try that one?
They are both still in the hunt. If they are open to it, I would love to see that game.
Oh, do you want to go in and ask? And we'll be right behind you. So let me check, make sure everything is okay. But we should have a fair bit of time left in the round. We saw some very fast matchups that round.
We did. Okay, Osclet is requesting not to stream.
Right on.
Okay.
All right, where are we going from here?
Yeah, let's scroll through, see if we can find any good IDs.
My ability to hover over IDs. Oh no, it's good. It's working.
Someone we're seeing a request for. Unfortunately, it looks like table 29 is done at this point. It would have been the only SSO in today, but unfortunately, that is no longer here.
On table 48, if we'd liked, we have an Atom versus an Earth Station.
Earth Station. I love that.
Would you kindly ask if they're okay being on stream?
Absolutely.
It's table 48, so we're a fair way down, but we're just looking to watch some fun Netrunner. Yeah, Earth Station. I don't think there's that many right now in either day, but it is definitely a relevant ID ability. It's always interesting to see how you want to utilize that. The one remote server makes it tricky to play some of the best cards.
48,
right,
we are good.
Let's do this.
And the game is just starting. We currently have some ice on HQ and R&D from Earth Station, and then some directives in play for Adam, and that's about it. Just some dirty laundries other than that.
Fantastic. So Adam, I think if you're not familiar with the mini faction, maybe you've only started playing recently this year. There's a lot to explain. Adam comes with you when the game starts, you choose 3 directives. They don't have to be part of your deck, and you put them on the table. They start installed. Now Adam has access to 4 directives. Generally, these 3 are the ones that see consistent play just about every time. The first is safety first, which hits your hand size at the beginning of the game. But when your turn ends, if you have less cards in hand than your hand size, you get free card draw, which throughout the game, you increase your hand size. This is just straight gas. Secondly, neutralize all threats. When you run HQ, you're going to see 2 cards, but as a drawback, whenever you access a card with a trash cost, or at least the first card you access a turn, you have to trash it. And that actually has a lot of interesting counterplay. And finally, and most powerfully, find the truth. Whenever you draw a card, you have to show the corp, but the first time you make a successful run, you got to just look at the top card of R&D. So again, a lot of power between these 3 directives. They do give you limitations, but a lot of strengths. We also have a corporate defector, so if Jalenhorn wants to draw, they're going to have to show what that is. We charge the remote. Now we're going on to server 1 again. Earth Station is not flipped. This is just a regular run. Don't have to pay 6 credits, and Jalenhorn only has 4 credits, so you can still res a lot of the Wayland Ice, including a border control.
Border control will bounce Adam out. So whatever is in server 1 will stay there for now. Notably, 1 credit is what's needed to res wall to wall. One of the best things to have in a server for Earth Station. So if this is in fact a wall to wall, then you get that clickless draw, you get that clickless credit, and it's a wonderful thing to have.
Yeah, we'll see what Jalenhorn does there. Again, they've dropped to very low credits. There's not too many ways to recover from this. There is exactly the wall-to-wall, which gives you those free advancements, lets you draw a card, getting credit. You get basically your choice of options here, and that is a lot of value for just a single asset.
Notably, we did see wall-to-wall in Pincel's Gagarin.
Yeah.
It was there just as a cheaper CSR campaign to draw, but in Earth Station, you really get to see it shine because in Earth Station, you can't have multiple assets resed unless you have some shenanigans that aren't actually legal anymore, like oh gosh.
Kayambe Grid?
Was that install? What was that install 2 assets in the same server?
Oh, that's still a thing. It's like Reality 3D. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Something like that.
Oh, okay. I did not realize. Is that data in Destiny? I thought it was Crimp City.
I think it might be Mumbad.
Okay, yeah. Regardless,
Rex
not
Studio.
seeing that
Yes,
here.
that's it.
Wall to wall, definitely going to be the only asset resed here and provides so much value.
So here we go, IP block. We're going to crash into that on R&D. We don't have Link, but we don't have an AI, so that's just going to be 3 credits to get through. Interestingly enough, you could always run archives to see the top of R&D if you want to set that up, but we're just going to go in for the turning wheel counters regardless, which definitely feels good. Trace is going to fire.
We do have counters starting to tick up on Hordem. Hordem, one of the 7 wonders ice that when it gets to 3 counters, for Hordem in particular, the ice gets much, much, much stronger. Not there yet, though. Going to take a few turns.
And the wall-to-wall is drawing up. It is worth noting the value of advanceable ice strategies in Netrunner have changed consistently from year to year. We saw the ban of Kayambe Grid, an upgrade that is pretty strong if you have a lot of ice that's advanced. But on top of that, mass commercialization, a card that gives you credits for as many cards that you've advanced, is also a banned card this year. So it's a bit of a struggle. There's less reasons why you'd want to play a lot of this advanceable ice and commit to advancing it. But I think regardless, if that's not necessary, wall-to-wall is still just a very good card.
Yeah.
Jalenhorn.
And it's just passively provided value because wall-to-wall would be good enough if all you got was the draw and the credit, but getting to tick this Hordem up, fantastic.
Yeah, you'll take it. Hero Maxim, setting up again. If you end with 2 cards in hand, you will get your free card draw. And we just drew into a brain chip, which is an important part of this machine. Once you get this card down, your hand size will be increased as long as you can steal an early agenda, which means that safety first is less of a downside and more of a giant benefit as the game continues.
Cyberdeck's Fiber Suite.
Just in archives, that's going to make it difficult if you have something like an Amakua or a Tapworm. You generally don't want to be running archives just for value, and we've drawn into a sure gamble off the top of the stack.
I think also a very strong signal that this Earth Station is running Cyberdeck's Sandbox, which I think is not a surprise. It's one of the strongest 4-2 agendas that any deck has access to, but I think this is definitely a strong signal that it is in this Earth Station.
Jalenhorn now has to get enough credits to score in the remote server and threaten to res ice. Now, it's not obvious what the other side of Earth Station does, but right now, it's going to be an additional credit if you want to run HQ. If you want to spend a click and commit to flipping this card over, on the backside, you're not looking at that Issei text. You're looking at an entirely different identity, and it says as an additional cost to run Server 1, the runner has to pay 6 credits, which is a heck of a lot, and the only way to stop that ability is you run HQ, and then this identity has to flip back to its natural side. So
Interesting. We have a Gabali down here. We have a Bitey Boy.
yeah, we haven't seen one of these in a long time. These used to be pretty consistent across anybody who cared with trash cans, let alone as a really cheap install. But I feel like we've been so spoiled by the likes of Boomerang, which is, in some ways a bit more clumsy, but in a lot of other ways, a lot more powerful as well. Janhorm hitting that hedge fund. They're up on 10 credits, 15 now after the government subsidy. Love to hit that breakpoint. Probably has the money they need to confidently rush into remote server. I was going to say we've seen no logic bombs, no breakers, but that N'Golo is going to be able to kick through 2 pieces of ice at a minimum. And one big thing in this matchup is if you need to logic bomb the remote server that has a border control, it's actually pretty awkward. Because if you logic bomb, you lose all your clicks, which means the border control can just say, sorry, turns over. And there's not a lot of good ways to deal with that downside. So that N'Golo lines up pretty well against the unresed ice on server 1.
I wonder how much longer the wall-to-wall has to stay in that only one server.
Yeah, it's a card you can add back to HQ, and you have to do that before you mandatory draw. So basically you do this when you know you're ready to go and install an agenda in that remote server to take its spot.
Oh, we're seeing a third ice come down on server 1. So you have to think pushing an agenda probably isn't too far away here.
It's a long way to space. You need to make a really tall elevator, and 3 ice might just be the start of it. Let's see some big surveyors. Neuromaxim starting up on the 4 clicks, still only 3 hand size. Would love to find an agenda to power up that brain chip. And then Golo probably does it. It's been so many turns. We've seen no filtering. Likely to hit an agenda on HQ when you're accessing 2 cards with neutralize all threats.
Ooh.
Yep, so N'Golo can kick through the border control.
Yeah.
And naturally can break Whoredom, so HQ is not safe.
Yeah, this is still quite an expensive run. You spend 1 to initiate the run, 4 to get through border control, and then it's another 4 for the Whoredom. That's a lot of money. Luckily, it is a double access, but it's still a pretty penny when Neuromaximum now only has 7 credits left to work with. You could consider, that's the thing why advancing the Whoredom is so good. You could consider Gabaling it, but 3 credits or 4 credits, it's a fair bit of money if you let that first subroutine resolve.
Right, exactly. That's some of the value of having this wall-to-wall ticking for so long is just you never really want to let any of these subroutines fire now.
Yeah, we'll see how they interact with this again. It is a code gate, and N'Golo does deal with code gates naturally. It just is kind of expensive, 4 credits.
Whoredom matches up really well against N'Golo, despite the fact that N'Golo is one of the best decoders available. Whoredom just has numbers that line up against it well.
So we're accessing now. That's a high-profile target and a hard-hitting news. Oh, you hate to see that after you go down to 1 credit and make a successful run. Oh, Neuromaxim, don't panic. Just calmly click to 4. Everything's okay.
It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Don't worry.
Oh boy, if you're worried that this is going to be a long grind of a game, Janhorm is just comfortably sitting on it. We'll see if we have an economic warfare to add insult to potential injury.
Potentially grievous injury. Sure.
I think we've seen a lot of atoms get absolutely vaporized by rockets today.
Adam is one of the most high profile of the possible targets.
People are hunting him down.
What we're seeing.
I don't remember what happened in Terminal Directive, but I feel like that was basically the plot.
They're not surviving as well today as they were yesterday.
Yeah, they're doing quite well yesterday for sure. All right, Jalen, I'm clicking up for credit. I have no doubt the news is going to hit hard here. You only have to pay 1 credit. It's going to be Trace 5.
Look at those headlines. Coming right for you.
So that is going to be
one real
4 tags.
Yeah, what's especially awkward here is It only takes 2 tags
Oh,
stuck.
networking! Yes, let's go! Let's go! Neural Maxim had it. The tech.
Amazing.
That's a big lol from everyone. Oh, that's so good. Okay, so a couple things were going to happen there. Firstly, networking. That's sick. Got him. But secondly, this is actually going to be one of the situations where having 3 hand size was going to be a problem. If Neural Maxim could only clear 2 tags, the high profile target's still lethal, but luckily networking, you gotta, it's not what you know, it's who you know. And hey, you need to know that you need the tech. That's so cool. But Jalen Horn still has a window here.
Jalen Horn just with a wall to sum up the feelings about that. I agree. That's not much you can say after you get hit with the quadruple networking like that. That's amazing.
And here we go. Install advanced events. Not even bothering to flip Earth Station. It seems like the remote is hard enough to deal with. Oh, never mind. If it's Earth Station.
Oh, it's a hostile. Okay.
Yeah. Or sorry, a hostile takeover. Excuse me. It is worth knowing, and I've never goofed this up, but the bad publicity from the hostile takeover, you only get that during the run. You actually can't use that to pay for the Earth Station ability itself, because you only get the bad publicity once the run is initiated. So this money will go pretty far. Bad publicity is definitely nothing. It's something you're always happy to have. It's just you do have to watch out when that enters your credit pool.
Yeah. Also, notably, there might be some questions from players who are less familiar with Earth Station. Why pull back the wall to wall when you just have to discard an extra card at the end of turn? It is because you cannot create a new server. There is no server 2 for Earth Station. Earth Station forces you to only use a single server, so you have to pull that wall to wall back if you want to install there.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So that wall to wall is going to come back, and there's actually some cool mind games with that. If you have agendas you can score from a non-advanced state, a lot of times you'll just jam them back in and it looks like a wall-to-wall returning to business, but it's in fact just an Atlas or an above the law. HQ gets an upgrade and that's
now
a flip.
flipping.
So that upgrade is looking usually like a Crucium grid. This is the first time we've seen the back of the Earth Station, but again, if you want to run that one remote server, pay 6 before the run starts. And if you want to flip Earth Station, you have to make a successful run on HQ, but that run won't be considered successful if the Crucium grid is rezzed. So good luck running that server twice, paying 5 just to save 6 on the remote. You generally just end up running the remote.
As you pointed out, the bad publicity not available for this 6 either.
Yeah, for sure. Jalen Horn rezzing that IP block. Now, this is where the bad publicity feels a bit worse when you start tracing through this now for only 2 credits with the bad pub. You definitely don't want to Angola through this. I think you just take the trace and hope Jalen Horn doesn't really boost into it too heavily. If they do, you just clear the tag. You could also consider gaballing this after.
Networking the tag.
Oh, yeah, that's
Clear
true.
it for 1 credit.
Never mind. You want those tags. You want your cards to be good. Give me the tags. This is really interesting whether Jalen Horn cares the boost because of that networking, but I still think you might want to consider. I don't know how good this archives run is, right? It just is for Find the Truth. It flips 2 cards. But sometimes if you have another hard-hitting news in hand, you're okay if they get in.
They're not boosting the trace.
Perfect. So Trace 3 is only 2 credits on top of the bad publicity. Neuro is going to get an access. Going to flip 2 cards in there. It is the high profile target that Jalen got rid of. You can't get someone with networking. And up wall to wall. So that might be a second wall to wall, or it might just have enough things in hand they want to jam into the remote.
We are fully on plan. Score 7 points here is what we're seeing.
7 points in space is not going to be potentially a tall ask again. Angolo, Logic Bomb. Both quite expensive for certain ice suites, but hey, that's a Rashida Yahim. 3 cards, 3 credits, getting protected off in space. Subsidy. If you need more credits, you have it. You're up on 25. This feels like a good scoring window, so I do think you want to get something in that server if you have the opportunity.
Agreed. Yes, the Logic Bomb gets you through 1 ice. Yes, the Gabali gets you through 1 subroutine. Still, having to spend 6 to run that server, it's tough. You can always dunk the Logic Bomb run with a border control, so this feels very secure, even before the 4th ice.
Yeah, for sure. So the question is whether Neuro can figure out how to win off centrals. The turning wheel obviously is a real threat. You could start running into the border control and just giving the corp 2 credits a pop just to trade for a turning wheel counter. Sometimes not the wrong thing to do. But hey, we are, what is it, turn 11 and only one agenda is out. There's no sprint. There's no spin doctor. There has to be agendas in HQ.
With the
If they
upgrade.
aren't, then it's just been a very, very slow draw for Earth Station. I would not be shocked. Earth Station probably wants to find some agendas and throw them into server 1 and might be a little frustrated with how slow they've come.
Daily cast coming down. Again, if Neuro cannot find an agenda, they have to play the whole game with 3 hand size, let alone one of that hand size is dedicated exclusively to networking with your friends. So not a lot you can hold in there. That's another Rashida. No agenda just yet.
Where are these agendas?
Jalen Horn drawing up again, 9 cards in hand. We only have 19 left in R&D and 1 agenda point. Has to be a Rife HQ and install advances, making it look, if that is an SDS drone deployment that connects with the Ngolo, that is a huge turn of events.
Would be absolutely brutal.
There's no amount of networking that will save your Ngolo.
They know you, they don't know your kickboxer friend.
Nero needs to figure it out again. It's 6 credits just to run the server. After that point, you have 1 bad publicity. You have a logic bomb. Logic bomb is naturally countered with border control. So Neuro has gonna have to find out how to generate a lot of credits very quickly. Whether it's overclock, we've seen 2 in the bin so far. That's kind of the best trick you have here, unless it's like multiple logic bombs run and hoping the Cabali gets you through enough.
Tough spot for Adam, for sure. Just the economy not ticking in at the rate that Adam really needs to be able to challenge this remote. I think the real hope here is that you can find enough tricks here. I'm not sure. Can you challenge this score? I'm not sure.
I think you still just consider running HQ here. It doesn't cost you credit to run. You think there's agendas in there.
Yeah,
there
that is what's happening here. Yeah. Try to get them right. Try to get them before they can go into server 1. I think I'm with you. I think there's got to be at least 1 still in HQ. Either that or it is just abysmally slow in terms of getting these agendas for Earth Station.
And if we're talking about slow and getting agendas, there is a pressure here, right? If you see the top card of R&D with Find the Truth, which hasn't been happening that much, we haven't been making too many successful runs. Anytime they click to draw with Defector, you see what they draw. So that might actually dissuade Jalen Horn for just digging in for the answer. Luckily, 2 Rashidas got them through that. Boomerang getting through border control. This Hordem again is another 4 credits, 3 with bad publicity. And Jalen Horn could always border control here if they'd like to. That would strand the Boomerang into the heap.
Border control or just a Chrysium res would also strand the Boomerang.
Oh, that's very true. Yeah. It's no longer a successful run.
Yeah.
So this prevents not only the flip, but the run is not considered successful. So you're not going to get that Boomerang back. It's a really fun interaction.
Does not even have enough money to actually trash Chrysium grid, unfortunately.
I'm not sure if you want to, right? Like 5 is so much, and I don't know if you're going to run the remote, even if the Earth Station is flipped. I feel like you just need to get those sweet, sweet accesses. And we're in here. We're going to see 2 cards, mind you, with neutralize all threats. You are going to be forced to trash the first card you access if you can afford it. Accessing a border control from HQ, just a piece of ice. And an economic warfare, that is scary.
Well, it's not doing anything right now. Only 1 credit. That's counterplay.
Now Jalen Horn is like forced between the hard-hitting news or scoring out. And I feel like with the networking, you probably just commit to the score, specifically if it's an SDS drone deployment.
I agree there. An SDS would be completely brutal right now. Even to send the message wouldn't be too bad. I'm sure there's probably a piece of ice on the remote that's worth rezzing.
Jalen scoring up. That's up to 5. Let's see a drone strike. That is a drone strike.
Yeah.
Oh, that Ngolo is going to go.
Get that Ngolo out of here. Yeah.
And that's, you usually don't run more than 1 of them in the deck. You usually run 1 and you're able to tutor with Emergent Creativity. Emergent Creativity only searches your stack, so that's not coming in from the bin. At this point, we're looking for a Simulchip, we're looking for Reclaim, we're looking for a Harmony Access. I never know the name of that card.
This game seems over to me.
Yeah.
I'll be completely honest. Yeah. This game seems pretty over. The only real that Adam has, I think, is bounce off of this. Bounce off of this border control a bunch of times, get a bunch of turning wheel counters, and pray that there is not a Hordem on R&D.
And I think that's a.
Or it's 3 advanced, it could be a
Which-
Mausolus too.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
fine, right?
it's advanced.
Like,
Well, 3 advanced Mausolus does end the run.
oh sure, but you can Gabali one of them, Logic Bomb the other. Like, I think you have a run on R&D. You're right. I don't think it's going to be great, but like I think you can set up something where you make a lot of turning wheels and then just mad dash R&D and just get through everything.
I think that's probably the only out.
Yeah.
True. Yeah, you can actually Logic Bomb a Hordem because Logic Bomb is not an AI, so it would work.
So we're just
It
crashing.
looks like that's their plan.
Yeah, the question is whether you do it this turn. I think you wait for a turn. If you need to score 2 3-pointers too, you also do need another sacrifice for the STS drone deployment if you're assuming that's the 3-pointer in the list. So you might want to find something else to pair with that Rozeki. And like this is the frustrating thing sometimes when you play Adam, right? Like there's this narrative to the game where if you steal an early agenda based off of your
here's a mad
never
dash.
mind, we got the pressure.
You have the mad dash.
So here
a dash going to R&D. So these 3 cards better be 3 pretty good cards for Adam.
you need to send a message and a
It is in fact a
deployment.
Mausolus. So you probably Logic Bomb through this because this is a much worse one to get hit by the other subs from.
Yeah.
In fact, that would be lethal because 3 net damage.
Unfortunately, though,
Oh,
if
yeah,
you hit
have
the
to
IP
Logic Bomb
block,
there.
you are going to float the tag, which means if this doesn't work, Jalenhorn has free reign to just trash every single resource. At that point, I don't know if that's even just better than putting an agenda in server 1. I doubt it is.
Install advance might be better. Maybe if you want to be super, super careful, you could trash the turning wheel.
Yeah. But we need 2 big agendas here. We need 2 3-pointers. Or it's 3 2-pointers. We just need a lot of agendas. That's the problem.
It needs to be STS drone deployment and another 3-pointer that is not the 3rd STS drone deployment.
Unfortunately enough, if this whiffs, you take the meat damage from Mad Dash. Oh, you are going to draw one off safety first, but 2 high-profile targets would do it if you float a tag here.
High profile plus a consulting visit, if that's in the cards here.
So we're going to use a turning wheel. We're going to access 3 cards off the top of R&D. Again, this is a Mad Dash, so agendas are worth 1 additional point. You're forced to trash something if you access it. Oh, that's a start.
Send a message. That's going to be 4 points. If there's an SDS or another send the message, this is game.
Whoa. Do we have 1 more access?
1 more access.
No, just up to 4 points, but the game is not over. Now Neuro knows they can still sneak out with a single access. They definitely have more Gabalis on the list, at least more Logic Bombs. So Jalenhorn has
2
to...
more Logic Bombs will give you a miracle off of R&D.
We have a Surveyor on the remote. I don't think that remote, you're going to come anywhere near that. But we're going to just start trashing stuff.
Trashing the cast.
Daily cast, it's gone. I think Turning Wheel you want to get rid of. I think that's how you're going to lose, if anything.
Right?
Yeah. Oh, Find the Truth is gone next.
And the Truth also gone. Shocked that the Turning Wheel hasn't already immediately entered the heap.
Yeah, we'll see what Jalenhorn values here. They might be more scared. Obviously, Find the Truth is terrifying. If they just make a run on Archive, see the top of R&D, and they can basically just tank through most of it, they're okay. That being said, it's still hard to get through this ice. Mouseless does give you a tag. No, it does, which means the IP block is also relevant.
And trashing safety first.
Lost the safety first. Okay. That actually opens up hand size, which Neuro actually might appreciate. We'll see if they even bother clearing this last tag.
Turning Wheel is a surprise not trash to me.
Hey, that's networking. Get more value out of it. Coming back to your grip for 1 credit. Yeah, the Turning Wheel did survive, which I think at this point Nero just needs to draw up and find answers to be able to contest R&D. I think we know the next card on R&D right now.
The window probably isn't very wide. The window is basically as soon as Earth Station can find or already has a 5/3 in hand, you have 2 turns to win. 1 turn to win at that point, so 2 corp turns to win. So notably, we know that there aren't agendas coming. So
yeah, it's just the next card on R&D we know. After that point, like Neuro might want to build up. We know there's a border control in hand, so if Jalen puts that in front of R&D, that basically ends that line of play. We'll see if they value that, because right now we're just going to bounce returning wheel tokens.
You have to think with all of this money pouring in, has to be the border control on R&D to lock things down. Definitely seems like a very reasonable play.
So Jalen still needs to score at a 3-pointer from this board state. So that would be all their turn. Install advance. Now they could just take time and install a single piece of ice in R&D, or maybe try and close the game right here. Let's see if we get 2 advancements on this card, or you can always slow roll while also defending centrals. And there you go. This is such a big issue for Neuro, because if that is the border control we saw in HQ, no amount of logic bombs is going to get you in.
Yeah.
Jalen sitting on 10 credits, card in server 1. Easily could be a 3-2, even just, those wall-to-walls that we've been seeing throughout the game, and Neuromaxim has to pivot. They still can win in a single run if they have it. Again, logic bombs don't really work on the remote server. That's a corroder. That does deal with the border controls.
Deals with the subroutines, but arguably the subroutine's not the important part right now. So
just
Rashida
to find probably more
really
agendas.
wants that 5-3. That 5-3 is game winning at this point, so really wants it.
Yeah, you surely have it here, right? Install advance on 13 credits behind a giant surveyor. They have no logic bombs, just a corroder, and they're going to start their turn on 4 credits. Let's see if we have install advance.
Install advance.
Looking like
the win
turn.
here.
Jalen Horn might just be, Neuromaxim might just be digging centrals here. There's 5 cards in archives. You get a double access on HQ, and they did draw a fair bit that turn. So it's all about the 5-3s. In fact, I don't know. I kind of feel like checking archives to some extent. I don't know Jalen Horn that well, so I don't know what kind of respect they put into that archives dump.
It's tough. You don't have enough money to do everything you want, because I think ideally you would want to go into archives, check that, and you would also want to go into HQ. The tricky thing is, to get through this Hordem, you have to logic bomb.
Yeah.
You have to have a Gabali.
Border control is going to deal with the logic bomb. Then border control just
ends it.
Yeah, the Gabali is exactly what you need for the Hordem to get through the end of the run. Yeah, it's just unfortunate how bad Logic Bomb is against servers. In fact, R&D, HQ, and Server 1 both, or so all 3 look like they have a border control on them. Drawing up after installing the Logic Bomb, 2 clicks left to figure out what they can do to possibly get an access. You can always just run IP block last click and Logic Bomb through it if that's your your panic shot.
A boomerang would do it if there happens to be a boomerang in grip, but
even then it's too little too late, right? Like they install it and just get border controlled.
Oh, true. Yeah, because you only have 1 click left at that point.
Yeah.
I think Neuro's best shot here is just running archives. It's the only ice server that doesn't have a border control on it, and they can still logic bomb through it.
Yeah. Yeah. If this logic bomb were Gabali,
yeah, it would be okay. Well, no, because we still have to run twice.
You still get border controlled, and you still can't get through it twice.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we need some way to deal with the Hordem twice, but we only have 2 clicks left, and these both have to be used to make a run. So I think the only server you can contest is archives, or just somehow really hope the top of R&D isn't the border control. But then I still think you struggle with the IP block.
You have to think that there's nothing in archives, right?
It's your only option. I think it's the only accesses you can get this turn.
Right. I think it's the only accesses you can get, but I think that there's no chance that there's anything in there.
We're running R&D.
Running R&D, though. Forcing this to actually be the border control, I guess.
Yeah.
Since you do have the one last turn to go to archives.
Oh, it's a Hordem. That's still a problem.
It's a Hordem. Yeah, you still can't get through that.
Well, if you logic bomb this, you can't get to the mouseless. You can pay through the IP block, but 2 code gates in a row are an issue. So here, the last shot is archives if you want to get some accesses. Again, there's a chance it's an NGO front in server 1, but I still think you need to play around as if it's not. Hey, we're going for it. I think here you probably just pay your money. You have bad publicity. This only costs you. Actually, what does it cost? 3 credits?
Undoing the click.
Okay.
Undoing the click.
Oh, mad dash.
Dashing archives.
Mad
in
respect.
Case there's an Atlas in there.
That's always the right play. Last click mad dash. We're just logic bombing.
Always.
Money doesn't matter. What do we got in here? No way. Show us a 2-pointer. Nothing. Wall to walls. Chrysiums.
There's a CVS.
Oh,
the networking's gone too.
No.
Doesn't matter, but
We'll see Jalen score this out, and
Yep,
that
that is in fact the game.
will be
There
game.
is an SDS to end the game here. So Will played both. Illinorum ends up getting there 7 points out of this Earth station.
Yeah, and
Very tough game.
good games to both
Like hard
players.
fought. Yeah.
That was a
really
good showing. That was really fun to watch.
Now, how much time is left in the round? Because I'd like to point out something very interesting.
What's that?
Oh, I think there's still time.
10 minutes. So, table 20, Sokka versus Shorty. That is the matchup of the commentators on stream yesterday, other than me.
All right, let's do it. And for those who are tuning in again, our round 7 is basically 10 minutes away. From that point on, we'll be able to tell you exactly who is going to make it tomorrow and how the bubble works. Because it's going to be probably more than 8 players today. It's very unlikely that 8 players cleanly from each day make it on to the next day. I'm not entirely sure how it works. Hopefully we have someone maybe from OP that can explain it. Apologies.
So sure enough, we have Sokka versus Shorty. This is the matchup of commentators from day 1A. We have Restoring Humanity versus Steve.
Yeah, Restoring Humanity. Underrepresented identity, underrepresented faction as a whole, but this just gives you a credit to turn as long as there's something face down in archives. And if you look into archives, you can notice some spicy includes. We're looking at Mwanza, City Grid, the home of traps and punitive Counter-Strike. On top of that, Chrysalis, a trap, but also an ice. And Shorty does not have the credit lead. 3 pad taps might be responsible for that. When you see 3 pad taps, you actually go to your way to avoid firing Restoring Humanity.
But Restoring Humanity is a May.
Oh,
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Sorry, it isn't.
Oh, okay.
So you just need to not throw things face down.
Shorty's gonna discard a card and give.
Oh no,
3
the subliminal
credits.
messaging. No,
Oh
don't
no.
play that.
Yeah, I gave more money for the pad tap. Okay. Well, Shorty's down to 19. We have a 3 advanced card in server 1, whether that's an Urtica Cypher, whether that's a slow roll, and we're setting up some sort of neurospike nonsense. Yeah, Sokka realizes what we're up to here.
This is the grudge match. It's the grudge match from yesterday on commentary, which was never discussed.
Yeah. Sorry, Rob. Yeah, I know. So Sokka now has 36 credits. They still need to steal some agendas, I reckon, but are ahead on time. And I don't know what they want to deal with server 1. I don't think they're going to have any Neurospike tech. If there is Neurospike, we're not seeing On the Lam. We're not seeing a Caldera beta, even for criminals. So Sokka is going to have 36 credits and is just going to try and figure out how to close the game here. This is going to be a Mwanza on HQ.
Bakugo. So this will be hit points in hand neutral, but obviously not hit point neutral total.
Kakugo Paperclip installed from the heap. 1 credit to get through that.
Would be. No. So it is HP neutral. What am I saying?
And the Mwanza City Grid there. This is an upgrade. That
got the Mwanza.
Forces you to access 3 additional cards. Of course, you're going to be accessing the Mwanza as well. So that is 10 credits. Now let's see what we access here. We do have a Steve trigger to get an additional hit point, which obviously is valuable if you need to run into multiple snares here. In theory, you don't die to double snare, but you die to like triple snare.
Or you die to getting greedy and stealing an avocado plus snare.
Yeah, it's on Sokka to like take that risk, but I think you want to flesh the snares out. Let's see what the access here. It's a punitive Counter-Strike, no
Punitive.
surprises.
And another punitive.
Second. Our first snare.
There's a snare. I don't love it.
It's 1 snare gone. Is that a second snare?
That's a second.
Oh.
Oh, we were
Access
close to
remaining.
it. Sokka only has 10 hit points left. 2 tags as well to clear. And the Mwanza, you can trash that if you want, but it's 5 credits. Steve, yeah, giving that.
Steve did in fact save the day there. Required that hit point to survive that access.
Oh, this is huge. Shorty is going to get a huge burst of credits, and that Mwanza is coming down, leaving Shorty with 2 punitives in hand. And Sokka's an interesting place, right? Like 21 credits to 30 credits. Even if Sokka ended up stealing 1 agenda point, the punitives are actually potentially a problem. So now Sokka needs to figure out whether they want to clear the tags and potentially die to a Ronin in server 1. Let alone even Clearinghouse, right? Like there's some
Please
lethals
let it
here.
be a Ronin. Ronin would just be so appropriate.
I don't think Shorty has it. Joking about a 4th sting, but there's a bunch of things on table that could be a threat. It's an NGO front advanced to 3.
Triple advanced NGO.
All right, this is an avocado window if we've ever seen one. Gonna jam in server 1. Sokka's gonna have to draw up to deal with the data loop and the agenda, which is gonna be 4 more damage. Oh, that's so good.
You've got to think this is not a remote that can be contested right now.
So,
Running low on hit points. So
I would love for this to be a viral weaponization after Sokka manically draws up.
that would be so brutal. It would be so mean.
No, we're scoring out. It's a
5 advance.
bacterial.
It's a bacterial. Okay.
Now this lets you look at the top 7 cards of your deck. You can basically do whatever you want with them. Put them back in any order, throw them out, take them to hand, and this is really good for setting up the next Obokata next turn. Now Sokka has redrawn, so it's kind of on Sokka to beef it into some snares for you to get that like card advantage. Oh, Sokka, you never failed me. So we'll see how it goes from here. Shorty has a lot of decisions to make off this bacterial. This was one that generally takes a fair bit of time to sort out.
Five minutes left in the round stage.
Yeah.
5 minutes left in the round, so the pressure is on Sokka to try to find enough points to win here.
So we're going to see what Shorty does with this. Drawing up at least one card. Again, you can do basically anything you want with these cards. And that's basically showing you, I don't know, the entirety of R&D, give or take. 11 cards left.
Very close to it, yeah.
And we're looking at a Jinteki Restoring Humanity on a 40 card minimum. So we're looking at 18 agenda points. If we're going to assume that we're on entirely Obokatas, maybe 2 bacterial reprogrammings, that puts you at 15, 16, 17, 18 off of the stings.
Oof.
So probably only 4 agendas left in the list.
Notably, did throw 1 card into Archives face down. So Sokka gets 3 credits off of pad taps, but the credits off of pad taps really are not the important thing right here.
Yeah, interestingly, the credits are going to matter in this matchup. Like, Punitive is alive and well. If you steal an Obokata and you only have 10 cards left, like, Punitive is a bit tricky.
Oh, Sokka rethinking this.
Bacteria doesn't tell me what
Bacterial
happened.
did not tell Sokka what happened there.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. I believe it
Important
was
to know that.
trash 1, draw 1, rearrange 6, or it might have just been draw 1 over draw, rearrange 6. Are you supposed to know that? Yeah, you can watch your opponent do that.
Yeah.
That definitely should be in the chat log at some point. It's obviously you don't have to tell them what the cards are, but you do have to tell them, in fact, from my understanding, in what order the cards go back. You have to say, like, the 3rd card went on top. I trashed the 4th card. That sort of stuff is important. All right, so 1 to hand, 0 to archives. The next 6 rearranged on the top of R&D. We're going to go through here. Take 1 damage from the Kakugo axis here after we get that card back from Steve, basically rebounding off the Kakugo net damage. We're going to trigger a Paragon for a credit, get you that Scry ability, and we're going to access a Punitive Counterstrike from hand.
Punitive. Just a punitive.
Now that turning wheel's building up. We know that there's 2 snares out. 1 Spin Doctor is alive and well. So these could be coming back. Genotyping also a card that does show up in Restoring Humanity lists.
Ooh, drawing a diesel. Playing a diesel, rather. So looks like potentially going in for multi-axis here, preparing for that.
Jamming in the
Does
turning
not
wheel.
Get a Steve hit point, though.
Hit the Punitive in the hedge fund. Nothing really learned there. Discarding a Miss Bones. Is Shorty going to jam here?
Something in the server.
Oh, that's an install advance.
So the idea
This is an Obokata. If this is an Obokata, how do you get it?
You probably have to go through 2 data loops, which means that's 4 cards out of your hand. And if Shorty gets this,
I don't know if you can.
yeah.
I think the only out is you, for some reason, have one of these is an inside job, and the outermost is the data loop. No.
So let's talk about cards in hand, right? The Kakugo is going to take 1 card down. The data loop is going to take 2 cards down. You're already on 4 cards. So if this upgrade in server 1 is anything that does any amount of damage, you can't steal an Obokata. Oh, ends the run too, I guess. Yeah, that's also the thing.
If it's a void, it's over.
Yeah.
In terms of scaling Obokatas, at least from centrals from servers that have ice rest.
Sokka's going to fire all here and maybe just swing R&D to see 2 cards off the top. It looks like that's a play.
Yeah.
I think that's a fair play too. Now, Shorty has perfect information of what these cards are. I have no doubt out of the top 6, if there were agendas, Shorty put them way at the bottom. So it's actually very unlikely for this to convert. So Shorty's not even going to bother rezzing. You can spend your turning wheel and see the 2 cards that I put there.
That is time in the round. So if you just click for 3, it would be over. If you have the 5-3, obviously you end it with style points here. Get to the full 7. Is the
Yes.
Obokata. Good game. Shorty wins Restoring Humanity versus Steve Cambridge. Saka.
What a great round it
Good game to
was.
both.
And what a great day it's been. We're just about to wrap up. I think we should have a final standings. Time was just called in the round. So we're going to jump over to the leaderboard and see what things look like going in. Let me see what we are looking at. Okay. Yeah, bedtime for many. Round 7 standings. It looks like, wow, we actually have a couple. Well, I think these are mostly IDs. We see table 1, an ID, Shoeflower versus Roosefus, and Ghostmeat versus Big Unit, both also intentional draws. And you have to keep that in mind. Let's see if both of these players or all 4 of these players end up into the cut. Because IDing and then just losing off strength of schedule, that is a terrible feeling. You'd hate to do that. Objectivist sweeping through Brandon on the King. Scry sweeping through Mendax. I think that might be the end of the Sunny, which is unfortunate. Sunny almost making it, maybe still making it to the day 2, but I wouldn't hold my breath, unfortunately. And we see all the way down, Cody getting the sweep, Vale, Double K, Sanjay all getting the sweep, Osclit, Lucidit, Z-Bag. While Sound and Radiant went for the ID there on table 11 pretty quickly into the round. We're just waiting on Man in the Moon versus Netjogging/Ed. So
notably, Sunny is potentially still in it because Lucidit on Sunny won the 2-for-1 there.
Oh yeah, right on.
It would be 3, potentially 4 any factions in the top 16. At least in the play-in rounds, that would be 4 because there were 3 in day 1.
Yeah. So we have the results from table 20 that are coming in just shortly. And otherwise, we should have most of the other results at this point. We're going to wait for obviously results from every single table before we enter anything into the final standings. And at this point, I am going to be pretty embarrassed because I don't think I can confidently say how many players are going to make it to tomorrow and how many players are going to make it from yesterday. Real quick, while we wait for this to populate, I'm going to just open up. We have the Cobra for yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Give me 1 second to get that on screen. And if you look right now, if you look at the standings, we had 4 players on 33, and then we had down to 9 players. Down 5 additional players on 30 points. So from my assumption, all the 33s will make it, and the 5 30s will make it, which means Saja just gets pulled into the play-ins tomorrow. I'm hoping that we see something that's as clean as this, so we don't have to like sweep in. Well, I don't know if I'm hoping, but I feel like it'll be cleaner if it's just 8 or 9 players. But because if from my understanding is correct, yesterday, if there were more players on 30, all of those players on 30 will make it to day 2 for the play-ins. So we'll see how that goes. Today,
I'm not going to guarantee that my understanding is correct, but that is my understanding as well.
I feel like today is going to be a bit messier. I feel like we're going to have more players on 30 points.
Larger field, you expect that to a certain extent. Plus, this is the advantage of being in day 1B. Knowing that 30 points is the target is genuinely a large advantage.
Yeah. We might just want to hold up a couple minutes while we get the results again. We're almost at the end. It is where I'm at, basically 10 in the evening. We started at about 10:30 in the afternoon, so about 12 hours of straight Netrunner.
12 hours.
And we're back.
That's amazing.
Yeah, we're not even done. We're back tomorrow. It's going to be about 7 in the morning, 6:30 for Eastern time. And we have, again, it's going to be a top 16 double elimination, which is going to be preceded by the play-ins, which is going to add 1 or 2 rounds. So some absolute more wild Netrunner before we can crown a world champion for 2021. Frank asks, Andre, remind me about the side events. I know that there are a lot of side events going on tomorrow as well. I'm not too sure about how to get involved about them. I have no doubt Nisei is going to be talking about them in their communication channels. But again, if you're watching tomorrow, if you're not playing in the top 16, do get involved. There's a lot of side events, and Nisei is doing a lot to organize, even just like social stuff. It doesn't have to be playing Netrunner exactly.
And if you're still in an awake time zone, I think there's a couple of side events starting up in 30 minutes or so, like 30 minutes after the end of the round. So you can join them. There's a lot, there's a whole series of side events available in the, say, online event hub. And I think you can join up with lots of different people running them. And some sweet prizes getting shown too.
That's super cool. Apparently there's a cube draft starting in about 30 minutes, which is a pretty quality Netrunner
Yeah.
if you've never done that.
Yeah. And probably more side events tomorrow. But yeah, if you want to get in on it today, it's
That is awesome. So again, we're going to just hold on for about 5 more minutes while we get some results here. Now, if we just look quickly at our top tables to see if things are looking way different than yesterday, not really. We're seeing a bunch of Gagarins still at the top table, less Atom representation at the top table, but you're seeing those CTMs, you're seeing the NBN Glacier as well. We do have, we might see actually maybe some Jintekis make it into tomorrow. I'm honestly not that confident. I don't know if we're going to see any Jintekis tomorrow.
A lot of max making it through, it looks like.
Yeah. Which I think is what it was the easy thing to attach your horse to, right? Like the Max is going to do well today.
3 distinct flavors of max too, because we have on the top table Rust Rider and Pencil on respectively Apocalypse Max and Hivemind Max, and then a number of big max decks also doing well.
And that is, you know, in some ways it's very nice to see Max have that sort of competitive success this year in such a diverse playstyle, considering that she is going to be rotating out the standard format relatively soon. So if Max can get that world's title in right before she's on her way out and she returns to her job at Mega Buy permanently, I'd be pretty excited with that. All right, we just have one final result coming in, and then we'll very soon have your standings for you. And again, please do not take my word for it of who's going to make it tomorrow. I really hope we have someone from the ECOP that can maybe help us out with this. I'm going to send out a message.
I believe that they are actually going to be doing the math once the results come in, so it might take us a second to actually know who it is.
Okay, perfect. All right, one more standing left. We are mostly through today. We have made it through, just waiting for those final results. Man, the energy generally in the room, if you've ever been to an in-person Worlds while people are waiting for the results, it's just such a fun time. We can maybe have some of it online, I guess. All right. So we've seen Precision Design. I think one thing that's interesting is whether Sports Metal succeeded. And I think right now Cody is the only player of Sports Metal that hit these top tables at the end of the day. Which is a cool that, like, you know, some players stuck to that. Z-Bag as well actually potentially make it to the cut on Sports Metal Zaya, which is a really fun combination as well.
Ooh, it is.
So it's cool to see what that is. Otherwise, HB is largely, I would say, Precision Design with a bit of Asa Group sneaking in. A Mirror Morph looks like it might have just slipped out of the cut there in the last round. But not that much HB overall, being replaced by Controlling the Message and just NBN in general, I would say. Which is really good to see. And
yeah, various flavors of NBN. We have Controlling the Message, we have Esmari EdTech, and we have Acme, all near these top tables. Or making the top, what we presume to be the top cut in some cases. Also, Sanjay on a sync.
Oh wow,
Sanjay
might actually make the cut.
Yeah. With
Fantastic.
Sync and Big Max, the 70 card max that we saw.
Yeah. And we saw some interesting includes in the list too, like Aeneas Informant and some other like interesting tech cards for a certain meta. That's really cool. So we'll see. I'm really holding my breath for the players that ID'd last round, like Shooflower and Roosfus, Ghostmeat, Big Unit, to see whether that was the proper strategy. I think Rust Rider and Pencil are both very safe IDing. They have immensely strong strength schedules.
And also just so Pencil ends up on 33, Rust Rider ends up on 36, so no one can catch him. The 27s who swept can catch them, but
yeah, I think Rust Rider,
not enough people can overtake them.
Yeah, Rust
Rider completely safe.
36, which is so good.
I think the only thing at stake for Pencil is whether this is like 4th seed or 5th seed or something like that.
So we'll see. But I think with the bubbles still, you're pretty safe to get across the finish line there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Pencil, I think, is completely safe.
So as it works, again, thanks for bearing with us while we're just waiting for the last match to resolve. We just need one more pairing to be reported, and we'll be able to have your final standings. We can get some confirmation of who
I
makes it in
believe they are
tomorrow.
hitting time soon because they have the 10-minute extension after.
Mhm.
And time was called about 10 minutes ago. So I believe we'll be hitting time in the round very shortly.
Yeah.
Notably, I believe that was a 2-for-1 game. So
Oh, that's a really big deal. Okay. It's a 2-for-1 between that Jemison as well. The Geminus and Cabanessa, which, the numbers don't lie, has been doing really well, which we just haven't exactly seen it perform on stream so far. But if we have a chance to see it do its thing tomorrow, color me excited.
might be wrong about the 2-for-1. Scrolling up to see if I can find
Yeah,
it.
if it goes to time, maybe it's not a 2-for-1, right?
Okay.
Either that or it's just a very, very long game.
The longest
Um,
Acme Glacier game.
Oh yeah, it looks
Same.
like it was actually a 2-for-1. So
Okay.
this was a very long 2-for-1 game, and yeah, it would make sense if it is the Acme.
All right, so I'm just manically refreshing. It looks like we might have all our results right in at this point. Folks are asking about streaming some of the side events. I know that's something I won't be able to do. I've been streaming for the last 12 hours. I gotta go, get dinner, and we're back on in about 8 hours. I wonder if there are people streaming any of the side events again. Nisei always is interested in side streams. There were side streams going on yesterday, and even in other non-English languages, which is really exciting. So I'm not actually sure.
I think it might be somewhat up to the participants, but I think some people were talking about being interested in streaming a side event they're running. So
Heck yeah.
There could well be. There could well be.
I think we have our final standings here. We just got the report in on table 6. Net jogging
did?
taking the 6-0 over Man in the Moon. So if
Wow.
we head over to the
So winning
standings,
the Acme winning the 2-for-1 there.
oh my God, do we have a lot of 30s? So final
Yes, we do.
standings, Rust Rider taking it clearly on 36 points. That is definitely going to be playing tomorrow. Huge congratulations on a massive run today. Followed closely by Scry, Janktivus, and Pincel on 33 points. Now, the thing is, if we're looking at having 8 players cross the finish line today, if we're looking at 30, that's from 5 all the way down to 16. So that is like 11 players who might be playing tomorrow. I just want to get confirmation whether those players are all going to be showing up, whether we're going to have, what is it? So 16 from today, 9 for tomorrow?
16 total.
Or from yesterday, excuse me?
It would be 16 players on 30 points between today and yesterday because there were 5 yesterday.
Oh, so they play off within themselves. Okay.
Maybe? I'm not sure. I actually don't know how it works.
That sounds reasonable. So the idea is that the 33s, the 36, and the 33s from yesterday are safe, and then the 30s are all vying for the final spots left over.
Yeah. It looks like currently the math is being run. Keith from Nisei is running the math right now.
Okay. I'm just going to jump over to yesterday's standings to just make sure that yesterday we had 4 players on 33 and then we had 5 players on 30, which means today where we had 4 players on 36, is there a chance that just none of the 30s make it? Because we have a clear, oh no, because we're top 16. Excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah,
so definitely
16,
not happening. So it looks like we're going to have 16 30s, if I'm not mistaken, vying for 8 spots. So I think we're just going to have one round between everybody and it's single elimination. That might just be it.
That would be that would be a clean way to handle it, honestly.
Yeah. It would be very clean.
Some of the players who ID'd actually being somewhat rewarded for it if that ends up being the case, because you see Shoeflower, Big Unit, both up near the top of these standings in terms of strength of schedule, so may have the choice of side for that play-in round.
Okay, we just need to double check how many 30s they are because we might be wrong, right? So 5 to 16, that means there's 11, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Hold on, math is hard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so it's 12. It's 12. Okay, so that's actually a bit different. If we jump over again to yesterday, that's 12, and then it's 5 from yesterday, right? So that's 17. So that actually does make things awkward. There's a chance that one player won't make it to tomorrow, but again, I don't know. I'm waiting on these.
Who is the lowest strength of schedule between the 2 days among the 30s? So Cody is on 3.0612.
Yeah, and on the other day, the lowest is 3.0612 as well on Saja with extended of 3.3026.
Oh, so that's a higher extended strength of schedule. It would be heartbreaking if it came down to the extended strength of schedule there.
Yeah.
It would be so heartbreaking.
Yeah.
We're obviously not going to make a call. We're going to wait for this to be called through from Nisei. All right. Just give us a second, but man, that is going to be very close. We're talking about decimals to 2 significant digits. All right. We just want to make sure that Nisei gets this right before we communicate it, and then we'll let you all know.
Mm-hmm.
But again,
everything we've said up until now is obviously, wouldn't say completely baseless speculation, but it is speculation. We do not actually know what's happening.
12 hours in, this is what we think is smart speculation. All right.
So what do you two reckon? What's the best game that you've seen? Like, because you've seen all of the day.
Oh my gosh.
What was the best?
That's a really,
most exciting.
really hard call. Because there were a lot that were exciting in different ways. I think the sheer adrenaline factor had to be run R&D twice, steal 6 points, win on the last possible turn. I think that, and we all saw that. I think that was the highest single moment of adrenaline across the 2 days.
Yeah, we seen some wild things. We started like really explosively today too. I think we saw like some Neurospike kills. We saw some really aggressive singles.
After a brainstorm res.
The brainstorm
for 5
res,
cards. Yeah. It was an amazing game.
It's really fun today. There's a lot of really, really exciting decks that actually did play out to their strategies, and it was really cool to see the diversity in it. All right, so we're just going to hold on for a second and to see how this works out again. Tomorrow we'll have, it is a top 16 cut eventually. And this is double elimination. So how it works is that Nisei will be drawing out a bracket. And you basically continue to play in the bracket single-sided. So you basically play only one side in a matchup. A matchup is about 40 minutes, and you play your runner or your corp. If you lose a game, you drop into the lower brackets where you continue to play against other people who've dropped into the lower brackets, and you will continue to be into tournament until you've lost 2 games. Not consecutively, but just as soon as you lose 2, that is the end of your road. We will be crowning a champion. It's going to be, I forget how many rounds exactly it is. It feels like 7 or 8 rounds. They're shorter rounds, though, compared to today. They're only 40 minutes until we have somebody who has, there's only one person left standing and everyone else has lost 2 games along the way. This is exciting because if you come up for the lower brackets, you have to win 2 in a row against our upper bracket finalist, but we will have a world champion by in less than 24 hours.
Very close.
Just the thing we're sorting out before that is understanding before the double-sided Swiss, or sorry, single-sided double elimination starts, is which players will be vying in 1 or maybe even 2 rounds to reduce the numbers down to a clean 16.
That is the last thing remaining here. Sounds like we were close on it. We are getting results in soon. TM is the official word.
Yeah, I think we have people typing in chat, so just bear with us for a couple more. All right, so they're just double checking. They have a preliminary answer, but they just want to make sure that the numbers are right.
Very nice.
Oh man.
I guess
sorry?
now would be a good time too to shout out to all the organizers.
Oh yes.
Yes.
From yesterday and from today, and all the judges as well. Like, so much work, so many questions you can see in the back end. Like, yeah, so much work goes into it. So, yeah,
there's a lot of shout outs
really
to
big
be
thank
made.
you.
Yeah, so much organization that goes into this. Again, this is planned for a really long time coming to make the best worlds that Nisei can, and it's huge to have so many people participate in this. And again, I like to say this a lot, but like we spend so much time looking at the top tables trying to figure out which decimal point is going to make into the top cut. But again, hundreds of players entered this event, and a lot of them are here just to have fun, to celebrate the game, just to meet people. And again, thanks so much for getting involved. If you don't take the time out of your weekend to sit down and enjoy Worlds, like it's not, I wouldn't say it's not going to happen, but you know what I mean here, right? Like it's so important that people get involved.
Yeah.
So huge shout outs. And again, organization, all the stream staff. Vesper put together so much stuff to make all these streams look so great and run really well. And of course,
obviously it's, you know, we're here on the mic. Everyone at home watching the stream can hear us, but it is not just us. There are so many people who deserve a lot of attention and a lot of thanks, and deserve a big thank you.
that is
definitely
true. It's not the end of the line for any of these people. We still have another day tomorrow.
That's true.
Not at all.
But I'm really excited to see what tomorrow holds. Just getting the last confirmation before we can announce who makes it in. And again, I believe we have 12 players today on 30 and 5 yesterday, which adds up to 17, which sounds like an awkward number. Generally, you want it divisible by 2. That's my guess.
Ideal.
So we'll see if one player is bumped off or even more.
Ooh, I think they have just made the announcement.
It looks like there is a list of 24 players.
It's up.
So that would be
okay.
All of the 30s minus the bottom 30.
All right. So it looks like there's only 130 that didn't make it.
So that would be Cody. If we want to, do you have the full list up on stream? We should probably get the full list up on stream.
Hold on. I think it's actually 14 30s. No, it's 16. Okay.
Oh, no, it's 16.
So unfortunately, I don't have something I can really easily show right now. But it looks like all of the 30s unfortunately have made it in, besides the one with the lowest strength of schedule, Encoder. Sorry about that. A great run today. We saw you at the end there, so well played for sure. But we are going to have, if I'm not mistaken, 24 players showing up tomorrow. It looks like that means we have 16 30s. So we're going to have at least one round at the beginning of those 16 facing off to get to, I think we just need to get rid of half of them. So it might just be one round and we'll be down to
it sounds like one round.
Top 16. So real sorry about that, Cody. That's such a narrow bubble just to be pushed outside of. But again, a lot of people barely underneath that too, just not making the cut is obviously.
And let's be clear, this is 17th in the entire world.
Yeah.
That is an extremely good finish.
Yeah, that'll do it.
That's amazing.
So huge shout out to these players, because again, all these players are making, you can calculate like top 32 at Worlds. Like that is a huge title for sure. But that I believe is going to be it for us. We're going to be back tomorrow morning in just underneath 12 hours. I think it's like 10 hours from now. So we'll be back in a second just to finish this off. We're going to start with those play-ins on the 30s to get into the top 16 to crown a world champion for 2021. I think that's all we have today. Thanks so much for joining us. We've had a huge run. We're going to have even more runs tomorrow. My name is Andre. I've been joined today by Neuropanther and Ginevra. Thanks so much for taking the time, y'all. It's been a huge pleasure.
Absolutely.
And thanks so much for streaming.
Amazing day
for such a long time. And best of luck for everyone who's playing tomorrow.
Yes.
Hope they really enjoy and do the best that they feel proud.
Yeah, best of luck tomorrow again for everyone who played today. Thanks so much for coming out. Hopefully see you at the side events or just watching the streams tomorrow, but we'll be back in just a couple hours. So don't go anywhere. You know where to find us. Hit that notification button if you can on Twitch. It'll give you a push notification when we go live, but we'll see you in a bit. Ciao.